For some reason, the scientific community remains silent on the fact that the Sumerians, the first urban civilization in human history, emerged not only suddenly and out of nowhere, but also with already advanced scientific disciplines such as mathematics, astronomy, and more. Generally, human society and its history are depicted as a slow and gradual process in which sharp leaps cannot occur, as there are no objective preconditions for them. But it is impossible to indefinitely ignore the fact that primitive hunter-gatherer and archaic agricultural communities suddenly civilized themselves out of nowhere and resolved to become advanced. In 3800 BCE, according to historians, in the southern part of the Mesopotamian region near the Persian Gulf, a civilization suddenly emerged. Cities sprang up like mushrooms after rain, featuring developed crafts, trade, metallurgy, astronomy, mathematics, writing, literature, legal codes, wheel use, irrigation, and of course, superior architecture. It gives the impression that all this could not have developed in just 100 years. It seems to have been given in a ready-made form, already perfected. It is no wonder that many cultures considered successors of the Sumerians bear traces of degradation rather than development. That is, the earlier era turns out to be more advanced. The abundance of theories about the origin of the Sumerians is striking in the paucity of facts presented to support these hypotheses and the unconvincing conclusions drawn by researchers. Incidentally, if you want to confirm the complete helplessness of the researchers in dealing with this problem, recall the course on ancient history you were taught in school. Surely the topic of the Sumerian origins was ignored in the textbooks, or this civilization was only mentioned in passing. Meanwhile, it would logically make sense to ask the Sumerians themselves about their lineage. The Sumerians' clay tablets don't just speak, they shout about this. But researchers stubbornly refuse to take these direct written testimonies into account. Their limited understanding of mythology hinders the entire process of knowledge, forcing them to translate and interpret texts in a distorted way, adjusting them to fit established dogmas. What else can we call this approach other than the New Inquisition, as mentioned by Robert Anton Wilson? We will return to alternative interpretations of ancient texts and the Sumerians. For now, let us move on to the next headache for historians. The king of the Sumerian city of Uruk, Gilgamesh, sought immortality like the gods. He was unhappy that his friend Enkidu had died.
How can I keep silent? How can I be at peace? My beloved friend has become the earth.
The Epic of Gilgamesh. He set out to visit Utnapishtim, the prototype of the biblical Noah, the forefather of humanity, but his expedition failed. Utnapishtim convincingly proved to him that personal immortality for Gilgamesh was not part of the immortal god's plans. Thus, the ruler of Uruk had to console himself with more mundane matters.
Gilgamesh, where are you heading? The life you seek you will not find. When the gods created mankind, they appointed death for man and retained life in their own hands. But you, Gilgamesh, fill your belly. Day and night be joyful. Celebrate daily. Day and night, dance and play. Let your clothes be bright. Wash your head with water. Look at the child who holds your hand. Let your wife delight in your embrace. This alone is the lot of man.
The Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 10. Doesn't this resonate with the thoughts from the biblical book of Ecclesiastes? To all and everything, the same fate comes. One fate to the righteous and the wicked, to the good and the bad, the clean and the unclean, to the one who offers sacrifices and to the one who does not, to the good and to the sinner, to the one who swears and to the one who fears swearing. This is the evil in all that is done under the sun, that the same fate comes to all. Moreover, the hearts of the sons of men are full of evil, and madness is in their hearts while they live, and after that they go to the dead. For the living know that they will die, but the dead know nothing, and they have no more reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. Also, their love, their hatred, and their envy have now perished. Never more will they have a share in anything done under the sun. Go, eat your bread with joy, and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already accepted your works. Let your garments always be white, and let your head lack no oil. Live joyfully with the wife whom you love all the days of your vain life, which he has given you under the sun. All your days of vanity, for that is your portion in life, and in the labor which you perform under the sun. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might. For there is no work or device or knowledge or wisdom in the grave where you are going. Ecclesiastes 9:2-10. Egyptian pharaohs were obsessed with the idea of an afterlife. Ancient Greeks, Germans, and Aryans tell us in their supposedly mythical tales that for a long time, alongside them, existed a community of highly developed, powerful, immortal beings who created humans, interfered in their affairs, or directly ruled them. It is astonishing how entire generations of scholars prefer to interpret these myths in the most absurd ways. It seems as though they are ashamed to voice far more logical explanations than those suggested by the figurative, intuitive thinking of our ancestors and their personification of natural forces. The gods of the Sumerians, Egyptians, and Vedic traditions are not just anthropomorphic. They are close, mundane, they are present, and they are immortal. Immortality is an intriguing detail. The fact is that, according to the current state of affairs, it is nonsensical. We do not observe it in the surrounding reality and cannot learn of it from our social or biological practice. Consequently, such an abstract concept could not have entered the field of view of our psyche on its own. There must have been some correspondence in reality, something our ancestors encountered, understood, and drew conclusions about. It is entirely unclear why this straightforward explanation cannot be accepted. The only hindrance might be a phenomenon akin to atheism, albeit misunderstood. Finally, to understand that not everything is right with traditional chronology and views on the beginnings of human history, one must consider astonishing evidence of the use of powerful, precise technologies clearly beyond the reach of ancient cultures. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by something with enormous destructive power. The Minoan civilization was similarly burned. The civilization of the Indus Valley, remarkable for its sudden emergence, much like the Sumerians, ceased to exist due to the use of weapons similar to nuclear ones. Today, many specialists who have studied the nature of the destruction in the cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, as well as the characteristics of the human remains found there, acknowledge this. There is much more evidence of such technologies than mentioned here, and undoubtedly, much remains undiscovered. The mysterious megalithic structures in the city of Tiwanaku in Bolivia feature a sophisticated underground water supply system capable of industrial-scale distribution. Some indications suggest bronze production took place there, although the city's true purpose remains a mystery. This city was not destroyed. It contains no ancient ritual burials, just like the Egyptian pyramids. It was simply abandoned, no longer needed, and left behind. This is what happens to functional things that outlive their purpose. A similar fate befell Mexican structures of a similar kind. Incidentally, the civilization of the ancient Maya revolved around the return of the gods, for whom they collected gold. Since the gods did not return, they abandoned their magnificent cities and degenerated, even before the arrival of the Spanish. In 2000 BCE, the Sumerian civilization also vanished suddenly. Historians cannot explain the cause, but archaeological data suggest that Sumerian cities were abandoned in haste, as if their inhabitants were fleeing a plague. Was it a plague? Ancient texts can be interpreted that way, or more boldly, as a result of radiation. When the refugees settled in neighboring regions, civilization experienced a sudden surge. Finally, the chronicle of the Jewish people, as presented in the Bible, when extracted from the context of ordinary religious or traditional scientific understanding, turns out to be much more complex and interesting. All this becomes even more puzzling when one considers that proponents of the evolutionary origin of humanity unanimously state that evolution could not have produced a being with a brain as sophisticated as ours. Thus, the key pieces of humanity's ancient history puzzle are already laid out before us. These details, even without additional arguments, suggest that something is amiss in the religious and traditional scientific worldviews. What remains is to summarize the other evidence, examine it structurally, and draw the simplest conclusions that come to mind, since these are usually the most accurate. This is the principle of Occam's razor. The days are gone when scientists unanimously denied any arguments supporting the authenticity of the Bible and other sacred texts from the past. Today, many serious researchers believe there are strong reasons to see them as specific historical documents containing genuine knowledge about what truly happened in antiquity. This shift occurred simply because our own practices have led us to understand the essence of such new fields of science as genetic engineering and astronautics. Until then, many ancient testimonies simply could not be correctly interpreted due to the limitations of science and the narrow-mindedness of contemporary thought. In 1876, George Smith restored damaged tablets containing the oldest text about the creation of the world, the Chaldean Genesis. It has been firmly established that an earlier Akkadian version of the creation story existed, predating the biblical text by at least 1,000 years. The compilers of the Old Testament did the same as the Babylonians before them. They made small changes to the creation epic and used it as the foundation of a national religion. Thus, the most ancient versions of the stories about the creation of the world and humanity trace their roots back to the depths of the Sumerian Akkadian civilization, which archaeologists identify as the first in human history. A civilization that, as discussed, appeared literally out of nowhere. In a historical blink of an eye, the Sumerians began using the wheel and chariots, ships, brick kilns, alloy technologies, jewelry making, and writing. The Sumerian society had schools, customs offices, and legislation, and was governed by a monarchy with a bicameral system of elected deputies. The list of their achievements could go on, but it raises a natural question. What allowed absolutely wild tribes living in this region to achieve such a sudden rise? Some Western researchers claim that the Sumerians attributed all their knowledge to beings who once descended from the heavens in flying vehicles and fundamentally influenced all of ancient history. These beings were called Anunnaki. In the ruins of Sumerian cities, hundreds of texts dedicated to cosmology and astronomy have been discovered. Many of them are strikingly similar to modern hypotheses describing the formation of the solar system. The Sumerians' astronomical knowledge was extraordinarily extensive. However, there are also differences from modern views. A fundamental re-evaluation of these texts was prompted by the research of Zecharia Sitchin, an Armenian born in Russia, raised in Palestine, and a graduate of the University of London, specializing in ancient languages, history, and Near Eastern archaeology. His refined translations of the Old Testament and Sumerian clay tablets formed the basis for a new concept of humanity's origins and shed light on the emergence of the first civilizations, religions, and mythologies of many peoples. A bold but less objective and evidence-based perspective on humanity's ancient past through the lens of paleocontact was also proposed by Erich von Däniken. Many are likely familiar with his work, including the film Chariots of the Gods. While his conclusions can be doubted, he nonetheless sparked interest in the topic of interaction between humans and beings linked to space among other researchers. As for the most balanced and foundational studies of the material on this topic, priority likely belongs to Alan F. Alford. His works, published in the mid-1990s, literally challenge the existing traditional view of humanity's past. The majority of evidence supporting these and other researchers comes each year from archaeology, anthropology, and genetics. Thus, it would be incorrect to claim that the views presented here are entirely original. The theory of our ancestors coexisting with a highly advanced community of beings linked to space is gradually gaining traction in scientific circles and attracting a growing number of researchers who fully or partially share this perspective. Our task is not only to highlight the apparent weaknesses of official science explained by paleocontact theory, but also to point out the evident vulnerable points in the works of the aforementioned researchers, propose our own answers to problematic issues, and, as much as possible, warn viewers against entirely speculative publications based on insights from psychics or personal fantasies. The abundance of such literature may incidentally be explained by the desire of certain influential forces, likely governments, to obscure the truth about the existence of intelligence beyond Earth by sowing doubts about the seriousness of this topic. However, such efforts, if they indeed exist, are doomed to fail, as it is impossible to conceal or distort the entirety of the knowledge humanity has accumulated. Before delving into the details of the topic and debating with predecessors, it is worth briefly acquainting viewers with the main points of Sitchin's concept. According to him, the Sumerians placed a 12th planet, by their count, in the solar system between Mars and Jupiter, which they called NIBIRU. This celestial body has intriguing characteristics: 3 times the size of Earth, a source of internal heat, and an extremely elongated elliptical orbit that intersects the plane of the solar system, passing perihelion once every 3,600 years. According to Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki came from Nibiru. Anunnaki in Akkadian means those 50 who descended from the heavens to earth. In Genesis 6 of the Bible, they are referred to as Nephilim, which in Hebrew means the same, those who descended from the heavens to earth. In translations of the Bible into modern languages, the original meaning of many terms has been distorted. However, when their meanings are cross-checked with Akkadian prototypes, a fantastic picture emerges. As derived from Sumerian texts, by order of the patriarchal ruling couple of Nibiru, Anu and Antu, a group of 50 Anunnaki, led by their eldest son Enki, embarked on a journey through the solar system. The purpose of their expedition was utterly mundane. They needed gold and other metals for technological and industrial needs. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth 120 years, by their reckoning, before the flood, which corresponds to about 270,000 years ago in our time. They settled in the delta of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers by the Persian Gulf. Over time, they discovered rich deposits in southeastern Africa and South America and began mining metals and minerals underground. This labor resembled a lifetime of penal servitude, and around 200,000 years ago, the Anunnaki working in African mines rebelled. Enki, the chief scientist of the crew, and the goddess Ninti, the Anunnaki's senior medic, used genetic manipulation to create workers, otherwise known as Homo sapiens. Thus, the Heavenly Father, who created humans, was, quite literally, an extraterrestrial, who descended from the heavens. Archaeological research confirms that mining activities were indeed conducted in South Africa during the Stone Age. The age of objects, bones, and charcoal found in mines in this area ranges from 80,000 to 115,000 years. Ancient mines and unusual underground tunnel systems extending for hundreds of kilometers are also found in the Americas. Interestingly, Zulu legends state that slaves of flesh and blood, created by the first people, worked in African mines. Subsequently, the number of those who arrived on Earth grew to 600. Large-scale development of the planet began, along with increased mining and transportation of resources to Nibiru. The number of Anunnaki established outposts grew, many of which later became cities. Over time, the citadel of the Anunnaki moved to the mountains of Lebanon. Judging by the texts, the number of those who descended from the heavens was never very large. Their direct descendants, who founded the first royal dynasties, were also few in number. Here is how the 6th chapter of Genesis recounts those times in an updated translation.
In those days, the Nephilim were on earth, those who descended from the heavens. And also after that, when the sons of God, direct descendants of the Anunnaki, began to marry the daughters of Adam, and they bore children to them. These were mighty men, those who came from eternity, men of Shem.
The term Shem refers to a flying device, which we would today call a rocket. The origin of humanity has long been a battleground between evolutionists and creationists. However, both sides would do well to read the Bible in its original Hebrew.
And the Elohim gods said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Male and female, they created them."
Thus, the proposal to create humanity comes from a plural audience, addressing a group. Among specialists, it is considered proven that the Old Testament is an edited and abridged version of Sumerian texts. According to Sitchin's interpretation, these texts state the following. The creation of humanity occurred after ordinary astronauts from NIBIRU, working under unbearable conditions, mining gold in southeastern Africa, Abzu or the lower world, revolted. Gold mining was the main task of the aliens. The Old Testament prophet Haggai quotes God as saying, "The silver is mine and the gold is mine." In pre-Columbian America, gold was also mined not as earthly wealth, but as something belonging to the gods. It is no coincidence that the indigenous people readily handed over enormous treasures to the Spanish, whom they mistook for gods, treasures that held no value for the natives themselves. They remembered for whom and at whose command this metal was mined. One text states that the 7 great Anunnaki forced the lesser gods to bear the burden of labor. The epic When the Gods Like Men begins as follows.
When the gods, like men, bore the burden and the toil of hard labor, the toil of the gods was great, the work was heavy, and the suffering was vast.
After some time, the patience of the Anunnaki miners ran out, and they revolted. Enki, the son of Anu and chief scientist of the Anunnaki, proposed creating primitive workers, called Lulu in Sumerian, to take on this labor.
Let her, the goddess of birth, create a primitive worker, let him bear this yoke.
When the question arose of who, not being an Anunnaki, would be intelligent enough to use tools, Enki said,
Such a creature already exists.
He referred to humanoid beings that could be enhanced through genetic manipulation. Enki was assisted by Ninti, the senior medic of the Anunnaki. They appealed to the goddess who gave life to the gods.
Grant life to a new being. Create a primitive worker who can bear this yoke. Let this worker continue the gods' labor.
Enki concluded that life on both planets originated from the same seed. However, Earth's hominids had not yet completed their evolution, so Enki decided to simply accelerate the process. We will return to this momentous event and examine it in greater detail a little later. For now, let us continue presenting the concept of the master of paleo-contact theory. The Bible notes that the lifespan of the first humans decreased from 1,000 to 100 years. Unfortunately, humanity did not inherit longevity from the Anunnaki. In the ancient apocryphal text, the Book of Adam and Eve, it is reported that when Adam was 930 years old, he became seriously ill. Not knowing what to do with the dying mortal, Eve and Seth brought Adam to the gates of paradise, where he soon died. Those mourning his death were stunned by the vision of a chariot of light descending from the heavens, borne by 4 eagles. And they heard the Lord instruct the angels, Michael and Uriel, to carry the bodies of Adam and Abel, still unburied, to the place where the Lord had taken the earthly dust to create man. An important logical aspect. Contrary to the Bible, the Sumerians write that Adam was not created as an adult, but as a baby via a caesarean section. According to the biblical timeline, for the first 130 years, Adam and other creations lived under the supervision and care of the Anunnaki. When the number of human workers reached the necessary level, new gold mining centers were established. After completing their work, the Anunnaki transmitted certain knowledge and technologies to humanity through select individuals. Mesopotamian and Old Testament texts are filled with longing for the earlier times when humans and gods lived side by side on earth.
How long, O Lord, will you hide yourself forever? How long will your wrath burn like fire? Remember how fleeting my life is. For what futility have you created all the children of men?
Thus, according to the discussed hypothesis, humans were created to work, to mine gold for visitors from the heavens. If they had no need for us, our Australopithecus ancestors would still be wandering in packs across the African plains. By now, perhaps, they might have managed to discover fire. How did the relationship between the visitors and humans evolve until the departure of the gods? Let's examine this. First, we must address the geographical aspect. If the Anunnaki's genetic laboratory was supposedly located in Africa, the Garden of Eden is placed by almost all theologians and scholars in Mesopotamia. For a long time, the rivers mentioned in the Bible, Genesis 2:10, could not be identified. The Tigris and Euphrates were clear, but what were Pishon and Gihon? According to paleogeography, during the late Pleistocene, Africa was connected to Saudi Arabia, and the Red Sea did not exist. In the late 1980s, satellite imagery of the Mesopotamian region was studied. It turned out that the Pishon could be identified with the dried-up river delta system of Wadi Batin, which ran through Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Specialists from Boston University confirm that 11,000 to 6,000 years ago, the climate of the Arabian Peninsula, unlike today, was humid and rainy. The Gihon, according to J. Zarins, turned out to be the modern Karun River, originating in the Zagros Mountains. According to the text titled Enki and Ninhursag, the Sumerian Eden is Dilmun, land of the eternal living, located in the southwestern part of modern Iran. Let's examine some details about Eden, the Mesopotamian version of the epic states.
When Anu, Enlil, Enki, and Ninti created the black-headed people, lush vegetation covered the land. Four-legged animals were skillfully created. In Eden, they placed them.
Enlil, the second son of Anu, had greater rights to succeed to supreme authority under Anunnaki laws. While Enki was more of a scientist engaged in resource extraction, Enlil performed representative functions and was responsible for agriculture. It is believed that all grains and fruit-bearing trees essential for humans were created in the mentioned garden. In this regard, it can be considered a sort of biogenetic greenhouse. Among other things, Eden contained the mysterious tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. After consuming the forbidden fruit, interesting transformations occurred. According to the Bible, the first humans suddenly realized they were naked, deemed this inappropriate, and made coverings from leaves. Indeed, until a certain historical point, Sumerian art depicts all people as naked servants. Presumably, these servants later had to be clothed. What happened in the garden indicates a profound shock experienced by humans upon realizing the sexual nature of relationships between genders. Within the discussed hypothesis, Eden can be seen as a greenhouse, where reproduction occurred via cloning, and there was no sex in a literal sense. Here, we find even more intriguing details. God walks in the garden and does not see the sinners hiding from him. Upon finding them, he engages in a lengthy dialogue. Sensing something amiss, he meticulously interrogates them about what happened and who is to blame. Genesis 3:8-20. Then he makes, not creates, garments of skin for Adam and Eve and dresses them. A second interpretation of the concept of knowledge can be drawn from Sumerian texts. In the Epic of Adapa, a human offspring of Enki is described as having been given extensive knowledge and skills by Enki. Mesopotamian texts call Adapa the template or model of man, Adam. Among the knowledge transmitted to Adapa by Enki was something so specific that it allowed him to cripple the wing of the south wind and journey to the heavens to meet the supreme Anunnaki himself. A flying device? Anu quickly realized that the human knew too much and blamed Enki for sharing excessive knowledge with Adapa. He scolded his son for this and sent Adapa back on the road to Earth.
Why did Enki reveal to the insignificant man the plan of heaven-earth, making him outstanding among humans? Why did he create a Shem, a flying device for him?
Anu and the Council of 12 established Adapa's innocence and were so impressed by their interaction with the intelligent primitive worker that they decided to offer him the bread of life and the water of life. Adapa, however, fearing poison, refused to eat the bread of life on Enki's advice. This angered Anu, who said,
"Behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now, lest he stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life, and eat and live forever."
Genesis 3:22. It can be assumed that some Anunnaki, supporters of Enlil, opposed humans being endowed with the ability to reproduce independently through sexual means, i.e., they opposed the loss of complete demographic control. They likely were also against transmitting scientific and technical knowledge and cultural foundations to humans, fearing the consequences even after the gold mining operations were complete. The instigator of disobedience was Enki, the serpent in the Bible. Perhaps Enlil's dissatisfaction was reflected in myths about the temptation of humans by the clever and cunning serpent, giving rise to the replacement of the former symbol of wisdom and goodness with its opposite. Moreover, as Sitchin and Alfred demonstrate, there was a constant dynastic struggle for power between Enlil and Enki, two brothers and sons of Anu. According to Old Testament terminology, Eve and Adam were led astray, gaining knowledge by Nahash. In Hebrew, this means serpent, but it also has two other meanings: the one who knows secrets and the one who knows copper. From the Sumerians, we learn that a similar epithet was applied to Enki. His symbol, according to Sumerian texts, was indeed two intertwined serpents, possibly representing the structure of DNA. This is likely why serpents were worshipped and considered embodiments of wisdom and goodness in nearly all prehistoric cultures. However, Enki's act of granting humans the ability to reproduce and develop independently of the Anunnaki provoked rejection and condemnation from the other heavenly visitors. The curse upon the first humans was followed by their expulsion from Eden. The garden's territory was carefully guarded.
So he drove out the man, and he placed cherubim and a flaming sword at the east of the Garden of Eden, which turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life.
Genesis 3:24. Over time, the growing tension between Enlil and Enki culminated in a war of the gods, echoes of which remain in the Old Testament. Thus, the story of the fall can be considered an interpretation of these events from Enlil's perspective, who was not favorably inclined toward humans. The well-known myth of Prometheus, therefore, can be seen as a variation on the theme of Enki humanity Anunnaki, but one that more adequately reflects the significance of Enki's actions for humanity. It is impossible to objectively judge the Anunnaki's attitude toward their creations. It is clear only that their initial attitudes varied and were predominantly utilitarian. Enlil, who displayed impatience even with his own kin, was likely not very friendly toward the human race. The decision to destroy humanity originated with Enlil, who coordinated it with the Council of Gods and other Anunnaki. Again, Enki opposed him, this time not alone. The goddess Ishtar reproached Enlil in Sumerian texts, arguing that many good people lived among humanity and that destroying all of humanity was unacceptable. This extraterrestrial proposed, "Let the sinner bear his sin." But who was the sinner? Returning to the Old Testament concept of the Nephilim, those who descended from the heavens, in Genesis, we learn that before the flood there was rampant interbreeding, including between the sons of God and humans. In some interpretations of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, we encounter a striking fact. Lot's neighbors intended to assault the two angels who visited him. Apparently they considered this technically possible, given that the sons of God had entered into the daughters of men. Genesis 6:4. Fragments of the Book of Noah discovered among the Qumran manuscripts report that Patriarch Lamech went to his father Methuselah seeking advice because he had
begotten a strange son, not resembling and different from a man, and resembling the sons of the God of heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And it seems to me that he is not from me, but from the angels.
Methuselah, in turn, sought advice from the wise Enoch. Enoch did not give advice, but informed Methuselah that the end of all flesh was coming, that earth and humanity would face a terrible judgment, and that Lamech's son was destined to be the progenitor of a new humanity. Incidentally, Enoch himself, who walked with God, was soon taken by God and carried away in a fiery chariot. He was the first witness, or, if you will, informer. As the Book of Jubilees recounts, none other than Enoch testified before the supreme deity about the Nephilim who had sinned with the daughters of men.
He gave testimony against them all.
The Book of Enoch recounts,
And it came to pass, when the children of men multiplied, beautiful and comely daughters were born to them. And the angels, the sons of heaven, saw them and desired them. And they said to one another, Come, let us choose wives for ourselves from among the children of men, and let them bear us children.
Incidentally, the list of Mesopotamian gods is dominated by male names. It seems that among the first hundreds of Anunnaki who landed on Earth, there were few women. This shortage likely led to the idea of taking Earth women as wives. The resulting degeneration of the race of gods who gave rise to the Titans and the degradation of humans, who strayed from the true path and became merely flesh, may well have provoked drastic measures by Enlil. That punitive actions were indeed taken is evident from Sumerian texts. In the Akkadian and Assyrian versions of the epic, it is reported that after Enlil decided to punish humanity, diseases, plague, death, dizziness, colds, and fever began. Of course, natural factors could also have been involved. However, this can also be interpreted as a form of biological warfare. Understanding that these events were connected to the wrath of the gods, Atrahasis, the hero of the eponymous epic, appealed to Enki.
Enki, O Lord, mankind is wailing. The wrath of the gods is consuming the earth. But you yourselves created us. Let the pain, dizziness, colds, and fever cease.
Then Enlil ordered that humans be deprived of sustenance. Drought was unleashed. Enki received instructions from the Council of Gods to close the locks and seal the sea. Gradually, devastation and famine spread across the land.
The belly of the earth bore no fruit. Plants would not grow. The blackened lands turned white. The broad plain was smothered in salt.
For 4 years, devastation grew. In the 6th year, mass cannibalism began. Humans, realizing that help could only come from Enki, continually called upon him. Eventually, Enki's heart softened. He resorted to trickery, urging humans to complete disobedience. He helped them steal supplies of seafood, which Enlil discovered. The Anunnaki ruler was furious and accused Enki of aiding humanity. Enki denied the charges, but Enlil did not believe him. He demanded that Enki stop feeding the humans and cease distributing bread rations, which made them fat. He then proposed using an impending disaster, a flood, against humanity. Most of the Anunnaki readily voted in favor of the flood. Enki initially refused, but eventually yielded to pressure and swore an oath along with the others. In this story, Enki appears as the prototype of the Old Testament God, who deliberately warned the 600-year-old Noah about the impending catastrophe and tasked him with building a large ship, the Ark. The Anunnaki, possessing astronomical knowledge, likely foresaw the approaching disaster. The exact cause of the catastrophe, whether melting polar ice, increased volcanic activity, an asteroid impact, or a shift in Earth's axis due to another close encounter with the Anunnaki's planet Nibiru, remains unknown. Perhaps several factors were at play. The Papyrus of Ipuwer states that the Earth turned over like a potter's wheel. In the biblical book of Joshua, 10:12-13, the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hastened not to go down for about a whole day. The biblical prophet Habakkuk provides similar descriptions.
The mountains saw you and trembled. The overflowing of the waters passed by. The deep uttered its voice and lifted its hands on high waves. The sun and moon stood still in their places.
Habakkuk 3:10-11. Various ancient testimonies suggest that the disaster likely occurred around 13,000 years ago. The outcome of the catastrophe was that the surviving representatives of humanity were granted the right to live. Alongside Mesopotamian texts, the Bible also confirms this.
And the Lord said in his heart, I will never again curse the ground for man's sake, although the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth.
Genesis 8:21. The Anunnaki, or the biblical Elohim, likely understood that expecting advanced consciousness from young humanity was premature and decided to let humans live according to their own understanding. Naturally, this is a brief and schematic outline of the concept proposed by Sitchin. However, to gain a general understanding of the intricate relationships with these enigmatic beings, who have as much right to Earth as we do, familiarity with this concept is essential. As we have seen, it is not only a consistent and coherent alternative to the biblical version of human creation and the flood, but also a fully fledged scientific hypothesis capable, with some adaptation, of resolving accumulated contradictions in certain fields of science. We set aside the theory of natural selection, which stumbles when applied to humanity, and instead entertain the possibility that the origin of humans as a biological species in its modern format involved not only Mother Nature, but also some external forces. It is time to examine the weight of the arguments supporting this theory, if any exist at all. To do this, we must employ all our sobriety, impartiality, and freedom of thought. If we continue clinging to outdated dogmas inherited from the 19th century, when knowledge about humanity and the universe was barely emerging from its embryonic state, we will never achieve the leap in thinking necessary to escape the closed loop of insurmountable contradictions. It is akin to the joke about scientists searching for a lost wallet, not where they dropped it, but under a street lamp where the light is better. We will not base our concept of the artificial creation of humans on medieval theological interpretations, as they are inherently unverifiable. Modern science, despite the evident narrow-mindedness of most of its practitioners, nonetheless provides us with an arsenal of specific methods for investigation. We will need data from genetics, archaeology, and linguistics, and here we cannot ignore Zecharia Sitchin's translations, which shed light on the creation of Homo sapiens. Until very recently, the information recorded by the Sumerians on their tablets could not be properly understood or interpreted. Imagine trying to describe your first direct encounter with, say, a helicopter, when you lack the conceptual vocabulary, do not understand how it works, and have no one to explain it in detail. At best, you might describe this experience figuratively, allegorically, using familiar words in a metaphorical sense. Linguists refer to this style of expression as tropes or metaphors. Unfortunately, upon identifying this ancient method of communication, linguists fail to pause and draw further conclusions from it. What lies behind these metaphors is something real, not supernatural, as there are distinct terms for describing transcendent experiences, often more precise in characterizing a phenomenon or object. Now imagine explaining a helicopter to someone who has also never seen such a device. The complexity doubles. Consider Aristotle and Plato unearthing ancient, even for them, texts and attempting to interpret them. They too would fail to recognize a helicopter in your descriptions. Only someone who has seen the device themselves and understands its principles would comprehend. It seems logical, then, to approach the deciphering of ancient texts from this perspective. Otherwise, the corpus of ancient myths appears as mere abstraction, even though practical evidence suggests that our ancestors, in some respects, were more grounded than we are today. Let us turn to modern genetics and examine the legacy of the Sumerians in this light. DNA was discovered in 1953 by Watson and Crick. Essentially, a gene is a packet of chemical information composed of deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. The characteristics of every living species are encoded by a four-letter DNA alphabet, or base elements, A, G, C, and T, arranged in three-letter words. This allows for 64 possible combinations. These encode amino acids, the building blocks that combine in various ways to form proteins, which in turn construct the organism of a living being. Recently, scientists have learned to decode the messages embedded in the genetic code structure, isolate many genes, and determine their specific functions. The human genome includes all the genes from our 23 pairs of chromosomes. It contains 3 billion chemical letters, equivalent to the information in a billion-page book. Scientists describe genes as our inherited genetic message. According to statistics, the DNA in each cell, if fully unraveled, would stretch 2 meters. And the DNA of an entire human organism would span 8,000 trips from the Earth to the Moon. So, where, according to the Sumerians, was humanity created? The tablets claim that the genetic experiments conducted by the Anunnaki were carried out in Africa. The texts provide astonishing details. Te-ma, the essence or foundation, literally, that which contains the binding memory. In modern terms, this could be called the genome, and it was taken from the blood of an Anunnaki. Nin-Hersag, the mother of the gods, worked with the assistance of Enki, endowed with skill. The texts clearly portray Enki as the most advanced scientist among the Anunnaki in all areas of knowledge. In the House of Shimti, a sort of clinic, the gods gathered in eager anticipation. Enki helped prepare the mixture from which the mother goddess, along with her assistants, fashioned man. Mix with the essence clay, egg, from the foundation of the earth, which is just a little further north of Abzu, and adapt it to the form with the essence. The etymology of the word clay originates from ti-in, that which accompanies life. Derivatives of this word include clay and egg. It seems plausible that Enki used the egg cell of a female Homo erectus, whose habitat coincided with the area near the mines of the Nephilim in Africa, specifically slightly north of the Kopjes, southern Rhodesia. Science has established that humanity originated precisely in that region. Until the 1980s, geneticists were unaware that, in addition to the familiar double helix DNA located inside cell nuclei, which contains the primary hereditary information, there is another type of DNA located outside the nucleus. This is the so-called mitochondrial DNA. mtDNA, which is passed down exclusively through the maternal line, does not recombine with paternal DNA and remains unchanged. It has been discovered that this mtDNA is responsible for important functions of the organism, and its damage can cause a range of genetic diseases, including impairments in hearing, vision, kidney, and heart function, as well as Alzheimer's disease. Sumerian revelations now take on an entirely different significance. To avoid the negative influence of the mitochondrial DNA from the human ancestor, it was decided to place the fertilized egg not into the womb of an ape woman, but into that of a goddess. A suitable candidate was found.
You shall pronounce the fate of the newborn. Ninki shall imprint upon him the image of the gods, and that which he becomes shall be man.
Mitochondrial DNA consists of 37 genes forming a bracelet-like structure. The discovery of this type of DNA led scientists to hypothesize that all humans descended from one female, an Eve, approximately 250,000 years ago. Gilgamesh's words now make sense.
I, Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, proudly declare that I am 2/3 god and 1/3 human.
If his mother was a goddess, meaning one of the Anunnaki, he inherited not only the usual half of his hereditary information from her, but also this additional component, allowing him to consider himself 2/3 god, unlike ordinary mortals born of earthly mothers. Let us set Gilgamesh aside and return to the first ancestor, Adam. The Sumerians tell us that the pregnancy of the goddess was complicated. In the 10th month, it was decided to intervene surgically. Ninti performed an incision, and the child was delivered. After this initial success, the procedure was repeated many times. The name Eve in Hebrew means she who comes from life. Thus, Eve was created not from clay like Adam, but from a living being. The story of creation from a rib might have arisen from the double meaning of the word ti, life, and rib. Female beings already existed but could not reproduce. Something was taken from Adam that allowed Eve to be recreated anew, enabling him to finally become a father. Adam became like one of us. It becomes clear that the process of creating humanity was fraught with difficulties, and success often eluded its creators. Atrahasis, one of the ancient Sumerian texts describing the creation of humans, provides us with a detailed account. The Babylonian priest Berossus, writing in the 3rd century BCE, described the creation of humans and noted that in the preliminary stages of the work, beings were born with 2 heads, missing organs or limbs, suffering from incontinence, a remarkable and realistic detail, as well as poor vision, trembling hands, heart and liver ailments. Evidently, Enki and Nin-Hersag had to work tirelessly to assemble their creation before achieving satisfactory results. An interesting detail is that the defective beings accidentally created during the process were not destroyed by their creators, but were allowed to exist near the laboratory, with each finding a specific role. Sumerian texts describe Williams syndrome, characterized, among other things, by the brain's inability to process information from the eyes, resulting in poor vision. However, individuals with this syndrome often possess extraordinary abilities, such as in music. This is precisely what the being with weak vision, to whom Enki gave the art of singing, engaged in. Gradually, the Anunnaki learned to correct defects and imbue their creations with desired characteristics. Today, specialists wonder why the human brain is designed with apparent reserve capacity, yet is utilized by various estimates only 3 to 10%. Sumerian texts state that the gods, though they did not grant humans eternal life, endowed them with wisdom. It seems that our high intellectual abilities, including the capacity for learning, were imparted in this manner. This also provides a clue to the mystery of birth in pain. As is known, the biblical God commanded the female gender, through Eve, to give birth in pain. However, this interpretation of the Sumerian texts sheds light on the size of the newborn human infant's skull. Wisdom required a large brain, whereas the female pelvis was not suited for this. At the same time, there is no mention of the goddesses themselves, our creators, giving birth with pain. It seems that physiologically, their birthing mechanism was more advanced, possibly due to the structure of their pelvic bones or the elasticity of their birth canal tissues. It is quite possible that the Anunnaki did not initially intend to imbue their creation with such a level of intelligence. However, it might have been transferred incidentally, along with other abilities of the gods, who created us in their image and likeness in the most literal sense. The first successful human prototype was named Adapa. This is described in a text known to specialists as the myth of Adapa. It hints that Adapa was genetically descended from none other than Enki himself. To create a human from earthly and heavenly components, female assistance was required, likely for carrying the fetus, much as geneticists today use surrogates in cloning. At the time, Enki offered his wife's help.
My Ninki, goddess and wife, shall bear. Alongside her will be ready the low-ranking birth goddesses, 7 in number.
In those days, in those years, the wise son of Eridu, Enki, created him as a boundary among men. He endowed him with wisdom. He revealed to him the patterns of the worlds. He granted him wisdom, but he did not give him eternal life. The genealogical connection between humanity and this god was due to the involvement of Enki's wife in the birth of Adapa, the model of Adam, as it was Ninti who carried Adapa. Adapa made some attempts to obtain eternal life. He even asked Enki for instructions on how to reach the heavenly dwelling of the Anunnaki, where immortality might somehow be attained. However, he faltered, refusing the offered bread and water of life, which either would have altered his genetic structure or served as a symbolic initiation into immortalization. Ancient depictions of gods and humans show undeniable physical resemblance between the two. The Anunnaki, or their biblical equivalent, the Nephilim, did not create mammals, primates, or hominids. The Nephilim created humanity as it is today. The key to understanding this phenomenon lies in the myth of the sleeping Enki, who awoke to find that the gods had decided to create Adamu, and that he had been assigned the task. Enki responded,
That creature whose name you have mentioned, it already exists.
He then added,
Endow it with the likeness of the gods.
Thus, the Nephilim did not create humanity from nothing but took an existing natural specimen and reshaped it in their image, giving it a form resembling their own appearance. The Sumerian myth describing the times before the creation of the world states, when man was first created, he did not yet know bread, nor clothing other than skins. He chewed grass like sheep and drank water from ditches. This strongly resembles how we imagine our ancestors. The breed of beings created experimentally was so similar to the gods that one text mentions that the mother goddess gave her creation humanity, skin like that of the gods, meaning smooth, hairless bodies, distinguishing the new man from his ape-like earthly ancestor. Ancient Sumerian texts report that after a series of futile attempts to crossbreed an ape with other animals, the gods concluded that the only viable path to success was to mix ape genes with their own, those of the Nephilim. Genetically, the Nephilim were entirely compatible with the daughters of man, to the extent that, as the biblical book of Genesis tells us, they could even take them as wives and have children with them. Such genetic compatibility would only have been possible if humanity had developed from the same seed of life as the Nephilim themselves. Ancient written sources corroborate this. Now, the motivation that drove the Anunnaki to create our ancestors is worth exploring in greater detail and depth. After all, this very motivation should provide us with answers to why we are the way we are and why we live as we do today. The prehistory of humanity's creation is detailed in a text known to scholars as the Epic of Atrahasis. Around 270,000 years ago, an extraterrestrial geological survey team landed on Earth in what is now the Persian Gulf region. Whether they had visited Earth before or whether other similar beings had come to the planet, we can only speculate. What is known is that these visitors were able to establish themselves, adapt and organize the extraction and transportation of the resources they needed. The ancient author tells us that after Anu returned to Nibiru and divided Earth between Enlil and Enki, the Anunnaki worked in the mines of the Abzu for 40 periods, 40 orbital cycles of their home planet, or 144,000 Earth years, assuming Nibiru's orbit around the Sun is 3,600 years. Mining work has always been hard and dangerous, and it seems that was no less true then.
In the depths of the mountains, in deep mines, the Anunnaki bore the heavy burden of labor. Their toil was unbearable for all of 40 numbered years.
It appears that Anu on Nibiru was in great need of resources as the mining operations continued relentlessly. The Anunnaki toiled heavily, day and night. However, as the mines became deeper and working conditions harsher, discontent among the Anunnaki grew. In the deep mines, they wailed bitterly and cursed their lives. The very necessity of such prolonged labor seemed intolerable, especially since it is unlikely they did not employ various technologies for their work. This suggests that despite being extraterrestrials, the Anunnaki's despotic regime offered little comfort to their lower classes. To restore discipline, Enlil sent his warrior son, Ninurta, to the Abzu. However, this only heightened tensions between Ninurta and Enki. Enlil then decided to visit the Abzu himself to assess the situation. The disgruntled miners seized the opportunity and staged a rebellion. Whether they had unions, banged on the rails with their tools like modern miners, or employed other means of protest, we cannot say. What is clear is that their demands went beyond economic issues. They sought, as modern communists might put it, political concessions. The unknown author of Atrahasis recorded the subsequent events in over 150 lines of text. The rebellious Anunnaki burned their tools and, in the dead of night, surrounded Enlil's dwelling, shouting,
"Let us kill him, let us cast off this yoke."
Their unnamed leader reminded them that Enlil had been the chief supreme since ancient times and persuaded them to negotiate. In anger, Enlil grabbed his weapon but was calmed by his steward, who said,
"Restrain yourself, my lord, they are your children."
The poetic account leaves much to the imagination. What truly transpired can only be known from the participants, who likely left no memoirs. Trapped in his own house, Enlil sent word to Anu on Nibiru, asking him to descend to Earth. When Anu arrived, the great Anunnaki convened a council of war. Enki, lord of the Abzu, the mines, was also present. Threatening the Anunnaki with execution, Enlil demanded that the leader of the rebellion be handed over. When Anu did not support him, Enlil staged a dramatic resignation.
"O noble one, take all my authority, take all my power. I will ascend to the heavens with you."
But Anu, calming Enlil, also expressed understanding for the workers' plight. Encouraged by this, Enki opened his mouth and spoke a word to the gods. Reiterating Anu's sentiments, he proposed a solution. They could create a being to serve as labor, a being he called a primitive worker. The Anunnaki seemed to like the idea. The materialization of this idea, humanity, exists to this day, still engaged in the eternal tasks of producing food and creating various useful things. The only difference is that now we do it for ourselves rather than the gods. Rephrasing this section's epigraph, one might say, it was not labor but laziness that created humanity, the laziness of celestial visitors who wanted to delegate their burdens to a being whose role science fiction writers have often assigned to robots. Alan Alford, in his chronology of gods and humans, argued based on astronomical calculations and various texts that the rebellion of the celestial miners occurred in 183,783 BCE. He dated the creation of the first modern humans, turned into primitive workers, or simply slaves, to 180,183 BCE. While making such precise claims about such distant times might seem overly bold, modern scientific conclusions about humanity's origins in Africa around this time cannot be ignored. On a humorous note, we could propose a new theory based on Sumerian accounts. Given the scarcity of data about different pre-human species and the narrow localization of discoveries, primarily in East Africa, it is conceivable that most of the discovered skeletons were not independent species, but merely byproducts of Enki's genetic laboratory. Over 3,600 years of experimentation, these lab wastes may have interbred and survived near their scientific facilities until meeting their end. Thus, Neanderthals or Homo habilis might have simply been successful variants that reproduced and later spread across the planet.
And the Lord regretted that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. So the Lord said, I will blot out man whom I have created from the face of the earth, man and animals, and creeping things and birds of the heavens, for I am sorry that I have made them.
Genesis 6:6-7. If we consider the idea that there was once a single language on Earth, at least in the Near East, it is logical to assume that many languages have retained common roots for certain basic concepts. This assumption is largely correct. For example, in many languages, the name of our planet, Earth, sounds similar. Eretz, Hebrew; Earth, English; Aratha, Proto-Indo-European. Sumerian texts indicate that the first settlement of the Anunnaki was called Eridu. Humanity, unknowingly, still preserves the memory of the Eridu base and the first group of extraterrestrial astronauts who transferred the name of their base to the planet as a whole. In reality, archaeologists have discovered the earliest evidence of Sumerian civilization in a city named Eridu. Indeed, Eridu was not only the first city of the Sumerians, but also the first settlement of the gods. Its name, Eridu, reflects its earlier history, as it literally means house built in the distance, or house built in a faraway land. Such a name is highly fitting for visitors from the planet Nibiru. Sumerian chronicles state that the city of Eridu belonged to the god Enki, who was entrusted with overseeing Earth before the arrival of his fellow beings, including his brother Enlil. The construction of this first city on Earth is described in one of the Sumerian poems, The Tale of Enki and Eridu.
The Lord of the watery depths, King Enki, built his house. In Eridu he built a house on the shore. King Enki built the house. He raised Eridu from the ground like a great mountain. In a good place he constructed it.
According to Sumerian texts, the initial settlements of the Anunnaki in the Persian Gulf were established approximately 250,000 years ago. Each city was considered the domain of one of the major gods. Returning to the theory of a single language, it is worth adding that the names of these remarkable beings eventually transformed and became almost unrecognizable as people spread across the world. However, each of them can be clearly identified in the pantheons of Norse, Greek, Vedic, and other gods. For instance, the following chains of names represent the same figures: Anu, Scholars of mythology consider him the god of the heavens among the Sumerians. The theory of ancient astronaut contact gives this abstract and vague concept a new, concrete, and precise meaning. Among the Sumerians, Anu's dwelling place was the planet Nibiru, located in space. He appeared on Earth very rarely, only a few times. As a result, there was no specific center of worship for Anu in Mesopotamia, and his palace, a residence for his infrequent visits, was located in the city of Uruk. In Hindu mythology, he corresponds to Varuna, the god of the cosmos. In Greek mythology, he is Uranus, also a god of the sky. Both names share a common root, An. Among the Philistines, he was called Dagon, lord of abundance. In Egypt, he was known as Nun, primordial cosmos. His symbol was an 8-pointed star, and his regalia corresponded to the royal insignia of later human dynasties, a crown and a scepter. The firstborn son of Anu. Enki, also known as Ea, is the Sumerian god of magic and science, lord of waters and the underworld. Some researchers interpret this underworld as the abyss or hell, but the Sumerians most likely referred to the Anunnaki mines in Africa. Enki is the creator and protector of humans in the Council of Gods. His symbol, 2 intertwined serpents, clearly resembles the double helix of DNA. In China, his counterpart may be Gong Gong, the ruler of waters and ancestor of serpents, who, like Enki, ruled the earth when it was 7/10 water. In America, he was called Quetzalcoatl, feathered serpent, a god who gave humans knowledge and taught sciences. In the Aryan Vedic tradition and in India, he corresponds to Rudra, Shiva, the supreme god of the pantheon, the god of magicians and ascetics. He wears a necklace of snakes and supports Indra, who also wields lightning. Among the ancient Slavs, Rudra is associated with the god Rod, the creator of humanity. Egyptians called him Ptah, and the Hittites referred to him as Ea. Enlil, the brother of Enki, held greater rights to Anu's throne due to the dynastic laws of the Anunnaki. According to Sumerian tradition, this god was the lord of earth. Enlil is credited with gifting humanity the plow and hoe and teaching agriculture. Among the Germans, he is Loki. Logi, meaning fire. Cunning, devious, but not the chief god. Loki and Enlil share the trait of having conceived 3 beings in the underworld. In Greek mythology, he corresponds to Phosphorus or Eosphorus, the god of the planet Venus, later identified with Lucifer. The Slavs called him Denitsa, while in India he was likely Vishnu. Ishkur, the fearsome god of storms, whose name literally means the distant mountainous land. In India, he is the celestial god Dios. The Greeks referred to him with the similar-rooted name Zeus. As the god of storms, he was worshipped as the Hurrian Hittite Teshub, the Amorite Ramanu, thunderer, the Canaanite Rajimu, hail-thrower, the Indo-European Buriash, creator of light, and the Semitic Mira, one who illuminates the heavens. In Mesopotamia, he was also known as Adad and El Shaddai. His tempestuous and aggressive nature is echoed in the American god Tezcatlipoca, smoking mirror, who created the cult of the jaguar. Ishkur Adad's symbol was the bull. Priests of his cult wore horned headgear. There is reason to believe that this Anunnaki was instrumental in creating the monotheistic cult of the ancient Hebrews, selecting Moses as its leader. Shamash, the lord of Shems, a term Sitchin translates as rocket. He was also known as Utu. From ancient times, he was referred to as Baba, the radiant one. In Semitic languages, Shamash means sun. In China, he is Yan Di, also a solar god. Among the Slavs, he is Dazbog, the son of Svarog. Inanna, the granddaughter of Anu, a goddess renowned for her beauty, passion, and bloodthirstiness. The Romans knew her as Venus, the Greeks as Aphrodite, the Assyrians and Babylonians as Ishtar or Eshtar, and the Akkadians and Sumerians as Inanna or Nini. She always embodied the dual qualities of the goddess of love and the goddess of war. Nanna, the moon god. His domain in Mesopotamia was the city of Ur. Other names for Nannar include Sin, Nari, or Navi. It is plausible that the root Sin later lent its name to the Sinai Peninsula. In China, he is Di Jun, known for creating flying objects, suns and moons, and various devices that we might today call automatons or robots. He is a lame god, comparable to the Greek Hephaestus or the Slavic Svarog. Both were associated with fire and blacksmithing. Osiris, known by this name in Egypt. In Canaan, he was known as El. A descendant of Enki, his rightful domain was Egypt. However, his brother Set did not agree with this arrangement and overthrew him. Nonetheless, Osiris's ultimate fate is unclear. He was not killed, but, according to legend, went to a land in the west, likely the American continent, where he became known as Viracocha. In both Egypt and America, he was associated with the stars of Orion's belt. This is no coincidence, as during his travels he joined the Igigi, astronauts residing in orbit. Among the Norse, he was known as Odin. The connection to the Igigi is evident in another name for Odin, Ig, dreadful, terrible. The Igigi likely inspired awe and fear in humans due to their occupation, or perhaps their extravagant appearance or attire. Some authors even suggest that the Igigi were not Anunnaki, but another race of extraterrestrial beings with whom the Anunnaki had a kind of cosmic transportation contract. Horus. Horus, the Egyptian god, is the son of Osiris. In the Hittite pantheon, he corresponded to Telepinu. Among the Germans, he is Thor, the son of Odin. In Canaan and among the Philistines, he was Baal. In Europe, he may also have been known as Taranis. Among the Slavs, he is Horus. His symbol was the falcon. Somehow the Egyptians also associated him with Sirius. Connections between the Anunnaki and other star systems that do not fit into the theory of their arrival from Nibiru will be discussed later, as will the Igigi already mentioned. Set, the brother of Osiris, also an Egyptian god, he is the anti-hero of the Osiris myth in Egyptian belief systems. In Phoenicia and Carthage, he was called Moloch. In Canaan, he was known as Mot, Mutu, the god of death and the desert, who overthrew his brother and later fought for power with Osiris's son Baal. A clear parallel with Egyptian mythology. Sekhmet, meaning the mighty one. Sekhmet is the Egyptian goddess of war and scorching sunlight. Her symbol was the lioness. She was the wife of Ptah, Enki, and the mother of the god Nefertum. In the conflict between Set and Osiris, she sided with the latter and later assisted Horus. In Canaanite myths, she is known as Anat. In Greek mythology, she corresponds to Athena. She is linked to myths of retribution against rebellious elements of humanity. Ninurta, the son of Enlil and heir to his authority in Sumerian tradition. Ninurta was a militant god, known for his martial qualities. In the dynastic conflicts between the clans of Enki and Enlil, as well as in suppressing various uprisings, he demonstrated himself as a brutal and impulsive yet talented warrior deity. Marduk, the son of Enki. Among the Egyptians, he is Ra, while among the Slavs, he is presumably Belobog, and in Indian mythology, he corresponds to Indra. His ascension in Babylon and path to supreme power among the Anunnaki were marked by numerous disputes and bloody conflicts, involving both gods and humans. Others worth mentioning: Nergal, the fiery god of war, known in Mesopotamia as Era or Yari, called Ares by the Greeks and Yarilo by the Slavs. Ninhursag, Ninmah, the sister of Enlil and Enki, who collaborated with Enki in creating humans. For this, she was given the title Ninti, lady who gives life. She was also called Mami, from which the word mama is derived, and was revered as a mother goddess. Her ancient cult was known in all corners of the earth. In China, she was known as Nua, the creator of humans. In Egypt, she was Neith or Hathor, Tefnut, and in India, Parvati. Common traits across mythologies. A recurring feature in all these mythologies is that the race of gods, or rather the beings our ancestors perceived as such, was neither homogeneous nor united. It was divided into specific groups, or family clans if you will, engaged in ongoing struggles for power and influence. This struggle extended not only within their ranks, but also among humans. Often, the gods, seeking allies or using humans for their purposes, performed various acts beneficial to humanity, thereby gaining popularity. Examples include the benevolence of Enki, who created humans and taught them crafts, the Greek Prometheus, who stole fire for humanity, and the Egyptian god of wisdom Thoth, from whom many modern occult schools trace their origins. Secondly, a common characteristic is the gods' preference for close kin relationships to ensure genetically pure offspring. Later, after humans were left without the gods' oversight and exploitation, human rulers attempted to mimic these practices. The gods often took as wives their cousins or half-sisters. This same practice was later adopted by Egyptian pharaohs and the rulers of the Inca civilization. Thirdly, the divinity of earthly ruling dynasties deserves separate examination. It is interesting to explore the mechanism by which rulers in every archaic culture came to be considered divinely appointed. Orthodox researchers of mythology overlook the fact that various moral and traditional norms, as philosopher Richard Rorty observed, are ultimately determined by social practice. From what social practice could the habit of all cultures to trace their rulers either directly to the gods or to individuals chosen and approved by them arise? Such researchers often prefer not to answer. However, mythologies explicitly state that the gods, especially the younger ones, not only saw no disgrace in forming relationships with humans, but also left divine offspring from such unions. These offspring, due to their inherited abilities and birthrights, often became genuinely worthy of power. Many dynasties of Egyptian and Near Eastern rulers likely traced their lineage to such semi-divine origins. It seems evident that during periods tens of thousands of years removed from our own, the coexistence of humans and extraterrestrial beings was primarily pragmatic and utilitarian. Zechariah Sitchin provides the following information. Mining engineers in Rhodesia and South Africa often found gold deposits while searching for prehistoric mines. Based on the assumption that promising locations for mineral resource development in southern Africa were utilized by ancient people, the Anglo-American Corporation organized archaeological expeditions to excavate sites slated for mining development before industrial operations destroyed all traces of ancient mining activities. An article in the journal Optima reported on findings by researchers Adrien Bouchier and Pierre Beaumont regarding archaeological discoveries in South Africa. The report stated that the scientists uncovered numerous layers bearing evidence of ancient and prehistoric mines containing human remains. Analysis of coal samples from the excavation sites, conducted at Yale University and the University of Groningen, suggested that these layers dated from as early as 2000 BCE to as far back as 7690 BCE. Based on coal analysis, archaeologists estimated the period of mining activity in one cave at approximately 20,000 to 26,000 BCE. The scientists, stunned by their findings, began excavating in areas where signs indicated that mining operations had been initiated in ancient times. A sample of coal was analyzed at the Groningen laboratory, yielding a date of 41,250 BCE. With a margin of error of 1,600 years. It is claimed that South African researchers subsequently analyzed soil samples from prehistoric mining sites in southern Swaziland. Inside caves used for mining operations, archaeologists reportedly found poles, leaves, grass, and even feathers, which supposedly served as bedding for ancient miners. Based on these findings, the researchers hypothesized that the beginning of mining activity in Swaziland likely dates to between 70,000 and 80,000 BCE. Two scientists speculated that southern Africa was at the forefront of the most advanced technologies and inventions as early as 100,000 BCE. Thus, while these discoveries do not particularly align with conventional chronology within the framework of the extended paleocontact theory, they appear fitting and appropriate. Sitchin, in his books, presents additional, equally astonishing evidence supporting his research. Alan Alford, in his foundational work The Gods of the New Millennium, half-jokingly shares a thought that seems significant in this context. The Bible states that the gods created man in their own image. Thus, it would be impossible to distinguish the skeleton of a god from a human skeleton. It has been established that Homo sapiens first appeared in Ethiopia, Kenya, and South Africa, precisely in the regions where the gods labored. Therefore, if paleoanthropologists one day discover Homo sapiens remains and date them to 300,000 years ago, they might mistake the remains of gods for human skeletons. Indeed, ancient texts mention that some lesser gods died. During a rebellion, the gods lamented that the unbearably hard labor was killing them. The Nephilim chose Earth for their settlements, primarily due to its abundant gold deposits, as well as related metals like platinum, which is plentiful in South Africa. At the same time, cultural construction continued. One Sumerian text describes the construction of Enlil's center in Nippur. The Anunnaki, gods of heaven and earth, labored. They held axes and baskets, laying the foundations of the city. Ancient texts depict the common Anunnaki who participated in Earth's initial colonization as a heavily exploited and disenfranchised class referred to as order-executing gods. In the Babylonian epic of creation, copied from the Sumerian version, it is said that orders to the Anunnaki were issued by Marduk. In the original Sumerian text, this role was attributed to Enlil. To carry out the commands, Anu assembled an army of gods. 300 were stationed to guard the paths of the gods between heaven and earth, while 600 were ordered to dwell on earth. Having assigned places to all, the Anunnaki of heaven and earth were told what they were to do. The heavenly Anunnaki, or Igigi, were seemingly astronauts who remained aboard orbital stations in space and rarely descended to Earth. According to some texts, they were too lofty for humans and therefore did not concern themselves with human needs. Those gods who were required to live on Earth became objects of veneration and respect. Apparently, lower-ranking Anunnaki lacked certain attributes of the ruling elite and were modestly referred to in the Bible as angels. Thus, the Anunnaki's societal structure resembled a monarchy, headed by a single supreme god. The second most significant governing body was the Council of 12 Senior Anunnaki, a body akin to a political bureau, from which members exited only through death, an event rare and possibly involving familial intrigue. The positions and roles of other gods in society were likely determined by a caste system. It seems more prestigious to belong to the caste of Igigi than to work in the mines of Abzu. It is unclear whether Anunnaki could move between castes, though it is known that Anu himself was once a cupbearer to the previous king, Alalu, whom he later overthrew. Therefore, palace coups and constant power struggles were not inherently human traits, but inherited from their creators. Under the supervision and guidance of the Anunnaki, resource extraction occurred worldwide. During favorable periods when Earth and NIBIRU came closer, resources were transported to the metropolis via spacecraft. The scale of the Anunnaki presence on Earth remains speculative, as their numbers on Earth were always quite limited. Major figures like Enlil, Marduk, and Ninurta may not have been constantly on Earth and often returned home on leave. While such details are absent from Sumerian texts, they suggest that the gods occasionally left Earth, particularly post-flood. It is also uncertain how well the Anunnaki adapted to Earth's atmosphere and living conditions. It is plausible that they required protective gear or devices that can only be speculated upon through ancient drawings. Provisioning the mission likely included sustenance for both the Anunnaki and their newly created servants, humans. Mining operations were primarily concentrated in Africa, while food production, including agriculture and animal husbandry, was centralized in Mesopotamia. Of particular note is the episode where humans were granted the ability to reproduce independently. Initially, even before Adam, the Anunnaki created primitive workers in an almost conveyor-like manner. These beings were incapable of reproduction and were gestated by 14 goddesses of birth. Over time, this workforce grew, gained skills, and eventually replaced the Anunnaki in grueling mining tasks. It is challenging to imagine how long this gestational phase and workforce expansion lasted, as the gods seemingly aimed to maintain strict control over the reproduction of these newly created beings. Evidently, Enki excelled in maintaining his dominance in this domain, as the primitive workers exclusively served him. However, the more minerals were extracted from the mines, the greater the burdens grew for the Anunnaki working in Mesopotamia. The climate of Mesopotamia, with its heavy rains and frequent flooding caused by the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, required the gods to devote much of their time to building and fortifying dikes and deepening drainage canals. While humans had effectively replaced the celestial miners in the mines, the labor of these extraterrestrial beings remained arduous and unpleasant. Soon, according to Sumerian scribes, they began demanding that primitive slaves replace them as well.
The Anunnaki approached Enlil. To themselves they begged for blackheads, so the blackheads might swiftly take up hoes.
In a text that Samuel N. Kramer titled The Myth of the Pickaxe and Hoe, it is told that Enki refused Enlil's request to transfer some of the primitive workers to Mesopotamia. Consequently, Enlil sought to resolve this issue more radically. He severed communication with NIBIRU.
He cut the bonds of heaven and earth. He hastens to separate heaven from earth.
Then he initiated military action against his brother. A full-scale conflict did not materialize, but according to Sumerian texts, Enlil managed to wrest control of the desired primitive workers from his brother, freeing them from the mine where they had been confined and taking them with him. Despite the joy the humans felt at being liberated, their fate changed little. Instead of digging tunnels underground, they were tasked with carving canals and growing food for the gods. Leaving aside the morality of using beings nurtured by goddesses as slaves and servants, capturing a number of slaves left Enlil without the material and scientific basis to continue cloning human servants. Exercising his authority as the chief of Earth, he seemingly persuaded Enki to share the secrets of cloning. Reconstructing Enki's motives, who in this situation appears as none other than the biblical serpent tempter, several possibilities emerge. Perhaps he, out of spite, decided to let the reproduction of workers proceed uncontrolled after losing his monopoly over their production. Or this might have been a mere accident, for which he was nonetheless not forgiven. Alternatively, Enki may have had a more cunning and calculated plan that he successfully executed. Whatever the case, as a result of his observations, Enlil was quite surprised by the behavior of a human pair that emerged from Enki's genetic experiments, conducted while training Enlil. It became evident that this pair, known to us as Adam and Eve, not only possessed superior cognitive abilities, but also exhibited a critical additional trait: the ability to reproduce independently. This elevated them to the rank of gods, knowing good and evil. Clearly, the capacity for independent thought gifted to our ancestors by Enki was passed down from the gods, specifically from Enki himself, who is often referred to as Adam Adarpa's father, not just symbolically but genetically. The expulsion from Eden. Whether Enki brought ready-made embryos from Africa to Mesopotamia, created them locally, or later modified their heredity through some external influence, remains speculative. The biblical story of the fall might echo these events, albeit heavily altered. For instance, one might consider that such extra abilities were transmitted to humanity through Eve, as she was created after Adam from his DNA, bone of my bones, slightly modified by Enki. After all, she was the one who acted more swiftly, sinned first, and then roused Adam, who previously appeared as a rather unrefined block in matters of emotional subtlety. One could also hypothesize that the gods' longevity was not as absolute and immutable as it seemed, and might have required artificial maintenance. Perhaps this was the concern of the Old Testament God when expelling the progenitors from paradise.
And the Lord God said, "Behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now, lest he stretch out his hand, and take also from the tree of life, and eat, and live forever." Therefore the Lord God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed cherubim at the east of the Garden of Eden, and a flaming sword which turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life.
Genesis 3:22-24. This narrative highlights that the ability to reproduce independently deprived Enlil of the coveted control over the workforce population. The Anunnaki themselves seem to take population control seriously. Otherwise, given their longevity, the number of celestial gods would have multiplied exponentially within a century. Thus, the Anunnaki had no intention of granting humanity access to the fruits of the tree of life, whatever that may have represented. A demographic explosion of humans, capable of constant self-reproduction, would have been inevitable and would have pushed the Anunnaki's mission to the brink of failure. Perhaps this is why Enki's actions were considered short-sighted, leading to his fall from grace. According to some Sumerian illustrations, he may even have been arrested, as he is depicted with bound hands. Enlil acted humanely but imprudently. He did not cleanse the experiment's results, but simply cast them out of the laboratory or the god settlement to fend for themselves. Presumably, he assumed they would not survive independently, let alone reproduce. He was mistaken. Furthermore, someone must have aided them during their early days, likely none other than Enki or gods from his faction. Perhaps only Enki's claimed fatherhood, which he insisted upon, spared our ancestors from extinction. To prevent their access to medical care and the tree of life, Enlil stationed a cherub with a blazing sword at the entrance, likely some form of automated military installation or a similar device. According to the apocryphal Book of Jubilees, after their expulsion from Eden, Adam and Eve returned to the land from which they were created, namely Africa. Under Enki's supervision, they presumably began to multiply. Imagine the population they could have produced, especially if many of them lived for 50 to 100,000 years without issue, continuously reproducing. Alford states, the political rivalry among the gods resulted in humans receiving two contradictory accounts of what happened in the Gardens of Eden. The content of these accounts depended on whether they came from followers of Enki or Enlil. The Bible appears to be based on a text that blames Enki for humanity's loss of immortality. It is only natural that such accusations would come from Enlil's faction. Undoubtedly, the accusations against Eve also reflect certain political or social sentiments of those distant times. It remains unclear how humans initially lived during those epochs. Apparently, many quickly degenerated, losing skills, knowledge, and culture as they spread across the earth, possibly even by some stretch interbreeding with their relatives, Homo erectus. Who knows? Perhaps this holds the secret to the emergence of Neanderthals as an evolutionary dead end. However, the population grew rapidly, outpacing even geometric progression. For instance, when Cain, Adam's son, knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Enoch, he went on to build a city in honor of his son and named it Enoch. Surely one can't build a city with just a dozen people. It's also unclear whether Adam and Eve's disgraced descendants were recruited for public works benefiting the Anunnaki. The Bible provides only indirect evidence, noting that when Adam's third son, Seth, had a son named Enosh, humans began to call upon the name of the Lord. What this means is uncertain. Perhaps contact with the Anunnaki was re-established, or Enlil stopped harboring resentment. Alford and Sitchin suggest that to call upon in this context actually means to worship, or to serve. Although the gods did not grant humans lifespans comparable to immortality at creation, there is reason to believe that the first humans lived exceptionally long lives. First, it would have been uneconomical and labor-intensive to continually create and train new workers. Second, if lifespans had been short, human remains would likely have accumulated around mining sites or metallurgy centers. Yet no such remains have been found to date. If we assume half of our genetic material comes from the gods, then human lifespans might have been comparable to theirs. If the gods lived for several 100,000 years, then 100,000 years for their slaves might not have seemed extravagant. though by today's standards it would be extraordinary. Ancient texts provide authoritative evidence for the long lifespans of pre-flood individuals. It makes sense to present a complete list of the so-called patriarchs, Adam's descendants whose genealogy traces directly to Noah. It's unclear whether everyone lived this long at the time, or if it applied only to a small caste, such as priests who coexisted with the Anunnaki in their settlements, performing cultic or servile duties. However, the theoretical conclusions presented earlier suggest that the longevity of the human race at that time was advantageous for those who descended from the heavens. The Bible carefully traces the lineage of patriarchs from Adam to Noah, noting the ages at which each fathered a son. Genesis 5:3-32. Adam lived 130 years and begot a son in his likeness after his image, and named him Seth. The days of Adam after he begot Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. Seth lived 105 years and begot Enosh. After he begot Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Enosh lived 90 years and begot Canaan. After he begot Canaan, Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. Canaan lived 70 years and begot Mahalalel. After he begot Mahalalel, Canaan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. Mahalalel lived 65 years and begot Jared. After he begot Jared, Mahalalel lived 830 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. Jared lived 162 years and begot Enoch. After he begot Enoch, Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. Enoch lived 65 years and begot Methuselah. After he begot Methuselah, Enoch walked with God for 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Methuselah lived 187 years and begot Lamech. After he begot Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. Lamech lived 182 years and begot a son and named him Noah, saying, "This one will comfort us in our work and the toil of our hands, caused by the ground that the Lord has cursed." After he begot Noah, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Thus all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 5:3-32. As we can see, the lifespans of the biblical patriarchs are extremely long. However, these figures are still far removed from the approximate dates of humanity's creation by the Anunnaki, as mentioned earlier according to the chronologies of Sitchin and Alford. Based on these, humanity's creation took place around 4000 BCE, and the flood presumably occurred around 2000 BCE. Yet we cannot ignore evidence of advanced urban civilizations as early as 3800 BCE, or the presence of Homo sapiens remains dating back 200,000 years. Moreover, data from archaeology, paleogeography, geology, etc. do not confirm the date of the flood as 4000 BCE. Clearly, there must be some key to reconciling these discrepancies and approaching an explanation. It turns out the connection is fairly straightforward. Biblical scholars have long determined that the book of Genesis, which many generations of believers relied upon for their understanding of human history, is, in fact, a creative compilation of several sources. Jewish priests likely encountered these during the so-called Babylonian captivity, which occurred in the mid-1st millennium BCE. The Babylonians and Assyrians inherited the cultural legacy of the Sumerian and Akkadian civilizations, including their concepts of the Anunnaki and their interactions with humans. In some instances, scribes explicitly stated that the texts they were copying were derived from earlier Sumerian sources. The Jewish people, familiarizing themselves with this knowledge during their exile, incorporated it into the revival and strengthening of their ancestral religion. However, they did not directly acknowledge these borrowings, as they were not fundamentally important to the beliefs of the Israelites. Thus, Genesis came to include altered accounts of the flood, the Tower of Babel, and the creation of Adam. According to Alan Alford's chronology, humanity was created around 184,000 years ago. According to Zechariah Sitchin, this occurred approximately 299,000 years ago. Mesopotamian texts used the terms Ma and Sa, Shah. Most scholars interpret these as years. However, Sitchin argues that these terms refer to repeating completed cycles. He proposed that in this context, the cycle refers to the 3,600-year orbital period of Nibiru. In other words, the Sumerians counted years not by earthly, but by divine reckoning. This is where the division of 360 days in a year and 360 degrees in geometry originated. By applying these Sumerian figures, the arrival of the Anunnaki and the creation of humanity are pushed far back into the past. This chronological framework aligns with the Sumerian and Babylonian king lists. However, it does not reconcile with the Egyptian king lists or the biblical genealogy of the patriarchs. Therefore, further clarity in dating is required. Alford concluded that in some cases the periods refer to Nibiru's orbital periods, while in others they represent precessional cycles, which we discussed earlier. Earth's axis wobbles like a spinning top. Over 25,920 years, this wobbling causes the point where the axis intersects the celestial sphere to trace a full circle. Due to this axial motion, the starting points of the 4 seasons, when Earth reaches its solstices and equinoxes, occur slightly earlier each year. This phenomenon, known as precession, accumulates by about 1 month every 2,160 years. With each cycle, the spring equinox shifts into a new zodiac sign. This 2,160-year cycle became the Anunnaki's second year. Following the cataclysms experienced by humanity and its creators, these cycles became confused, misapplied, and inconsistently recorded by scribes. Thus, the reckoning and chronology of pre-flood times make sense only when using a combined method of calculation. The authors of the Old Testament likely divided the lifespans of the patriarchs by 100 or 60 to produce figures that made sense within their worldview. As we will explore, while myths about the flood share similarities, interpretations of the gods' motives differ among cultures. This pivotal event in human history appears less straightforward than biblical apologists suggest. Unlike the comical grandfather Messiah, the man entrusted with saving humanity did not rescue beings clinging to stumps during the flood. Instead, he brought them aboard before the cataclysm. His name was Zeusudra, or Atrahasis, or Utnapishtim in Mesopotamian languages. But we are more familiar with another name, Noah. So let's examine this story together. To proceed logically, we first ask science. Was there a flood? Recent scientific studies provide intriguing insights. According to climatologists, for nearly 100,000 years, until 9000 BCE, the Earth's average temperature steadily dropped by 1 degree Celsius every 11,000 years. Then a sharp acceleration occurred, 1 degree per millennium. A few thousand years later, the temperature stabilized, and we've been living with a relatively constant climate ever since. Evidence from official climatology indicates that roughly 10,000 years ago, the warm waters of the Gulf Stream first reached the Arctic Ocean. Another scientific assertion adds context. During the 16th to 14th millennia BCE, global sea levels were over 100 meters lower than they are today. What caused this disparity to decrease? The obvious answer is glacial melting, which raised sea levels by almost a meter per century over 6 millennia. This conclusion is difficult to dispute, as it is supported by studies of marine sediment and polar ice cores from Antarctica and the Arctic. What does this mean? Around 10,000 BCE, the Ice Age came to an end. As research by geophysicist O'Kelly indicates, Earth's geographical pole shifted by as much as 30 degrees. Mammoths and other creatures of that epoch went extinct, a logical outcome as photosynthesis ceased in those regions. Evidence suggests this occurred over an extremely short period. As early as the 18th century, researchers described discovering an enormous herd of mammoths in Siberia, including females and calves, seemingly frozen in place while grazing. The food found in their stomachs and mouths pointed to a temperate climate, yet it was clear they had died instantly. In cold water that froze so quickly, the massive animals remained encased in ice for thousands of years. Similar natural preservatives have been found in other regions. Even more astonishing evidence suggests a catastrophic axis shift, such as fruit trees beyond the Arctic Circle. In China, mammoth bones became a profitable industry, crafted into various items. Similar examples exist on other continents. In northern Alaska, gold prospectors uncovered mass graves of animal remains in permafrost. Experts were baffled as to why animals typically found in temperate climates were on Alaska's frozen terrain. These carcasses, preserved in fine sand mixed with broken trees and shrubs, appeared to have died suddenly in some cataclysmic event, with no signs of natural processes explaining their formation. According to a New Mexico University expert, entire herds of animals perished instantly from some catastrophe. These Alaskan animals froze immediately, with no chance for decomposition. Locals even consumed this millennia-old meat. Most of the remains belong to species native to moderate climates. Egyptian and Babylonian priests were aware of the cyclical nature of catastrophes. Egyptian priests told Solon,
"You remember one flood, but there have been many. From time to time your civilization, like other peoples, is destroyed by water falling from the sky. Humanity has faced numerous catastrophes in the past, and will face more in the future."
Earth has indeed experienced several major glaciations. At times, glaciers covered up to a third of the land surface, with sea ice spanning 2 to 3 times today's area. Glaciations have occurred multiple times, though their exact number remains undetermined. The Quaternary period began with a significant planetary cooling that forced Atlantic marine life into the Mediterranean, where water temperatures dropped to 20 degrees Celsius, compared to today's 25 to 26 degrees. Cold periods became particularly prolonged, leading to glacier expansion. Some researchers propose there were 4 or 5 major glaciations. The last glacier, at its maximum extent, covered northern Europe, the far north of Siberia, Arctic islands, and surrounding seas. It reached heights of 3 kilometers and covered an area twice the size of present-day Antarctica. Today, Earth's glaciers span about 15 million square kilometers, 10% of the planet's land surface. If Antarctica's massive ice reserves melted, sea levels would rise by 60 meters, expanding the ocean's surface by nearly 20 million square kilometers. Many densely populated coastal areas would submerge. Such an event could occur due to global climate change. 14,000 to 16,000 years ago, ocean levels were 130 meters below today's levels. Researchers agree that sea levels rose rapidly during the glacial melt between 7,000 and 14,000 years ago, particularly between 9,000 and 11,000 years ago, when large ice sheets melted. This period corresponds to the flooding of many present-day coastal areas. Global sea levels approached modern levels around 7,000 to 7,500 years ago. Approximately 3,500 to 4,000 years ago, sea levels rose again by several meters, submerging river mouths and low-lying coastal regions. This coincided with a warming climate and a 1.5-meter rise in sea levels in Europe, which correlated with the development of Iron Age cultures. Climate fluctuations and glaciations may be tied to solar activity and atmospheric composition, e.g., increased carbon dioxide concentrations. In recent years, glaciers have advanced in mountain regions, though calculations suggest the next major glaciation won't occur until after 4300 CE. What does all this mean? Archaeology cannot definitively confirm or deny the existence of the Great Flood. Often, evidence interpreted as flood-related turns out to be from localized flooding. Moreover, finding traces of a global flood beneath cities built afterward is clearly illogical. However, other sciences related to archaeology offer clues. Evidence from these fields mostly converges on the occurrence of a global catastrophe around 13,000 years ago. While it does not compare in scale to the event that led to the extinction of dinosaurs, it was accompanied by the extinction of many animal and plant species. Between 11,000 and 9,000 BCE, about 50 species of large mammals disappeared in the Americas. In comparison, over the previous 300,000 years, only one species went extinct every 15,000 years on average. A similar mass extinction occurred around 13,000 years ago on other continents. All indications suggest that a major climate shift and a significant flood occurred around the 11th millennium BCE, likely coinciding with the end of the Ice Age. The ratio of oxygen isotopes found in deep-sea samples from the Atlantic and equatorial Pacific Oceans shows that the last 100,000 years of glaciation abruptly ended around 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. The rapid melting of ice caused sea levels to rise quickly. However, all evidence indicates that this flood was not solely caused by melting polar ice, but had a much more global and catastrophic nature. In the Cordillera mountain range, at an altitude of 5,700 meters, remains of two huts were found under a thick layer of ice, surrounded by seashell deposits and traces of marine activity. Once located on a shoreline, these huts were displaced due to land uplift more than 10,000 years ago. In the South American Andes, marine sediment deposits were discovered at an altitude of 4,200 meters. Near Tiahuanaco, ruins at 4,300 meters were covered by a 2-meter layer of liquid mud. Additionally, the water in Lake Titicaca is slightly salty, and its fish and crustaceans are oceanic rather than freshwater species. In 1980, Bolivian archaeologist Hugo Boero Rojo found extensive ruins near Puerto Acosta, 20 meters below Lake Titicaca's surface, attributed to an early Tiahuanaco culture. This discovery contradicts the notion that the lake's waters rose simultaneously with the Andes Formation 100 million years ago. The lake's semi-oceanic water likely entered through a catastrophic and relatively recent event. Another key fact about the flood's nature is the simultaneous volcanic activity, likely caused by tectonic pressure beneath Earth's surface. This is corroborated by the discovery of animal remains covered in volcanic ash. Thus, the mass death of animals coincided with a sudden massive increase in global volcanic activity. What could have caused such powerful tectonic upheavals, lifting seawater to the Andes peaks, melting polar ice caps, and devastating life on Earth's surface? Evidently, this was due to some external cosmic factor. Another indirect proof of this catastrophe is the existence of hundreds of legends and myths across the world. Nearly every culture has remarkably similar flood stories, over 500 in total. These legends form part of a larger mosaic we call history, but like any mosaic, different pieces may fit into the same place, creating varied interpretations. The most familiar example for Christians is the biblical account of the flood and Noah's Ark. However, some historians and researchers confidently argue that the Noah legend is not originally Hebrew, but was borrowed from Mesopotamian culture. After ideological adaptation, it was included in the Bible. According to the Bible, the floodwaters rose by 8 meters. A similar interpretation appears in the Persian sacred text Avesta, where it describes gods angry at humanity's misdeeds, deciding to destroy them with a flood. For the Persians, the equivalent of Mount Ararat is the Elburz mountain range, rising 5,500 meters above sea level. The Indians approached the flood myth with considerable imagination, presenting 5 distinct versions. The simplest tells of an ancient Indian hero named Manu, who learned from a god in the form of a fish that
On the seventh day the three worlds will sink into the ocean. When the universe dissolves into the ocean, a ship I have built will come to you. Take with you all plants and animals, everything capable of giving new life.
In this account, the Himalayas serve as the equivalent of Ararat or Elbrus. Similar interpretations of the flood story can be found among the Yucatan Indians, Tibetans, and ancient Mexicans. The main difference is the number of cataclysms they describe. Not one, but several. For example, ancient Mexican chronicles mention that the catastrophe occurred 4 times. The ancient Japanese also left accounts of a flood, stating that the imperial lineage traces its origins to a couple who survived the great disaster. Chinese ancestors, poetic as always, narrated that the heavens, which rested on pillars, collapsed when a terrible dragon destroyed them, causing the sky to fall to earth and flood everything. Similar legends exist among the peoples of Oceania, Africa, and the Gauls. Interestingly, the British also have a flood legend, despite beginning their new historical era long after Roman and Norman conquests. In Wales, there is a tale about a wicked dwarf named Aedan, who, due to his cruelty, caused a deluge that destroyed humanity. Only a married couple survived, taking animals and plants aboard their ark. Greek mythology contains 3 accounts of floods. The most famous involves the Titan Prometheus, who brought fire to humans and provoked Zeus's wrath. In punishment, Zeus sent a flood to destroy the Titans. Prometheus, however, warned his son Deucalion, who built a ship for himself and his wife Pyrrha. Their vessel eventually landed on Mount Parnassus, the Greek Ararat. In all these legends, the plot is strikingly similar. Humanity perishes in a flood, and only one man and his family survive. In regions influenced by the Bible, this man is known as Noah. Among the Aztecs, he is called Nene, while in the Middle East, he appears as Atrahasis, Utnapishtim, or Ziusudra. The vessel varies across traditions, from a ship in the Bible to a submarine in Mesopotamian myths, and a hollowed-out log in Aztec tales. As researcher Graham Hancock notes, the Mesopotamian flood myth closely parallels the famous biblical story of Noah and the flood. Despite the diversity of versions, the essential message remains. There was a global catastrophe that nearly annihilated humanity. In India, scholars have uncovered ancient versions of the Great Flood. Manu, the Dravidian Noah, was warned of the impending flood by a divine fish, sometimes identified as the creator Brahma or the preserver Vishnu. This story appears in texts like the Shatapatha Brahmana, which predates the Bible, as well as in the Mahabharata. According to Indian mythology, Vishnu, a god, warned Manu, a man, of the impending flood. He sent him a large ship and instructed him to load it with pairs of all living creatures and seeds of all plants, and then to board it himself. In the Greek version, humanity was destroyed by Zeus, king of the gods, out of vengeance. To cleanse the earth, he unleashed a universal flood. This flood wiped out all humanity except for a few who fled to the highest mountains. Hancock also mentions flood myths from Laos and northern Thailand, where it is said that centuries ago, beings called Ten demanded that humans share their food with them as a sign of respect. When the people refused, the Ten, in anger, unleashed a flood that devastated the land. Japanese legends tell how the islands of Oceania emerged after a flood destroyed the world, and then the god Tangaloa recreated it. On Samoa, islanders believe in a flood that nearly wiped out all humanity long ago. According to Mexican mythology, torrential rains and floods were so destructive that even mountains disappeared, forcing humans to transform into fish. Farther south, in Ecuador, the Cañari people passed down an ancient story of a flood from which 2 brothers survived by climbing a high mountain. In the province of Ancasmarca, located 5 leagues from Cusco, the indigenous people shared the following tale. A month before the flood, their sheep, llamas, became sorrowful. By day, they ate nothing. By night, they watched the stars. Finally, the shepherd asked them what troubled them, and they replied that the alignment of the stars foretold the world's destruction by water. Hearing this, the shepherd consulted with his children, and together they decided to gather as much food and as many sheep as possible and ascend the very high mountain called Ankasmarka. They said that as the water rose, the mountain grew higher, preventing the flood from entirely covering it. When the water receded, the mountain also shrank. Thus, the shepherd's 6 children repopulated the region. In pre-Columbian Chile, the Araucanians preserved a tradition about a flood from which only a few indigenous people survived. They fled to a high mountain called Tegteg, meaning thundering or sparkling, which had 3 peaks and was capable of floating on water. On the southernmost tip of the continent, the Yamana people of Tierra del Fuego tell a story. The flood was caused by a woman, the moon. It was a time of great rising waters. The moon was full of hatred for human beings. During that time, everyone drowned except for a few who managed to escape to 5 mountain peaks that the waters did not cover. Similar examples can be found among other indigenous groups in the Americas. Among the Luiseno people of Baja California and farther north among the Huron, Algonquin, Dakota, and Iroquois. The Chickasaw asserted that the world was destroyed by water, but that one family and a pair of animals from each species were saved. In Tierra del Fuego, inhabitants recall a time when the sun and moon fell from the sky, while the Chinese recount when the planets changed their paths and the sun, moon, and stars began moving differently. The Tarahumara in northern Mexico have legends about the world's destruction following a change in the sun's path. Another group from Tierra del Fuego, the Pehuenche, links the flood to an extended period of darkness. The sun and moon fell from the sky, leaving the world without light. Australian Aboriginal tribes believe they owe their origins to a great flood that washed away the earth and its inhabitants. According to some of their myths, the flood was caused by the cosmic snake Yulungur, whose symbol is the rainbow. Biblical echoes of the flood. Consider the biblical passage where God says,
I establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life.
Genesis 9:11-17. Isn't it fascinating how cultures so distant from one another echo such similar themes? In hymns to Viracocha, recorded by Pachacuti Yamqui, we encounter the term Anancocha, literally the sea above, directly referring to the stellar heavens. Whatever else this myth signifies, the sources of the impending flood were located somewhere external, in the astronomical realm. In another myth about Quetzalcoatl, also recorded in Nahuatl, we learn that the death of the 4th sun, which preceded the 5th sun, which the Aztecs tried to sustain, came at the hands of the stars. This myth, a reworking of an older version, likely now lost, has an exact duplicate in the Andes in the myth of the llama and the flood. To the Aztecs, the stars were enemies of the sun, the 5th sun. Ancient and later traditions repeatedly associate flood legends with cometary symbolism.
The sky drew closer to the earth, and in one day everything perished. Even the mountains were submerged beneath the water.
This is recorded in one of Mexico's oldest codices. The priests of the Quiche Maya wrote in the sacred book Popol Vuh,
A great flood was unleashed, the face of the earth darkened, and black rain began to fall, pouring day and night. People fled in despair. They tried to climb the treetops, but the trees threw them off. They sought shelter in caves and grottos, but these buried them. Thus ended the race of men destined for destruction.
a global memory of catastrophe. Accounts of a cataclysm involving hurricanes, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions persist among the indigenous peoples of the Amazon basin and African tribes. Moving eastward from the Atlantic, local flood myths describe varying water levels. On the Atlantic coasts of Africa and South America, legends speak of enormous tidal waves reaching mountain peaks. However, as one progresses eastward, the depth of the water decreases. In Persia, the water reached human height. In China, the sea inundated the land before retreating southeast. Mythic unity or shared reality. Such widespread similarity in flood myths could stem from one of two causes. A common origin. The myths could all have derived from a single source, a shared experience. This explanation aligns better with the evidence. Dr. Richard Andre conducted meticulous research on global flood myths. He catalogued over 500 legends, analyzing 20 from Asia, 3 from Europe, 7 from Africa, 46 from the Americas, and 10 from Australia and Oceania, a total of 86 myths. He concluded that 62 of these were entirely independent of the Mesopotamian or Jewish versions. This strongly suggests that behind these ancient stories lies a real cataclysmic event. How do we reconstruct these long-ago occurrences with as much precision and objectivity as possible? How do we weave scientific evidence and ancient testimonies into a coherent narrative? Zachariah Sitchin and Alan Alford offer different interpretations of this catastrophe, drawing from Mesopotamian and biblical texts. Since the biblical source is merely an adaptation of earlier traditions aligned with Jewish beliefs, it is difficult to construct a logical and consistent narrative of events based solely on it.
When men began to multiply on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took them as wives, whomever they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with man forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them.
Genesis 6:1-7. The Bible then states that Noah was a righteous man who walked with God, implying a direct and specific relationship. Judging by the context, one of Noah's ancestors, Enoch, may have been something of an informant, testifying against the Nephilim, fallen angels or beings, who cohabited with the daughters of men. Given the long lifespans of humans in those times, it is plausible that Enoch and Noah not only knew each other for centuries, but were also privy to many secrets. The genealogies of patriarchs likely trace the lineage of a particular group of humans, those who began to call on the name of the Lord and later formed a kind of priestly caste after the order of Melchizedek. Enoch's departure is noteworthy. Enoch walked faithfully with God, then he was no more, because God took him. This suggests he may have been integrated into the Anunnaki's community or relieved from typical human obligations. Alford hypothesizes that Enoch might have been protected in Anunnaki settlements to prevent him from meeting the fate of Abel. The apocryphal Book of Enoch explicitly states that he lived among the Anunnaki. The next individual entrusted by the Lord appears to be Noah, but Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. God revealed his intentions to Noah.
I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood, make rooms in it, and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to bring flood waters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you to be kept alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them.
Genesis 6:14-21. Despite the apparent absurdity of these instructions, this account is highly revealing. God seems to lose his omnipotence, relying on an elaborate and seemingly inefficient method to destroy and save all flesh. Why not create a more direct resolution? The narrative appears to have been adapted from earlier sources. This is evident in the mention of clean and unclean animals, which are later defined only in the Mosaic law, codified much later when Moses received the law, including detailed dietary rules. This oversight betrays the text's later priestly authorship. These elements underscore that the biblical account, while rich in metaphor and moral teaching, reflects a much older tradition reinterpreted through a specific cultural and religious lens. To find more reliable sources, we turn to the Epic of Gilgamesh, which has already been cited multiple times. Here is what Utnapishtim, the prototype of the biblical Noah, revealed to Gilgamesh.
I will reveal to you, Gilgamesh, a secret word, and the mystery of the gods I will tell you. Shuruppak, the city that you know, which lies on the banks of the Euphrates. This city was ancient, and the gods were close to it. The great gods decided to bring about a flood, their hearts inclining to destruction. They took counsel together, Anu, their father, Enlil, the warrior, their advisor, Ninurta, their herald, Ennugi, their inspector. The wise Enki was with them, but he swore an oath with them. Yet to a reed hut he whispered their secret. Reed hut, wall, wall, hear, O reed hut. Wall, understand this. Shurupakite, son of Ubar-Tutu, tear down your house and build a boat. Forsake wealth and seek life. Spurn possessions and save your soul. Bring all living things onto your boat.
In the age of modern technology, we might not be surprised to hear someone speaking to a wall or device, knowing that walls can contain microphones that transmit information. Clearly, Enki leaked the plans of the gods' council to his chosen favorite or trusted agent among humans. Utnapishtim. Enki also instructed Utnapishtim on how to explain his departure from the city to make the necessary preparations. Utnapishtim justified his actions to the elders and citizens with a plausible story. Incidentally, he was the king of Shuruppak. The entire city's people helped him build his boat under the pretext that
Enlil hates me. I will no longer dwell in your city. I will turn my steps away from the land of Enlil. I will go down to the ocean, to the Lord Enki.
Utnapishtim followed his patron's instructions precisely. He built his boat and sealed it, using the methods available at the time. When the appointed day arrived, the flood began. Its description is rich in detail, which helps us understand the nature of the events. Here is another excerpt from this remarkable piece of ancient literature.
At the first glimmer of dawn, from the foundation of heaven, a dark cloud arose. The Anunnaki lit their torches, their brightness alarming the earth. What had been light turned to darkness, the land was shattered like a clay pot. On the first day, the south wind blew fiercely. It came swiftly, flooding the mountains, as though waging war, overwhelming the land. One could not see another. From the heavens, people were unrecognizable. The gods of the flood were terrified. They ascended to the heavens of Anu, clinging like dogs. They crouched outside. Ishtar cried out as though in childbirth, the lady of the gods, whose voice is sweet. Let that day turn to clay. For in the assembly of the gods I decreed destruction. For in the assembly of the gods I decided this evil. Why did I decree destruction of my people to make them fill the sea like fish? The Anunnaki gods wept with her. The gods sat subdued, weeping, huddled together, their lips parched.
Surely this account contains far more logic than the biblical retelling, the human side of the gods during the flood. The gods are portrayed as more human and comprehensible in their actions. They lit beacons and disturbed the earth with their lights. Today, we understand that during catastrophic global processes, systems for warning the population and coordinated rescue operations are indispensable. This is especially true in places like airports and spaceports, where beacons are essential for navigation in poor visibility caused by clouds. As the story unfolds, we learn that the gods' behavior suggests they were not the creators of the flood, but rather its victims, just like mortals. They grew fearful and retreated to Anu's heaven. This indicates they could not remain on Earth. They lacked the power to halt the catastrophe. Moreover, Inanna's emotions show that they regretted their actions. Not regretting the creation of humans, as in the Bible, but rather regretting not warning humanity, not helping them survive. Clearly, the decision not to warn about the impending catastrophe was driven not by malice, but by pity. The gods likely understood the limits of their resources and knew they had little chance of saving any significant number of their creations. They simply didn't want humanity to spend its last days in panic and fear. Utnapishtim's ordeal. Utnapishtim endured terrible events in his fragile vessel.
On the seventh day the storm and flood ceased their battle. Those who fought like an army were stilled. The sea calmed, the storm abated, the flood ended. I opened the hatch. A light fell on my face. I gazed at the sea. It was quiet, and all humanity turned to clay. The plain had become flat like a roof. I fell to my knees, sat and wept. Tears streamed down my face.
Like Noah, Utnapishtim released birds to determine if it was time to leave the ark. He finally deduced from the raven's behavior that the time had come. His ark landed on the slopes of Mount Nisir, identified as the biblical Ararat, located in northeastern Turkey. Miraculously saved, the lone human survivor offered sacrifices to the gods. The gods responded by gathering around his sanctuary.
As soon as the mother goddess arrived, she lifted her great necklace, which Anu had crafted for her delight. O gods, around my neck is this lapis lazuli. As I shall never forget it, so I shall remember these days forever. Never shall I forget them. Let all the gods come to the offering, but let Enlil not approach the offering, for he, without reflection, caused the flood and doomed my people to destruction.
Once again, we see discord among the gods regarding the final solution to the human question proposed by Enlil, Anu's son and ruler of the earth. Enki, Enlil's brother and a more compassionate figure toward their creations, seemingly had many covert supporters who were reluctant to openly oppose Enlil.
When Enlil arrived there, seeing the ship, Enlil became enraged. He was filled with fury at the Igigi gods. What soul escaped? No human was supposed to survive. Ninurta opened his mouth and said, speaking to Enlil, the warrior, who but Enki could devise such a plan? It is Enki who knows every matter.
Despite his anger, Enlil proved to be forgiving, and things turned out relatively well for Utnapishtim. Enki rebuked Enlil, appealing to his reason.
I did not reveal the secrets of the great gods. To the wise I sent a dream, and he discerned the gods' plans. Now counsel him wisely. Enlil rose, climbed aboard the ship, took me by the hand, and led me out. He made my wife kneel beside me, touched our foreheads, stood between us and blessed us. Until now Utnapishtim was mortal. Now Utnapishtim shall be like us gods. Let him dwell at the mouth of the rivers in isolation. They led me far away and settled me at the mouth of the rivers.
What conclusions can we draw from Utnapishtim's revelations to Gilgamesh? This account might hold as much truth as a heavily diluted story. Was the flood truly as global as Utnapishtim claims? Perhaps in Mesopotamia, where most people lived at the time, Enlil's faction of the gods merely assisted natural forces. Alternatively, causing a flood might have meant something entirely different to the gods, such as remaining silent about the impending disaster. Later, this story might have been crafted to instill reverence and fear. What then was the true cause of the catastrophe? There are several hypotheses regarding the nature of the flood. The first suggests it was a tidal wave caused by the breaking of the Antarctic ice sheet and the sliding of its fragments into the sea. The second hypothesis is based on the Bible, which describes how all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, meaning gases burst through cracks in the ocean floor, exerting pressure on the ocean water. This could have been caused by tectonic processes or the impact of an asteroid. Alan Alford believes the primary cause lies elsewhere. Scientists hypothesize that the close approach of two planets creates a cosmic stress field where colossal electromagnetic forces concentrate. Thus, the passage of NIBIRU, which is 3 times the size of Earth, must have caused significant upheavals, resulting in the volcanic effects associated with the flood. A secondary result could have been polar ice melting, ice slipping into the sea, and gas eruptions in the ocean. As for the flood itself, Earth's waters may have been drawn outward by gravitational forces, forming an enormous water bubble directed toward NIBIRU during its approach. Then, when NIBIRU passed, this mass of water rushed back onto Earth, sweeping along uprooted trees, the carcasses of animals, and depositing them in heaps. He suggests this could also have altered Earth's orbital period around the Sun, its axis rotation, and even the tilt of the axis itself. It is no coincidence that the oscillations of Earth's axis, leading to the phenomenon of precession of the equinoxes, began around this time, as previously discussed. The length of a day or year might have been different before the flood, shorter or longer. Thus, the entire chronology we use to assess pre-flood times comes into question. Supporting this, an ancient text, the poem of Era, contains a complaint from the god Marduk, who laments that due to the flood, the order of the heavens and earth has gone awry, and the positions of the gods and celestial luminaries have shifted and have not returned to their places. This again suggests that if the gods were involved in the flood, it was only indirectly, as there would be no sense in lamenting something they themselves had orchestrated. Many scholars doubt the veracity of these accounts of the flood, but perhaps they simply haven't taken the time to carefully examine and correctly translate these ancient poems. In Atrahasis, Enki tells the hero, "I will send you field birds and forest beasts and feed for them." Obviously, Noah Utnapishtim did not capture animals. Instead, he took aboard the ark, the seed of all living creatures. That's all. Genetic samples of animal species to recreate them later. Unlike the legend of Noah's Ark, the Epic of Gilgamesh gives us another important detail. Utnapishtim, or Utanapishti, as some prefer to transliterate the text, took aboard not only his family, but also his entire clan and all skilled artisans. It's worth pondering, would the craftsmen have agreed to embark on such a journey without their wives and children? Thus, Alford's subsequent interpretations diverge from this narrative. Not only did Noah and his family survive, but many others survived as well. They lived and left descendants. They may not have been as genetically advanced as the patriarch, but such refinement wasn't necessary for them. They were there to practice their crafts. We can confidently state that not all humans scattered across the earth at that time perished. Remember Dr. Richard André's research. He identified 62 legends of the flood that are independent of Mesopotamian accounts. These are the legacies of the few who survived. It is entirely possible that by then the earth was populated by people of various races, red, black, white, and yellow. Perhaps in the mines, the Anunnaki marked their workers by skin color instead of uniforms. This could also explain the differences in cultures and languages, as well as the significant degradation of primitive tribes. Prolonged isolation is the only plausible explanation. It is surprising that Sitchin and Alford ignored such simple explanations for the origins of races and languages. The flood became a significant milestone, both for the gods, cosmonauts and geological explorers, and for humans, who were granted new rights. What came of this will be explored in the next section. In previous sections, we concluded that the lifespan of humans in pre-flood times equaled that of the gods, beings who created us through genetic manipulation. Today, many people become decrepit wrecks by the age of 60, surviving only thanks to a mountain of medications. This is an issue. To understand why we have become such frail and short-lived creatures, let us briefly return to pre-flood times and, using the available written records, attempt to reconstruct history. We will start by analyzing a couple of texts to make some important assumptions. The wild man encounters in the Epic of Gilgamesh. First, consider the Epic of Gilgamesh. One episode describes an encounter between a hunter and a being that was distinct from ordinary humans, yet undoubtedly intelligent.
The hunter went to Gilgamesh. He set out on a journey, turned his steps to Uruk. Before Gilgamesh he spoke these words: "There is a man who has come from the mountains throughout the land. His hand is powerful, like a celestial stone. His hands are strong. He constantly roams all the mountains. He constantly mingles with the beasts at the watering place. He constantly directs his steps to the watering hole. I fear him, dare not approach him. I dig pits, he fills them in. I set traps, he tears them out. He leads away the beasts and creatures of the steppe. He will not let me work in the steppe."
Earlier in the text, it is clear that this being leads a wild and primitive existence.
His body is covered with hair, like a woman. He wears his hair long. His locks are thick as grain. He has not known humans or the world, clad in animal skins like Sumukan. With gazelles he eats grass. With the beasts he mingles at the watering hole. With the creatures he drinks water to his heart's content.
Does this description remind you of anyone? It certainly resembles a Neanderthal, or at least a hybrid of Neanderthal and modern humans. Some may argue, but Neanderthals went extinct 30,000 years ago. True, but the coelacanth, the famous surviving species of lobe-finned fish, was also believed to be extinct for millions of years. It should have been extinct, yet it persists in numbers sufficient for population continuity. It would be foolish to think that Neanderthals all perished at once. Most likely, they coexisted with Homo sapiens for a time, albeit in numbers so statistically insignificant that their remains have yet to be discovered. It is also possible that some of them survived the flood. We do not know how long this species could live. Perhaps their lifespan matched that of pre-flood humans, or perhaps, being a less successful experiment by Enki, it was shorter. What matters is that some members of this species survived even after the flood. What's more fascinating is that the epic suggests this being, presumably a Neanderthal, was sexually compatible with humans. Gilgamesh said to the hunter,
"Go, my hunter, bring the harlot Shamat with you. When he drinks with the beasts at the watering hole, let her remove her clothes, revealing her beauty. When he sees her, he will approach her and leave the beasts he grew up with in the wilderness." 6 days passed. 7 days passed. Unceasingly Enkidu knew the harlot. When he was sated with pleasure, he turned his face back to the beasts. When the gazelles saw Enkidu, they ran away. The creatures of the steppe shunned his body.
The being's name was Enkidu. This behavior strongly suggests the possibility of interbreeding between humans and Neanderthals in the early stages of history. As a result, their genes may have mixed partially. Non-viable offspring likely perished, while stable traits were passed on to descendants. It is quite possible that residual hairiness is not an inherent human trait, but a recent acquisition, an extra feature, like some other vestigial traits humans initially lacked. This is one hypothetical reason humanity might have gradually lost its original genome, including the capacity for extraordinary longevity. since the genealogy of patriarchs from Adam to Noah covers only a line of privileged individuals, presumably assistants or servants of the Anunnaki, it stands to reason that the common laborers who toiled in the fields and mines for the Anunnaki were either unaware of or did not adhere to the rules their masters set for them. The Bible contains limited information about the marital customs of the patriarchs, but judging by the example of Abraham and Sarah, it can be assumed that the tradition of marrying one's cousins persisted. In the context of a small population, the genes for longevity likely remained intact. However, we must not forget that humans are an artificially modeled species rather than one that arrived at its genotype independently. This implies a certain instability in their genetic inheritance mechanisms. Humans are more susceptible to external influences than their animal predecessors. The hereditary information packages we pass on to our offspring contain not only significant variability in appearance, e.g., racial differences, but also the unprotected possibility of passing on harmful or unnecessary traits. Why is this dangerous? Among animals, this occurs extremely rarely, as unviable individuals with defective genes simply do not survive. For humans, especially in those times when lifespans were longer, this mechanism did not function effectively. Over their extended lives, human heredity inevitably faced attacks, such as from free radicals, which are now recognized as one of the main causes of aging. These are small amounts of excess oxygen within cells that damage cell walls and nuclei over time, leading to the accumulation of errors in the organism's functioning. Male reproductive cells were not immune to these changes either. Any harmful impact on a woman's eggs, present from birth, remained with her throughout life. In men, the genetic copying errors in sperm cells, which are produced continuously throughout life, also accumulated. This risk is compounded by the fact that these minor but constant mutations accumulated over millennia and could even be passed on late in life. For humans with a long lifespan, this would have been catastrophic. This is particularly true of children conceived by parents at an advanced age. The tremendous reproductive boom that followed humanity's initiation into independent reproduction led to a genuine demographic explosion. Parents did not die off, and during their lifetimes, their descendants could produce children over dozens, if not hundreds, of generations. These descendants obviously continued to engage in sexual relations amongst themselves. This likely led to a persistent genetic mutation that affected the entire population, reducing life expectancy. The genealogy of the patriarchs serves as evidence that from Adam to Lamech, all the early patriarchs were born to relatively young fathers, unlike modern customs. This was crucial in reducing the mutational effect in reproductive cells. Whether or not the patriarchs were aware of this secret, they faithfully adhered to the instructions given to them by the Anunnaki. Another noteworthy observation is the remarkable scarcity of offspring among the patriarchs. Even accepting the biblical lifespan of 900 years, rather than Alford's estimate of 90,000 years, this is clearly not coincidental. Over 900 years, in the absence of contraception, a wife could theoretically be exhausted from continuous childbirth. However, the patriarchs did not exploit this, evidently following established rules rather than acting independently. Alternatively, there may be aspects of human reproduction from that era that remain unknown to us. In contrast, over thousands of years, human genes in other sapiens lines mixed over more than 6,000 generations. Following Alan Alford, we must acknowledge that the stream of human genes, to use Richard Dawkins' metaphor, split into two currents. One, a narrow stream where genes were carefully preserved. The other, a turbulent torrent driven primarily by the pursuit of sexual pleasures. Thus, this is the first hypothesis explaining why humans, originally granted a long lifespan approaching near immortality, now live so briefly and, let us restrain ourselves from overly expressive terms, poorly. This explanation may not flatter our species from a moral standpoint, but it appears the most natural. Moreover, it helps explain certain other phenomena, such as the many sexual prohibitions imposed on humanity alongside other religious doctrines. No matter how much we advocate for personal freedom today, including in sexual matters, it is worth recognizing that the laws of sexual purity are highly beneficial for humanity, both in terms of physical and, more likely, moral health. Leviticus, one of the books of Moses' Pentateuch, contains an almost exhaustive list of relatives with whom sexual relations are undesirable. Such relations are discouraged because offspring from these unions have a very high chance of being born defective, burdened with hereditary diseases and deformities.
None of you shall approach any close relative to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord.
Leviticus 18:6-17. Apparently, our ancestors greatly abused such relationships. However, high moral behavior was not expected from them. God explicitly states in the book of Genesis that the inclination of the human heart is evil from youth. The Bible thus acknowledges that the level of culture and morality at the time was embryonic rather than high, as some supporters of the Golden Age myth like to imagine. To be fair, humans had their examples to follow. Even Enki, the creator of humanity, according to Sitchin's interpretation of Sumerian texts, sinned by engaging in outright incest. Enki desired a son specifically from his sister, Nin-Hursag. She was also a heavenly goddess, having descended to earth in ancient times. Some texts indicate that when the gods divided the earth among themselves, she received land in Dilmun, described as a pure place, a pristine land, an excellent place. Having arranged to be left alone, Enki poured his seed into Nin-Hursag's womb, and her womb received his seed. Subsequently, after 9 months of female ripeness, by the water's edge, Nin-Hursag delivered a child. However, the child was a girl. Failing to produce an heir, Enki later sought physical intimacy with his own daughter. When she also bore a daughter, he waited for her maturity and seduced her. Yet again, the result was a girl. Nin-Hursag eventually cursed him, only lifting the curse after he ceased his indiscretions. In his quest for an heir, Dumuzi, Tammuz, Enki's son, tried his father's tactic. He attempted to seduce his sister. However, his sister, Geshtinana, refused him. Breaking a taboo, he forced himself on his sister. According to Anunnaki moral laws, this was a serious crime, despite the various liberties they allowed themselves. The violator was arrested, and while awaiting trial, an accident occurred that nearly led to war among the gods. But more on that later. Thus, the biblical god, as we might deduce, likely belonged to Enlil's clan and therefore despised anything associated with Enki, including sexual freedom, scientific knowledge, of which Enlil's clan had less, and magic. Returning to the Bible, God does not merely admonish his people in the hope they will obey out of pure conscientiousness. He explicitly states the consequences awaiting them for disobedience, without overly highlighting his involvement in these punishments.
You shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's wife, defiling yourself with her. You shall not give any of your offspring to sacrifice them to Moloch, and so profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. Do not defile yourselves in any of these ways, for by all these practices the nations I am casting out before you have defiled themselves. Thus the land became defiled, and I punished it for its iniquity, and the land vomited out its inhabitants. But you shall keep my statutes and my ordinances, and commit none of these abominations, either the native-born or the alien residing among you. For the people of the land who were before you committed all these abominations, and the land became defiled. So let the land not vomit you out for defiling it, as it vomited out the nation that was before you. For whoever commits any of these abominations shall be cut off from their people.
Leviticus 19:20-29. There is a clear implication in these words that the consequences for improper actions will occur, regardless of God's direct involvement. In essence, this speaks to the degeneration and degradation of nations excessively indulging in abominations. In the text Atrahasis, it is recounted that on the eve of the flood, Enlil decided to punish humans by sending plagues and drought. What angered Enlil so much? The poem states that humans shamelessly engaged in intercourse, like cattle in a field. This deeply offended his sensitive nature to the point where he complained to his sons.
People are behaving very shamelessly and noisily. This noise disturbs me. Because of it, I cannot sleep. I will send them malaria, and disease will silence them like a storm. It will strike them. Plagues, headaches, malaria, all kinds of contagion.
What is meant by all kinds of contagion is unclear. However, it is quite possible that AIDS existed even before the flood. Alternatively, today's human lifespan might be the result of a common hereditary disease afflicting all of humanity. Perhaps a shortened lifespan syndrome. Identifying the cause of this SLS and figuring out how to prevent its effects could allow us to live for millennia again. Maybe not like Methuselah, but certainly beyond today's humiliating average of 70 years. Regardless, a decision was made to shorten human lifespans.
Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
Genesis 6:3. Interestingly, at one point, human heredity was infused with fresh blood. The Bible mentions a time when the sons of God, also known as the Watchers or Nephilim, saw that the daughters of men were beautiful and took them as wives. The offspring of these unions were giants, strong, renowned men of old. This aligns with the apocryphal book of Enoch, which states that Enoch testified against the Watchers who sinned with the daughters of men. Incidentally, according to Sitchin, the Egyptians referred to Ptah, Enki, and other gods as watchers or observers. As for why such actions were considered unacceptable among the Anunnaki, we can only speculate. Perhaps they viewed such unions as unworthy of their race. Maybe they sought to avoid legal or other issues with half-bloods. Legal hybrids between gods and humans were limited in number, including the likes of King Gilgamesh. More likely, however, they feared contamination, or more comprehensively, infection from humans. Thus, the virus theory does have a basis. Geneticist Steve Jones, speaking on the mysterious degradation of the human genome, remarked, "A significant portion of the hereditary landscape is littered with the corpses of discarded genes. At some point in our history, an important element of heredity was broken. Strangely enough, it appears that there are even genes within genes. Most remarkably, some hemophilia sufferers are afflicted because an extra segment of DNA has invaded their hereditary mechanism from somewhere in the recent past. Remember the theory of our ancestors' cannibalism, discussed earlier. Surprisingly, it finds partial confirmation in Sumerian texts. About 75,000 years ago, the last ice age began, excluding minor cyclical temperature fluctuations or optima. The climate in Mesopotamia likely became less suitable for agriculture. Considering the population explosion, there was clearly less fertile land than necessary to feed all the hungry mouths. This fact greatly pleased Enlil. However, he deemed passively allowing humans to starve insufficiently effective for his genocidal policy. In Atrahasis, this is described as follows.
The number of people did not decrease, they multiplied even more. Their noise disturbs me. Because of their misdeeds I cannot sleep. Let their fig trees be cut down. Let them have no vegetables to eat."
Alan Alford asserts that in a fragmented and unclear part of the text, it mentions that by the 7th period, humans had resorted to cannibalism to survive. In the 7th period, Enlil was again angry with Enki for distributing food to the starving people, but at this moment, the gods learned that the next passage of NIBIRU would cause a great flood, and humanity would perish anyway. Scholars translate the periods of drought as years, but the more accurate meaning of the word is passages, apparently referring to the passage of the gods' planet, NIBIRU. Thus, on the eve of the flood, humanity had already suffered approximately 8 or more periods of 3,600 years each. This would take us back in time to at least 40,000 BCE. Whether this is true or not, it is during this time that Neanderthals practically disappear. Scientists have not been able to provide a definitive explanation for this event. It is evident that the cause lies in the harsh competition between human species, which Neanderthals could not withstand. According to anthropologists, this period coincides with a revolutionary leap in human development: sewn clothing, improved housing structures, etc. This marked the beginning of mass human migration to Europe. A similar technological leap is observed in the Middle East, likely due to harsh living conditions created by Enlil, involving hunger, disease, and cannibalism, which forced humans to migrate from Mesopotamia. Thus, one or a combination of the above factors led to the degradation of the human genome and deprived humanity of the gift of longevity bestowed by the gods. However, human lifespan continued to decline after the flood. For instance, Noah's grandson Arphaxad lived only 5,100 years. At the same time, three distinct races emerged, with mitochondrial differences preserved through the maternal line for 200,000 years, aligning perfectly with modern scientific discoveries. This likely ties back to genetic experiments by the Anunnaki, as the natural formation theories proposed by scientists are insufficient. In subsequent generations, human lifespans decreased further. Peleg, referenced in the patriarchal genealogy cited in earlier chapters, and his direct descendants lived about one-third fewer years than before, where lifespans of 5,000 years had been typical. Finally, Abraham, the progenitor of the Jewish people, lived only 175 years. Compared to Arphaxad's lifespan, this was an insignificant fraction. Such a sharp reduction in Abraham's lifespan cannot be attributed solely to natural genetic processes. Alan Alford writes, "By my calculations, Terah was 2,100 years old when Abraham was born, and he died at the age of 2,235 years, a lifespan comparable to his predecessors. Considering Terah's birth year, 4,223 BCE, he was likely the first high priest of Nippur at the start of Sumerian civilization. Around 3,800 BCE, how did Terah manage to father children at such an advanced age? The Bible uses precisely the same language as it does when describing the strange circumstances of Noah fathering Shem, Ham, and Japheth. When Terah was 70 years old, he had sons, Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Remarkably, this vague phrasing appears only twice in the Old Testament. When discussing the births of Noah's three sons and the birth of Terah's three sons, we have already noted that the peculiar circumstances of Noah's fathering sons troubled the Bible's authors, who tried to obscure the fact that he fathered three sons at once. It is likely no coincidence that the same ambiguous language is used in this text regarding Abraham's birth. Again, this event was followed by a sharp reduction in Abraham's lifespan. Reality is a tough thing. Sometimes it's hard to accept, but it must be faced. When the waters of the flood began to recede, the Anunnaki's flying machines descended onto suitable landing sites. The gods, who had safely waited out the disaster in space, had to come to terms with the fact that the fruits of their millennia-long labor were destroyed. Mines and quarries were buried or submerged under massive waves. Fields were covered with layers of mud and silt. Production centers were washed away and destroyed by the waters. The presence of these beings on Earth was never a case of full colonization. However, the scale of their industrial activity must have been enormous. The infrastructure for extracting resources, processing and enriching them, and transporting them to Nibiru required meticulous planning, substantial material resources, time and labor. 13 millennia ago, the entire established system collapsed. We don't know how catastrophic the consequences were for Nibiru's economy, nor do we understand the true extent of this civilization's need for precious metals and other resources extracted on Earth. However, judging by the speed with which they began restoring their industrial facilities and structures supporting the transportation of resources into space, it can be inferred that Nibiru was heavily dependent on Earth's supplies. You might recall the episode in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the Anunnaki descended to the camp Gilgamesh had set up after the flood. Judging by the narrative, their feelings toward the survivor were warm, likely because they felt a genuine need for helpers. Although by that time the Anunnaki may have fully automated certain industrial processes, they now required humans more in service and the food industry. They certainly never refused offerings of gold. However, actual assistance from humanity was still some way off. the population had to grow first. The gods promised some help in this matter, apparently conducting astronomical calculations, and reassured Noah that such a flood would never happen again.
And God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it. May the fear and dread of you be upon all the beasts of the earth, and upon all the cattle of the earth, and upon all the birds of the air, upon everything that moves on the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hands they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. As the green herbs I give you everything. Be fruitful and multiply, and spread over the earth and increase upon it." And God said to Noah and his sons with him, "Behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you, with the birds, and with the cattle, and with all the wild beasts of the earth that are with you, all that go out of the ark, every beast of the earth. I establish my covenant with you, that never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of a flood, and never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth."
Genesis 9. The Anunnaki first tackled the most pressing issues after the flood. The most critical task was undoubtedly setting up spaceports, navigation centers, and energy sources. It was clear that NIBIRU would soon send numerous shipments essential for the restoration of the planet. However, there was nowhere for these transport ships to land. What would modern engineers and managers prioritize in such a situation? They would quickly construct temporary landing sites and equip them with the necessary communication systems. Aesthetics would take a back seat. Functionality was the priority. According to Zecharia Sitchin, as the Earth's surface gradually dried, the Anunnaki could use a massive stone platform in the Cedar Mountains, located in present-day Lebanon, for landing their spacecraft. Sitchin believed that this platform was prepared before the flood. He also theorized that they oriented the landing corridor toward Mount Ararat, the tallest peak in the region, and marked its boundaries by constructing two artificial mountains, the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt. This perspective is undoubtedly worth considering. However, it's challenging to agree that such labor-intensive structures were necessary to mark the boundaries of a corridor. Simple beacons with light or radio signals would have sufficed for their spacecraft to navigate during landing. It's hard to believe that a highly advanced civilization relied on primitive methods like visual landscape orientation for aerospace navigation. Clearly, these massive structures served a completely different purpose. As suggested earlier, the pyramids were not originally built for ritual purposes, but had practical utility. Later, as ancient Egyptians coexisted with these pyramids, they tried to emulate them, assigning religious and symbolic meanings without understanding their true function. Take the Great Pyramid of Khufu as an example. Its current height is 138 meters, originally 147 meters. It was constructed using 2.5 million limestone and granite blocks, each weighing approximately 2.5 tons. The base is a meticulously prepared flat surface with less than 2 centimeters of deviation in horizontal alignment. The pyramid's base is square, with each side measuring 227.5 meters, and the orientation aligns almost perfectly with the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The deviation in side lengths is no more than 20 centimeters, and the entire structure is precisely aligned with the compass. Until the 19th century, it was the tallest structure in the world. Some scientists suggest that it was built so robustly that it could withstand a medium-yield nuclear explosion. Was Khufu preparing for a nuclear attack from neighboring states? A stele found in Giza within a temple dedicated to Isis provides clues. Known as the Inventory Stela, it bears an inscription attributed to Pharaoh Khufu, around 2600 BCE. According to Sitchin, the inscriptions are undeniable evidence that the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx existed long before Khufu's reign. The text states that Khufu merely constructed a temple to Isis near the pre-existing pyramid and Sphinx.
Long live Horus Mesdau, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. Khufu given life. He built the house of Isis, mistress of the pyramid, beside the house of the Sphinx. For his divine mother Isis, mistress of the western mountain of Hathor, he made this steely inscription.
Zechariah Sitchin references an Egyptian legend about Pharaoh Khufu and his 3 sons, suggesting that during Khufu's reign, the secret plans for the Great Pyramid were entrusted to the god Thoth, the deity of astronomy, mathematics, geometry, and land surveying. It is also noted that all other pyramids in Giza, which are significantly smaller and simpler in internal design than the Great Pyramid, appear to be mediocre copies built by pharaohs attempting to replicate this wonder of the world. These later pyramids were constructed with only descending corridors, indicating a lack of engineering knowledge. This includes the second largest pyramid, the Pyramid of Khafra. Furthermore, these pharaohs may not have even known the internal layout or purpose of the Great Pyramid. Khufu, however, may have been aware of hidden chambers within the Great Pyramid and even attempted to uncover the location of Thoth's stored blueprints. Another legend, recorded in the papyrus Westcar and titled Tales of Magicians by Egyptologists, recounts how Khufu summoned his 3 sons and asked them to share tales of ancient magicians. The 3rd son mentioned knowing a man who could reattach a severed head, tame lions, and who also knew the numbers of Thoth's chambers. This information intrigued Khufu, as he had long sought to uncover the secret of the numbers of Thoth's chambers in the Great Pyramid. This story proves that the Great Pyramid could not have been Khufu's tomb, as it was sealed and inaccessible during his lifetime. Khufu's interest in the numbers, which could be interpreted in modern terms as codes, may have stemmed from a desire to use the pyramid for his burial rituals. Although his intentions were never realized, they likely contributed to the myth of pyramids as tombs, a belief that may have gained traction during the reigns of Khufu's successors. In the tale, Khufu ordered that the sage Dedi be brought to him from an island at the southern tip of the Sinai Peninsula. Upon his arrival, Dedi demonstrated his magical abilities before Khufu and was asked if he truly knew the numbers for Thoth's chambers. Dedi replied that he did not know the numbers, but was aware of the location of the blueprints, claiming they were hidden in a secret chamber called the Room of Maps in Heliopolis, within a chest made of whetstone. However, Dedi added that the plans were meant not for Khufu, but for his descendant. Egyptian civilization is believed to have arisen independently around 3100 BCE. The first pharaoh, Menes, united Upper and Lower Egypt, southern and northern regions respectively. Little is known about who Menes was or how he achieved this feat, whether through military force or diplomacy. Historians generally reject the idea of significant influence from Sumerian civilization on Egypt, despite the 2 cultures' geographic proximity. The chronology of ancient Egypt largely relies on the king lists compiled by the priest Manetho, written during a much later period and based on fragmented sources already millennia old. Modern archaeology has provided scant evidence to corroborate the existence and timelines of these kings, making the historical narrative heavily reliant on conjecture. What evidence supports the idea that Khufu built the Great Pyramid? The primary source is the account of Herodotus, who recounted a legend in which Khufu depleted his resources during the pyramid's 20-year construction and resorted to extreme measures, even prostituting his daughter to fund the project. According to the story, the daughter demanded each client bring a stone block to contribute to the construction. While the tale sounds outlandish, Herodotus likely recorded it faithfully as it was told to him by his guide. Herodotus also claimed that 100,000 slaves were used to build the pyramid, a figure that modern scholars consider highly exaggerated. The only other evidence linking Khufu to the pyramid comes from a British archaeologist, Colonel Howard Vyse. In 1835, Vyse, eager to make a significant discovery, explored the Great Pyramid. He claimed to have accidentally found a cartouche inscribed within a sealed space above the king's chamber, attributing the pyramid's construction to Khufu. However, doubts about the authenticity of this discovery arose almost immediately. Samuel Birch, an expert from the British Museum, noted that some hieroglyphs were poorly formed and others were inconsistent with Khufu's era. The writing style did not match the period, and grammatical errors further undermined its credibility. Additionally, the inscription referenced two pharaohs, which made no historical sense. Analysis revealed that the inscription's author likely relied on outdated research, inadvertently exposing the forgery. In 1980, Zecharia Sitchin conducted a thorough structural analysis of the cartouche and demonstrated that the inscription discovered by Weiss incorrectly used the symbol of the solar disk. Instead of reading K'ufu, it read Ra'ufu. For an Egyptian scribe of that era, this was an unthinkable mistake and a blasphemy that would never have been left for posterity. Sitchin noted, whoever wrote these inscriptions presented by Weiss, executed in red, used a style of writing, linear, script, hieratic and semi-hieratic, and uppercase letters employed in different periods, but not in the era of Khufu and always in later periods. Moreover, the scribe was not very literate. Many hieroglyphs were written either unclearly, incompletely, out of place, or were used incorrectly or were entirely unknown. Substituting the hieroglyph Kh with Ra, this was an error inconceivable in the time of Khufu. Such a crude mistake could only have been made by someone poorly acquainted with hieroglyphs. Nevertheless, despite the lack of evidence, apart from Herodotus's anecdotal account, textbooks continue to uniformly assert that the pyramid was built by Khufu. The evidence of forgery is simply ignored by scholars. The entire pyramid was constructed without the use of lime mortar. Although the outer surface of the Great Pyramid has suffered considerable erosion from wind and weather, its sides were once smooth. When Herodotus visited in the 5th century BCE, the pyramid's cladding was fully intact, though much of it was later removed to build mosques in Cairo. Currently, only a few of these cladding stones remain in museums and at the top of the Pyramid of Khafre, the second largest pyramid. These 6-sided stones, each weighing 15 tons, were polished and carefully trimmed to fit precisely with the adjacent stones of the main structure, with joints less than half a millimeter wide. In 820 CE, the Arab Caliph Abdullah al-Ma'mun decided to search for Khufu's treasures. At that time, the pyramid was still covered with white limestone cladding, and all entrances were carefully concealed. Unable to locate the hidden door to the supposed tomb, the Caliph ordered his workers to dig underneath the pyramid. After tunneling tens of meters without results, the workers were about to abandon the project when they heard the faint echo of a heavy impact within the pyramid. Digging in the direction of the sound, they discovered a corridor leading downward into the pyramid. On the floor lay a large stone block that had fallen from the ceiling, presumed to be the source of the noise. At the start of the corridor, they found the concealed exterior door they had initially missed. Following the corridor downwards, they reached a depth below the pyramid and into the natural rock beneath it. The corridor eventually leveled out and extended horizontally for about 20 meters, ending at a wall. Examining the fallen stone block, the workers noticed a large granite plug above it. Passing through, they discovered another corridor, which widened and led into the pyramid's center. Continuing along this corridor, they encountered several granite blocks obstructing the passage. After tunneling around these blocks along the walls, they eventually reached a low horizontal corridor leading to a small square chamber, later dubbed the Queen's Chamber. There is no evidence to suggest it ever served that function, but the name persists as a nod to the tradition of viewing pyramids as tombs. The workers noticed an open space in the ceiling at the junction of two corridors. Climbing up, they entered the so-called Grand Gallery, which led to a small horizontal corridor. Following this, they arrived at a large chamber approximately 11 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 6 meters high. This chamber, called the King's Chamber, contained a massive granite sarcophagus without a lid. Aside from this, the room was completely empty. Legend has it that the Arabs, disappointed by the lack of treasures, attempted to dismantle the Great Pyramid and use its materials for construction in Cairo. However, after removing the pyramid's capstone, they abandoned the exhausting effort. Some believe the capstone had already been missing long before their time. The scientific community generally believes that the pyramid, like many other burial sites of Egyptian nobility, fell victim to robbers long before Al-Ma'mun's entry. However, if the accounts of his workers are to be trusted, the granite blocks sealing the passages were still in place when they entered. In 1638, English mathematician John Greaves, during a visit to the pyramid, discovered a narrow hidden passage connecting the Grand Gallery to the descending corridor. Both ends of this passage were tightly sealed, and its floor was littered with rubble. There have been suggestions that the pyramid was never used as a tomb, but rather served as an astronomical observatory. The Roman author Proclus claimed that, until its construction was completed, the pyramid was employed for precisely that purpose. However, there is no evidence to substantiate this theory either. Other pyramids are generally quite dissimilar to the Great Pyramid in both size and internal structure. Nevertheless, at least some of them were indeed built by the Egyptians. The origin of ancient Egyptian culture itself remains an enigma. As Egyptologist John Anthony West writes, "Every branch of knowledge in Egypt seems to have had a completed character from the very beginning. In science, visual arts, construction techniques, and the hieroglyphic system, nowhere is there any sign of developmental stages. Many achievements of the earliest dynasties were never surpassed." To avoid revisiting this topic later, it is worth noting that transporting all these stone blocks from the quarries in Aswan, located about 1,000 kilometers south of the pyramids, on an industrial scale would have required technology comparable to that of the 20th century, at the very least. The second point is the precision with which the blocks were cut and meticulously fitted together. Achieving this level of craftsmanship with the tools available to ancient Egyptians would have been impossible. The third and decisive factor proving that the Great Pyramid was not constructed by the ancient Egyptians lies in its internal design, which clearly does not correspond to a tomb or ritual center. The two shafts in the pharaoh's burial chamber have been known since the 17th century. John Greaves, a professor of astronomy at Oxford, reported their existence after his famous examination of the Giza pyramids in 1638, mentioning that the northern shaft was blackened by the soot of torches. In 1693, French consul de Maillet also noted the shafts and proposed the unusual theory that they were used to deliver food and remove waste. Later, in 1837, Howard Vyse discovered that the shafts extended outward. He hypothesized they were designed for ventilation. The term ventilation shaft has persisted since then, although their true purpose remains unknown. The builders left the last 13 centimeters of stone uncut at the entrances of two ventilation shafts in the Queen's chamber. This strongly suggests that the shafts were not intended for ventilation. It wasn't until 1872 that Wayneman Dixon discovered them in the Queen's chamber using percussion techniques. He uncovered a passage 20 centimeters high and 23 centimeters wide that ascended at an angle. 2 meters into the passage, it turned sharply upward. The Dixon brothers managed to retrieve 3 small artifacts from these shafts, the only objects ever discovered in the Great Pyramid of Khufu. In March 1993, German robotics expert Rudolf Gantenbrink was tasked with improving the pyramid's ventilation. Gantenbrink uncovered a peculiar fact. Both northern ventilation shafts in the chambers curved westward to bypass the Grand Gallery. He deployed a small, remote-controlled robotic crawler equipped with powerful lights and cameras. The robot revealed that the southern shaft in the Queen's chamber ran almost parallel to the southern shaft of the King's chamber for 25 meters, ascending 19.5 meters above the floor of the King's chamber. On March 22, 1993, approximately 60 meters into the southern ventilation shaft of the Queen's chamber, the walls and floor suddenly became smooth. The robot entered a passage of polished limestone and 5 meters further encountered what appeared to be a door. The robot discovered a small gap under the lower western corner of the door, but it was too narrow to examine with its onboard camera. Additional fiber optic equipment would be required for further investigation. Images of this discovery captured global attention, triggering media excitement. However, on April 16th, Germany's Reuters news agency issued an official statement from the German Archaeological Institute dismissing the possibility of a chamber at the end of the shaft as nonsense. For several years after this, Gantenbrink attempted to resume his exploration of the Queen's chamber shafts, but was unsuccessful. Research resumed in September 2002. On September 17th, viewers around the world watched live footage of a robot crawling approximately 60 meters along a narrow tunnel before encountering the limestone door. The robot drilled a small hole in the door and inserted a camera, revealing another chamber and another door beyond it. The purpose of these chambers and passages remains a mystery. Future efforts will aim to penetrate these spaces further. For now, their function and significance remain unknown. According to Arab sources describing Caliph al-Ma'mun's first entry into the pyramid, there were no traces of burial found within, nor were there any signs of looters, as the upper section of the pyramid was meticulously sealed and disguised. It is difficult to suspect looters in such a scenario, which suggests that the pyramid was sealed empty. An interesting thought arises. Could the hollow sound heard by al-Ma'mun's workers within the pyramid have been caused by an internal explosion? Perhaps such an event destroyed certain items that the builders wished to keep hidden from unwanted visitors. It is noteworthy that the aforementioned professor of astronomy, Greaves, mentioned in 1638 that the northern shaft was blackened by fire from torches. Could something significant have been stored there, and might the workers' actions have triggered a self-destruct system? Egyptian pharaohs' tombs were never placed high above ground level. Investigations of many other pyramids in Egypt have revealed no evidence that any of them served as burial sites. Scholars believe that the construction boom in Egypt began during the reign of the pharaohs of the Third Dynasty. The first pharaoh allegedly desiring a pyramid for himself was Djoser, aided by the enigmatic architect Imhotep. His step pyramid bears a resemblance to Sumerian Babylonian ziggurats. However, neither he nor his successors were buried in pyramids. All the pyramids were found sealed and empty. Both Djoser and Tutankhamun, and likely other pharaohs, were interred in opulent tombs that bore no resemblance to pyramids. The theory of rampant looters stripping all pyramids of their contents should be dismissed outright as implausible. It is hard to believe that looters, if they indeed entered these supposed tombs, would have taken not only valuables, but also the remains of the deceased, as well as every single item from the burial chambers, including those of no apparent value. The idea that the pyramids served as cenotaphs, false tombs, seems even more absurd. Why make cenotaphs more secure than the actual burial sites, which in reality were all looted with rare exceptions? Pharaoh Sneferu of the Fourth Dynasty, father of Khufu, turned out to be quite resourceful. He built a total of 3 tombs, or rather 2.5, as one of them collapsed. He attempted to construct it with faces inclined at an angle of 52 degrees, like the Great Pyramid, but failed. The others he built at a 43-degree angle. Is this not peculiar? Why should we suspect ancient builders of such illogical and impractical behavior? If we accept the argument that the Great Pyramid was not constructed by Khufu, then we must also reconsider its date of construction. It appears that Egypt's rulers had some minimum information about the pyramid's interior. After all, if we remember that the Anunnaki were still actively present on Earth at the time, the Egyptians could very well have learned some non-essential secrets about the pyramids from them. They might have simply copied the pyramid's shape, complete with empty sarcophagus boxes inside. Recent data indicate that Djoser's pyramid in Saqqara was initially faced with ordinary clay bricks, coated with lime to resemble white limestone. This covering quickly collapsed, leaving the structure resembling a step pyramid. Why did Djoser resort to such tricks? The answer is likely simple. He was imitating the Great Pyramid, which was built before his time. Alan Alford offers the following opinion. Faced with difficulties in attempting to replicate the 52-degree angle, Khufu decided to abandon the construction of his own pyramid. Instead, he resolved to claim the Great Pyramid and built a temple to achieve this goal. hiding his tomb somewhere nearby. Khufu's son, Jedefre, likely considered his father's actions akin to sacrilege, which may explain why he returned to building his own pyramid, albeit a much simpler one. Subsequently, Khafra and Menkaure followed Khufu's example, claiming the second and third pyramids of Giza. This clarifies the apparent technical decline after the reigns of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, which puzzled Egyptologists. There was no rise in technological standards, only a decline in comparison to the original Giza pyramids with their 52-degree angles. Once the Giza pyramids were fully claimed by the pharaohs, subsequent rulers began constructing their own pyramids. Thus, we can confidently state that we know who did not build the three Great Pyramids. To answer the question of when and by whom they were constructed, we must address the why. In other words, what purpose did these monumental structures serve? Besides the Anunnaki, there seems to be no other plausible candidate unless we concoct a theory involving several extraterrestrial civilizations operating on Earth, an unlikely, albeit not impossible, scenario. Alternatively, one could speculate that they were built by mythical Atlanteans. Yet such a claim would raise the question of the Atlanteans' own origins and their motives, inevitably circling back to the involvement of the NIBIRU colonizers as the simplest explanation. Summarizing the efforts of researchers in alternative historical studies, we will attempt to reconstruct the post-flood period of humanity's existence, during which our reluctant neighbors were gods of flesh and blood, whose image and likeness served as the blueprint for our own. Since the Anunnaki had no intention of abandoning their mission on Earth, they, as noted earlier, set about the rapid restoration of their national economy, devastated by the deluge. Their primary base during this period was established in the rocky highlands bordering Mesopotamia. Why they clung so tenaciously to this region remains unclear. Perhaps they had additional considerations unrelated to mere practicality. Survivors of the flood also settled near them. The earliest signs of human agricultural activity in the Middle East were found surprisingly not in the fertile plains of Mesopotamia, but in the adjacent highlands. The logical explanation for this is that after the flood, 13,000 years ago, when humans first engaged in agriculture, the Mesopotamian lowlands were simply uninhabitable, still swampy and waterlogged. This theory, however, has a weak point. Although the flood could have destroyed most physical evidence of pre-flood human activity, it could not have obliterated it entirely. The Bible contains clear references to humans practicing agriculture before the flood. Despite humanity's wide distribution, there is no evidence indicating that people engaged in anything other than hunting and gathering during this period. Perhaps only the patriarchal clans, affiliated with the Anunnaki, practiced agriculture, while others subsisted purely on nature's bounty, which was abundant enough for everyone at the time. Since no definitive information on this topic has been preserved in Sumerian records, we will refrain from speculative hypotheses. Evidently, the Anunnaki and the flood survivors faced an acute food crisis. Post-catastrophe, the animal and plant worlds recovered slowly, making planned agricultural efforts essential. The fact remains that the development of agricultural techniques in this region and era began with the cultivation of early cereal crops such as wild barley and wheat. Remarkably, even at that time, these cereals were already classified into distinct varieties and species. The origin of durum wheat remains a mystery to scientists. Its genetic makeup suggests intentional crossbreeding rather than random mutation. For nature to refine a species through natural selection requires hundreds, if not thousands, of generations. Here, however, we see a sudden leap forward. The conclusion is obvious. The Anunnaki must have been involved. Sumerian texts corroborate this theory, stating that seeds were sent to Earth as gifts from the gods in the celestial abode of Anu. Humans were taught agriculture and animal husbandry by Enlil and Enki. A Sumerian tablet, translated by Professor Samuel Kramer, confirms this post-flood activity occurred in the mountains of Lebanon, known for their abundant cedar forests.
Enlil ascended the summit and raised his eyes. He looked below, The waters had spread like a sea. He looked above. Fragrant cedars grew in the mountains. He brought barley and sowed it on the mountain terraces. He brought sprouting grains and sowed them on the mountain terraces.
Besides the emergence of cultivable grains, the Middle East saw an abundance of grasses and cereals essential to the human diet. It also became the cradle of advanced agricultural techniques, which later spread worldwide. Crops like millet, rye, fodder wheat, flax, and numerous fruits and berries, grapes, apples, plums, olives, figs, almonds, pistachios, and walnuts were first cultivated in the Middle East before spreading to neighboring territories. Clearly, these achievements were not the work of primitive agricultural pioneers like Vavilov or Michurin. This was the Anunnaki's assistance to their brotherly, or rather offspring people, humankind. Around 10,000 BCE, several domestic animals were tamed, including both food animals and helpers, such as dogs. However, it is worth noting that domesticating wild animals today is an almost insurmountable challenge. Domesticated species were likely products of the gods' genetic laboratories, where specific genes were introduced to make them truly domesticated. The focal point from which this phenomenon spread worldwide is also clearly localized: the Middle East. This region must also be acknowledged as the cradle of crafts, including metallurgy, pottery, and the production of household goods and ornaments. Archaeological evidence overwhelmingly supports this conclusion. In ancient times, several centers of activity existed in this area: Baalbek, ancient Jericho, possibly ancient Jerusalem, and a few other significant settlements. Zechariah Sitchin discovered that the stone platform at Baalbek, used by the Anunnaki as a landing site, is equidistant from both the Egyptian pyramids of Giza and Mount Sinai's St. Catherine. He also noted that the reflective properties of the pyramid's original casing, combined with their unique angles, allowed them to be visible from great distances, functioning as powerful navigational reflectors for aerospace travel. A Sumerian text offers a vivid description, unmistakably referring to the pyramid and its purpose.
The house of the gods with a pointed summit, equipped for movement from heaven to earth. A house illuminated within by a reddish celestial fire, with a pulsating beam reaching far and wide. Its sight inspires awe and reverence, a house that evokes awe and fear, a high mountain of mountains. Your creation is great, majestic, and incomprehensible to man.
Notably, the apex of the Great Pyramid of Khufu is absent in recorded history. What was located there? An analogue of modern military surveillance stations or a cosmic command center? We will revisit this question, but first, let us examine Baalbek in detail. The ruins of Baalbek lie in the fertile Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, nearly 80 kilometers northeast of Beirut. During the Roman Empire's expansion, the emperors constructed their most grandiose temple here, dedicated to Jupiter, the chief deity of the Roman pantheon. Unfortunately, the temple was destroyed by earthquakes, leaving only 6 columns. These 20-meter-high columns still look impressive today. However, although the temple and other magnificent examples of Roman architecture were lost, the foundation upon which they stood survived. This foundation consists of massive stone blocks, each block measuring approximately 11 times 4.6 times 3.3 meters, weighs over 300 tons. The southeastern wall of the temple's foundation contains 9 rows of such blocks. On the same level in the adjoining southwestern wall, there are 6 more 300-ton stones, topped by 3 colossal megalithic blocks known as the Trilithon, or the Miracle of the 3 Stones. These 3 granite blocks of the Trilithon form the 6th visible row of the wall's masonry. Each of these incredibly large stones is, on average, 64 feet long, 14 feet 6 inches high, and 12 feet wide, weighing about 800 tons each. Michel Alouf, a former curator of Baalbek, wrote, "Despite their grandiose size, the stones of the Trilithon are so neatly stacked and so precisely joined that it is almost impossible to insert even a needle between them." There is no evidence that the foundation of the temple was built by the Romans, nor is there proof that they possessed the technology to transport stone blocks weighing 800 tons. No known civilization had such technology. Even for modern powerful crawler cranes, handling 800-ton loads is extremely challenging and requires additional groundwork, such as road clearance and preparation. Consequently, it is undeniable that the foundation of Jupiter's temple in Baalbek was constructed by the gods and served as a landing platform for the Anunnaki spacecraft. However, the pyramids were evidently not solely used as beacons for the Anunnaki. Alternatively, their functionality as beacons may have depended not only on their shape and coating, but also on another factor. Alan Alford suggests that the pyramid structures were used as devices for generating thermal energy. Through a convincing set of arguments, he substantiates his theory, which unfolds as follows. Through the shafts, which unlike all other parts of the pyramid, were sealed with cement, water from the Nile was supplied to the Queen's chamber, where it was broken down into hydrogen and oxygen. The secret chamber discovered by Gantenbrink served as a settling chamber for the gas. The gas was then fed into the king's chamber, where hydrogen burned within the granite sarcophagus, producing thermal energy. This thermal energy was likely converted into other forms of energy, probably electrical, by a device that was once installed atop the pyramid but has since been removed. This device also functioned as a radio beacon. The control center for all the pyramid's functions was likely located in a large underground chamber, now empty as well. Judging by the size and configuration of the Great Gallery, as well as the mysterious niches in its walls, it is plausible that it once housed a significant amount of electronic equipment. Sliding stone doors somehow operated within the pyramid. All of this equipment was dismantled and removed at some point, leaving the pyramid carefully sealed. The exact reasons for this are unknown, but possible theories will be explored in a few minutes. Thus, the Great Pyramid, at a minimum, served as a visual beacon, a communication device, and a power station simultaneously. Sumerian texts, as interpreted by Sitchin, suggest that the pyramid's functions could also be used for military purposes. This, likely, was the reason for the pyramid's dismantling and preservation during the war between the clans of Enki and Enlil in the 8th millennium BCE. Sitchin's and Alford's research indicates that it was built after the flood. This aligns with the dating of the pyramids proposed by other researchers, Boval and Gilbert. They estimate the pyramids were built around 10,450 BCE, roughly 500 years after the flood. It is possible that further research into the pyramids and the space beneath them may yield new insights into the lives of their builders. Some devices may still remain sealed and undiscovered within the pyramid structure. Summarizing, it is hard not to conclude that the Anunnaki's technologies might appear strange to us today. Despite their functionality and reliability, they seem relatively primitive. On the other hand, we cannot fully comprehend the motives of beings who left their marks in such ancient times. Perhaps certain materials were unavailable to them at some point, or their approach to construction was dictated by cultural or ritual traditions. Nonetheless, the Cyclopean structures of antiquity represent a remarkable example of evidence for the presence of advanced extraterrestrial beings on Earth in prehistoric times. It is time to examine other evidence of the gods' presence, not only on Earth, but also under the sea and on other planets. I asked the locals if these structures had been created during the time of the Incas. They laughed at my question and declared that they knew for certain these were made long before the Incas came to power. They had seen bearded men on Lake Titicaca. These were men of keen intellect who came from an unknown land, and there were few of them, many killed in wars. Pedro Chiesa de Leon, 1518 to 1560. There are enigmatic objects about which little more than legends, conjectures, and hypotheses remain. Among such mysterious historical sites are the ancient American cities of Tiwanaku and Teotihuacan. Let us attempt to delve into their past and present. Little information about the city of Tiwanaku has survived to this day, consisting mostly of myths and legends passed down by the peoples who later inhabited the region. In other words, Even they had no real knowledge of their predecessors. Artifacts from this culture are attributed to the Aymara people, whose civilization flourished between the 3rd and 10th centuries CE. According to legend, by the time the 4th Inca, Manco Capac, a conqueror who annexed significant territories to his empire, arrived in Tiwanaku, the city was already abandoned. It was uninhabited, giving rise to the first translation of its name, Dead City. However, in the Aymara language, Tiwanaku sounds different. Taipakala, meaning stone in the middle, or central stone. There are theories suggesting that the city's creators had once established a state far larger than the one known to the Incas. At its height, it is said to have encompassed a significant portion of the Andean highlands, stretching to the Pacific Ocean. Today, one can view the extent of these territories on a world map. Modern Bolivia, southern Peru, Argentina, and northern Chile. However, the basis for such claims is unclear. Tiwanaku is more likely a purely local phenomenon, whose creators were relatively indifferent to territorial expansion. There are also theories that Tiwanaku served as a religious center for a powerful community. These conclusions are drawn from the fact that it functioned as a cult center during the Inca period. However, it is difficult to determine whether this was true before the Incas, or if the city's original purpose was something entirely different. Geographically, the ruins of Tiwanaku are located 72 kilometers from La Paz, on the eastern shore of Lake Titicaca, at an altitude of 3,900 meters above sea level in a harsh mountainous region. The air here is so thin that it is difficult for tourists to breathe. The sun shines so intensely that ultraviolet rays seem poised to burn skin and eyes. Tiahuanaco is often referred to as the Baalbek of the New World, and not without reason. Even the Incas, widely recognized as remarkable builders, were astonished at how, by whom, and through what means these massive monoliths and stone statues were erected and transported here when the nearest quarry is nearly 10 kilometers away. However, the Incas quickly resolved this question. They concluded that the city must have been built by none other than the supreme deity, whom they called Viracocha. Tiahuanaco occupies an area of about 450 square kilometers. In ancient times, it was surrounded by a moat filled with water that connected it to the lake. The layout of Tiahuanaco features an exceptionally symmetrical arrangement of precise rectangles. Typical architectural elements include platforms and pyramids created by leveling and fortifying natural elevations with stone walls, as well as semi-subterranean buildings embedded into the ground. Some researchers believe that Lake Titicaca was once larger and deeper than it is today, currently 160 kilometers long and 60 kilometers wide. If this was the case, Tiahuanaco may have originally been built as a port on its shores. In the area of Pumapunku, translated as Gate of the Puma was considered a deity, a pier was located. Interestingly, the blocks of this pier weigh a considerable amount, 440, 150, and 100 tons. According to one hypothesis, which has not been disproved by scientists, an earthquake might have shifted the city away from the lake's shore. Moreover, remnants of settlements have been discovered on islands in the lake. Wooden piles coated with some kind of protective substance to prevent decay in water have been found. During the Inca rule, people were forbidden, under penalty of death, to even approach these piles due to a legend widespread among the Incas. Allegedly, the sun was so enamored with Lake Titicaca that it placed its son and daughter there, from whom humanity descended. On the spring equinox, the Inca himself would sail in a reed boat to the island, where he would spend the night in a tent prepared for him. It was believed that on this night, the sun would descend from the sky to the earth and converse with the supreme Inca. No commoner was allowed to even look in the direction of the tent, as it was said that such radiance emanated from it that one could go blind. Pumapunku lies a few hundred meters southwest of the ruins of Acapana. It contains the largest stones in Tiahuanaco, weighing up to 100 tons. This structure has only been partially excavated, and its purpose remains unknown. One of the massive slabs of red sandstone measures approximately 8.6 by 5.3 by 0.7 meters and weighs around 120 tons. although heavily eroded by nature, it still appears impressive. Pedro Chiesa de Leon, a Spanish chronicler, described his impressions as follows. Some of these stones are heavily weathered and damaged, and some are so large that one marvels. How could people have transported them here? When examining them, it is impossible to understand what tools or instruments were used for their processing. It is clear, however, that before these massive stones were shaped and brought to perfection, they were even larger. I would say that, in my opinion, these are the oldest remnants of structures in Peru. In the central settlement of Tiahuanaco lies the Calasasia Temple, where the so-called Sun Gate is located. It is carved from a single massive block of andesite, measuring 3.8 meters wide, 3 meters tall, and 0.5 meters thick, with an estimated weight of about 10 tons. Above the doorway, a figure of the god Viracocha is carved, whose capital was said to be Tiahuanaco. The most striking feature of this monument is the composition engraved on the eastern facade along the lintel. It consists of 24 figures arranged in 3 rows on both sides of the central image of Viracocha. Among these figures, several extinct animals that lived in South America around 12,000 years ago can be identified. Incidentally, andesite, like granite, is one of the hardest and most challenging types of stone to work with. Several aspects of the decorative details of this monument suggest that they could not have been created using primitive tools. According to the currently accepted chronology, around 200 CE, Tiahuanaco was a grand ritual center. By 500 CE, it had become the capital of an empire that reached its zenith not through military conquest, but through a thriving economy and trade based on abundant agricultural harvests. However, everything collapsed suddenly due to climate change, which caused the agricultural system to fail. These assertions by scientists and researchers are, to say the least, puzzling. Today, Bolivians living in this region barely manage to scrape by, harvesting meager crops. It seems that the Tiahuanaco complex became an object of worship only after it was abandoned by its creators and fell into disrepair. Similarly, Stonehenge and the pyramids were later worshipped, although the names of their builders had long since been forgotten. During its peak, the ritual site was surrounded by a deep moat, the soil from which was used to build the giant mound of Acapana. This is the most imposing structure in Tiahuanaco. Its base measures 210 meters, and it rises to a height of 17 meters. Some particularly attentive researchers attempt to convince everyone, including themselves, that the mound resembles a truncated pyramid. In reality, it is an irregularly shaped hill with 7 terraces and a significant depression at the top. However, archaeologists made intriguing discoveries when they delved through the clay into the mound's depths. It turns out that the interior of the hill is riddled with a network of zigzagging water channels, built with remarkable skill. They are aligned at precise angles and joined with impressive accuracy, up to 0.5 millimeter. According to anthropologist Alan Colata, who conducted excavations at Tiahuanaco in 1933, the water system was ingeniously and complexly designed. Rainwater collected in the depression at the hill's summit, flowed through the terraces into the interior, and drained into underground tunnels. From a main pipe laid around the Acapana's base, the water flowed to the nearest lower terrace, of which there were 7, traversed 3 meters through an external stone channel, and then returned inside the mound. This process repeated as the water traveled through external and internal channels, eventually draining 3.3 meters underground and into the Tiahuanaco River, ultimately reaching Lake Titicaca. Similar water systems were discovered in nearby locations, such as Pumapunku and Lucumata, near Lake Titicaca. There are several particularly intriguing aspects to this. First, as scholars assert, there was no pressing functional need for such an elaborate water system among Tiahuanaco's inhabitants. Alan Colata believed that a much simpler and less powerful system of channels would have sufficed for rainwater drainage. This raises the likelihood that Tiahuanaco's inhabitants inherited the system from another, more advanced and educated civilization. Second, archaeologists calculated that the water system ceased functioning during the empire's peak, before 600 CE. They support this theory with evidence of intact skeletons of both humans and animals found in the water channels, dating to the period when they died. If the system had been operational, water would have washed away and scattered these remains. Instead, they were left undisturbed, and no one repaired or restored the system, or perhaps no one even attempted to. It is difficult to determine whether the city's users lacked the knowledge to maintain the system or simply had no use for it. The latter seems more likely. The system was as unnecessary to them as the pyramids were to the Egyptians. If so, it would be worthwhile to investigate who designed it and for what purpose. As you might guess, the Anunnaki likely played a role here as well. At the very least, we can identify some traces of their involvement. We already know that the Anunnaki needed resources for their economy. Transporting raw materials via space travel would have been extremely costly. It follows that centers for processing and metallurgy must have existed on Earth. It is no mere coincidence that Tiahuanaco is located atop the world's largest deposit of cassiterite, tin ore. This deposit stretches approximately 150 kilometers. Nearby in the mountains are abundant copper deposits. Thus, copper and tin are situated in close proximity, a highly convenient arrangement. Nowhere else in the world are the necessary metals for bronze production located so ideally. Alan Alford, whose research has frequently provided the foundation for reconstructing the most ancient chapters of human history, was the first to draw attention to this phenomenon. In his view, this detail is the only plausible reason why the builders might have established a settlement in such an inaccessible and unsuitable location for habitation. According to dating of the earliest traces of human industrial activity in this area, the extraction of tin and copper and the smelting of bronze began around 4000 BCE. Interestingly, this date does not align with the construction dates of Baalbek and the pyramids. Evidently, if the Anunnaki had needed bronze earlier, they obtained it from another source. Some theories suggest that mining may have been conducted in Antarctica, where the climate was significantly milder, with rivers flowing until 4000 BCE. The continent is rich in mineral resources and could plausibly have been used as a hub for extractive industries. However, direct evidence for or against this theory is lacking, as modern archaeology does not yet possess the necessary tools to conduct research in the ice-covered regions. In 1926, the German Astronomical Commission, consisting of Dr. Hans Ludendorff, Dr. Arnold Kohlschütter, and Dr. Rolf Müller, was dispatched to Tiahuanaco. They concluded that Kalasasaya served as an astronomical and calendrical laboratory. The combined efforts of Müller and Poznański yielded dates for Tiahuanaco's origin, either 10,050 BCE or 4050 BCE. Alford links the emergence of Tiahuanaco with the Kassites, a name also connected with tin, a people who lived in Elam near the city of Susa, northeast of Sumer. Besides numerous linguistic parallels, material evidence suggests that both regions were inhabited by people of the same physical type, namely Negroid. According to Alford, the bronze production center at Tiahuanaco was established by Ishkur, Adad Teshub, the Anunnaki son of Enlil. He was known there as Viracocha. For several hundred years, this location was likely one of the main hubs of industrial activity for the gods. Interestingly, significant confirmations of Alford's theory have already been found, although the scientific community, as always, struggles to overcome inertia and give these discoveries the recognition they deserve. Some stones found at Pumapunku bear mysterious carvings with traces of metal clamps that held the stones together. Several such clamps have been found, though their current whereabouts are unknown. These clamps were made of bronze, a metal that, as far as we know, was unknown to any South American cultures of the time. The water system, which seemed unnecessary for the settlement's needs, becomes understandable in this context. Stones were positioned with slight inclinations to facilitate drainage. Molten metal for the clamps was poured into molds carved into the stone blocks. Detailed analysis of these metal components revealed the presence of copper and nickel, a combination requiring consistent casting temperatures. At Pumapunku, one large stone block features a precisely carved groove 6 millimeters wide, with small, evenly spaced holes drilled along its length. Such precision could not have been achieved with crude hammers or soft copper tools. Creating such precise holes in stone would have required, at the very least, modern drill technology. Alford also develops another intriguing connection that may explain certain phenomena researchers have puzzled over for years. This concerns the statues on Easter Island. South American epics include a recurring story about the weeping god Viracocha. According to these accounts, around 2200 BCE, workers engaged in bronze production at Tiahuanaco revolted. Their rebellion wasn't just a strike, it reportedly led to disruptions that resulted in the geoglyphs in the Nazca Desert. Alford suggests that these geoglyphs predated the rebellion but were defaced. However, it seems more logical to propose that they appeared all at once. The rebels may have seized some kind of airborne device equipped with beam weapons and used it to scorch or etch the Nazca Desert surface with various figures. From both a functional and an aesthetic perspective, these figures have no particular value. However, it is possible that they held some functional significance for the Anunnaki, though we may never be able to determine what that was. It is likely that Ishkur Viracocha became very upset and subsequently suppressed the rebellion, exiling the guilty parties to Easter Island. With no other activities to occupy themselves, the exiles apparently spent their time crafting the now famous statues. Perhaps they couldn't imagine life without work, so they engaged in this peculiar pastime. All the statues have sorrowful expressions, suggesting that the rebels, by endlessly replicating these expressions of artificial grief, were pleading for forgiveness and mercy. While their efforts may have seemed futile, they likely had some positive effect. Many statues were left unfinished. No human remains corresponding to the anthropological type depicted in the statues have ever been found on the island, and in later eras, the islanders did not engage in the creation of statues. Furthermore, they do not claim to have crafted the statues themselves. Therefore, it appears that the exiled workers had significant value and skills, leading Ishkur to take pity on them and remove them from the island. Evidence that a strong civilization existed in this area long before the Inca is not limited to the Nazca Desert drawings, the aqueducts of Tiahuanaco, and the statues on Easter Island. There are other, less well-known but equally fascinating testimonies to this. Dr. Cabrera, a resident of Peru, has been collecting oval stones in the vicinity of the town of Ica, about 150 kilometers from the Nazca Desert, since the early 1960s. These stones range from small, fist-sized specimens to 100-kilogram boulders. Their surfaces are etched with shallow, stylized images of humans and animals. The primary mystery of the Ica stones lies in the images carved on them. With what seems to be a sharp tool, scenes are etched onto the surfaces, depicting humans hunting prehistoric animals, performing surgical operations such as organ transplants, observing objects through magnifying glasses, using telescopes or spyglasses, and studying geographic maps of unknown continents. Dr. Cabrera claims that the stones were originally arranged in a specific order, making them function like a library. Over time, however, the Pacific coastline, where the Ica stones were found, was affected by massive waves, wind, coastal erosion, and other natural phenomena which scattered the pages of this stone library. Astonishingly, some Ica stones depict riders on horses that, according to scientists, went extinct in the Americas 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. Even more baffling are the depictions of humans riding dinosaurs. A noticeable feature of the human figures on the Ica stones is their disproportionately large heads, with a ratio to their bodies of about 1 to 3 or 4. In contrast, the head-to-body ratio of modern humans is approximately 1 to 7. This unusual proportion in the Ica humans, according to Dr. Cabrera, suggests that they were not our ancestors. The structure of the arms depicted in the Peruvian images further supports this claim. Dr. Cabrera devoted over a decade to studying his collection before publicly asserting that the ancient Americas were once home to Homo sapiens, possessing remarkable knowledge that could only be explained by extraterrestrial intervention. Drawings can be classified by geographic, biological, and ethnographic categories. The medical-themed stones are particularly astonishing. For example, a sequence of stones depicts, step by step, a heart transplant from a young donor to an elderly recipient. The series illustrates the opening of the young man's chest, the removal of the old man's diseased heart, and subsequent procedures. One stone shows the operation completed, but the patient remains in critical condition, requiring life support through tubes inserted into the throat, connected to a mechanical ventilation device. Among the intermediate scenes is a particularly unusual depiction of the old man, heartless, being connected to a pregnant woman, whose body and heart sustain his circulation with her blood. These images testify to an exceptional knowledge of human anatomy and physiology by the ancients. However, there are other enigmas. Examining photographs of the Ica stones reveals numerous puzzling details, such as the use of the thumb as a pointing finger in scenes where one figure, the teacher, explains to another, the student, the workings of an unknown device. If these stones are not a hoax, something yet to be definitively determined, they could reveal much. For instance, they might suggest that settlements of the Anunnaki existed in pre-flood America, where primitive beings created for labor may have been employed. These beings, based on their anatomical features, seem to belong to a different type. Alternatively, the theory of multiple alien civilizations having engaged in Earth's development may indeed be true. After all, beings from other star systems could have conducted their own activities here long before the arrival of the Anu clan and their descendants. The question remains whether such ancient evidence could have survived in such well-preserved form. While Tiahuanaco is relatively well understood, the other, less ancient city in present-day Latin America remains shrouded in mystery. Teotihuacan, located about 15 kilometers northeast of what is now the world's most populous city, Mexico City. The Aztecs called it the place of the gods. As a ritualistic and sacred site of worship, it could rival Tiahuanaco for prominence. Teotihuacan, a place of gods. According to official chronology, the Teotihuacan civilization flourished between 200 BCE and 700 CE. Scholars are puzzled as to why indigenous peoples chose this site for the largest pyramid complex in the world. Equally mysterious is why they abandoned the city a millennium later. It was rediscovered by the Aztecs, from whom its name, meaning place where gods dwell, is derived. During the civilization's peak, Teotihuacan's population reportedly exceeded 200,000. Orthodox historians suggest the pyramids were built using slave labor captured in the military campaigns of Teotihuacan's theocratic state. However, they admit that constructing such a complex is almost fantastical for a society unfamiliar with the wheel. Teotihuacan's pyramid complex is the largest among all ancient constructions, both in scale and the number of questions it raises. For example, the Pyramid of the Sun, with a base length of 225 meters and a height of 65 meters, is the second tallest pyramid globally, surpassed only by the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Pyramid of the Moon offers an equally grand spectacle. The Avenue of the Dead, running strictly north to south, spans 2.5 kilometers and 40 meters in width. The terrain's relief creates an optical illusion, making the Pyramid of the Moon appear larger than it is. The city's foundation likely predates its traditional timeline. Evidence suggests that Teotihuacan was thriving as early as 200 BCE. Scholars also cannot identify the city's builders. Among the Mesoamerican peoples inhabiting the region at the time, the Mayans, Zapotecs, and Toltecs are the primary suspects. However, none of these groups, despite later cultural exchanges, played a role in the city's construction. Only a small portion of Teotihuacan has been excavated. No traces of writing have been found, an anomaly for such an advanced civilization. The city, from its pyramids to its streets and house floors, is coated in waterproof plaster, a curious feature. Excavations revealed hanging gardens and open-air patios in one of the city's districts, an astonishing find noted even by National Geographic. Beneath the Pyramid of the Sun lies an underground cave with a complex network of chambers, passages, and drainage pipes. Some floors are covered with a thick layer of mica, a material with insulating properties that blocks water, heat, and electricity. Experts believe this mica was not sourced locally, but mined in Brazil. Once again, underground systems linked to water, the presence of unconventional materials, all hint at a connection between the Egyptian pyramids, Tiahuanaco, and Teotihuacan. It seems plausible that Teotihuacan, like its counterparts, was built with Anunnaki involvement, likely under Ishkur's leadership after the waning influence of an aging Enki. Even gods, alas, are not eternal. In all three cases, these ancient structures served industrial purposes rather than the cultic or ritualistic functions often ascribed to them. Alan Alford unearthed intriguing findings, such as recent radiocarbon tests pushing Teotihuacan's foundation date back to 1474 BCE. He compared this date with Aztec legends, which corroborate 1400 BCE as the city's founding year. More research is required to uncover the true origins and functions of Teotihuacan. However, the evidence suggests that the city was more than a ceremonial site. It was a marvel of engineering and possibly an industrial hub with extraterrestrial ties. This date was determined by Zechariah Sitchin, based on an extraordinary event that reportedly occurred in our planet's past. In the Western Hemisphere, an unusual phenomenon was observed. One day, the sun stood still and stopped moving across the sky. This so terrified the army of the Canaanites that the Israelites, under the leadership of Joshua, easily defeated them. It appears that Joshua had been forewarned by their protectors, the Anunnaki. Thus, the Israelites were not thrown into panic by the event. Based on the timing of the Exodus from Egypt, this event is estimated to have occurred around 1391 BCE. Interestingly, chronicles from the Incas in South America link this period to a day when the sun, on the contrary, did not rise for an entire day. No serious researcher would dismiss such coincidences as mere chance. Therefore, it seems likely that this event indeed occurred. Aztec legends, as we now see, are grounded in reality. According to legend, Teotihuacan already existed during this time and was expanded following this unusual solar behavior. Alan Alford believes that Teotihuacan was built by the mysterious Olmecs, an earlier Mesoamerican culture. He associates them with the clan of the biblical king Nimrod, who is traditionally credited with building the famed Tower of Babel. According to Alford, Nimrod's actions incurred the wrath of the gods, and he was exiled to the Americas as a slave. Linda Manzanilla, an archaeologist from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, was astonished to find approximately 2,000 one-story stone dwellings with individual rooms in many Teotihuacan settlements. Shocked by their scale and uniqueness, she suggested that the city housed a massive slave population. She argued that no other civilization in Central America featured multi-family houses of this type. Manzanilla also examined caves dug around the settlement and concluded that they were the result of extracting volcanic rock used in constructing the pyramids. She believes the Olmecs were responsible for building the complex. The city also reflects other characteristics of the Olmecs, such as settlements like La Venta, where underground tunnels and water systems similar to those in Tiahuanaco and associated with the Olmecs were discovered. Additionally, numerous examples of Olmec art have been found in Teotihuacan. It seems that the pyramid form was inexplicably necessary for the Anunnaki's industrial needs. Whether this was due to cultural traditions or knowledge in a domain unfamiliar to us remains to be determined. Alford argues that based on the available evidence, between 1450 and 1000 BCE, the gods left the Old World, the Near East, and moved to the Americas, the New World, where traces of their activity can be found in Teotihuacan around 1390 BCE. The absence of direct divine intervention in the Old World suggests that Marduk, Inanna, and Yahweh, Ishkur, were sidelined following the adoption of a non-intervention policy. This last observation is particularly intriguing in reconstructing human history. We will return to it later in the narrative. For now, it is worth noting that as mysterious as the rise of Teotihuacan may be, its sudden decline is even more so. Both cities, one earlier, the other later, were seemingly abandoned by their creators and rulers. Alford suggests that the builders of Teotihuacan reappear later in the Old World under the name of one of the biblical peoples. However, the presence of the gods in the Americas was not limited to Teotihuacan. To gain a complete picture, we must examine three other prominent civilizations of the New World: the Maya, the Aztecs, and the Incas. The enigma of the Maya begins with their origins. They were not indigenous to Guatemala and Honduras, where their empire was geographically located. It is nearly impossible to determine when exactly they arrived on the Yucatan Peninsula. Hundreds of former cities and settlements, including several ruined capitals, have been discovered in the region. Scholars suggest that the Maya came from the north, likely during the first millennium BCE. The Maya left behind a vast number of written records, which could provide invaluable insight into their culture and possibly the final period of the Anunnaki's presence on Earth. However, in July 1562, Bishop Diego de Landa ordered the collection and burning of all manuscripts and works of art. He himself felt no remorse for his actions. "We found a large number of books, and since they contained nothing but superstitions and diabolical deceit, we burned them all, which greatly distressed the Indians. Nevertheless, 3 original Maya books survived and have come down to us. They are called codices and are illustrated books. Each is named after the city where it is housed in a museum: the Madrid Codex, the Dresden Codex, and the Paris Codex. The first 2 are dedicated to astronomy and divination, while the third focuses on rituals, gods, and astrology. The culture of the Maya spans approximately 325,000 square kilometers, including the modern Mexican states of Chiapas, which still has a significant Maya population, Campeche, Tabasco, Quintana Roo, and Yucatan, as well as Guatemala, Belize, western Honduras, and northern El Salvador. Curiously, they appeared in this region already possessing extensive knowledge. It is as if they suddenly emerged fully formed, coming out of nowhere, yet there is no conclusive evidence of their earlier existence. Some specialists speculate that the Maya were actually descendants, or at the very least, relatives of the Olmecs, the earliest civilization in the Americas. Nonetheless, based on the reliable information available to us, a few clear conclusions can be drawn. The Maya were a highly advanced civilization. This is evident from the structure of their cities and their social organization. Scholars believe that cities were mainly inhabited by affluent individuals and the elite, interpreted from the luxurious palace complexes in Palenque, the Acropolis of Tikal, and Copan. Outside the cities were villages where ordinary people lived, surrounded by gardens and fields. All Maya cities were built following a common principle. Temples, platforms, and pyramids used for religious ceremonies were concentrated around a central square, forming the most important part of the city. Surrounding these were residences for priests and nobility, with the homes of common citizens on the outskirts constructed from less durable materials. Some cities had complex sewage systems, such as the one found in Palenque, as well as systems for collecting and storing rainwater, like those in Tikal. Often, walls of buildings were covered with a thick layer of plaster, some well-preserved examples of which can be found in Tikal. Maya society was distinctly patriarchal. Power, even within families, passed from father to son or, in some cases, to a brother. Social stratification was clearly defined. At the top was the supreme ruler and his family, followed by the higher and middle hereditary nobility, then craftsmen, architects, common landowners, community peasants, orphans, and slaves. However, despite this sophisticated societal structure, the ancient Maya lacked metalworking technology and primarily used stone tools, along with wooden and shell implements. These tools were used for cutting down forests, sowing, harvesting, and plowing. They also lacked the potter's wheel. Instead, they rolled clay into thin coils, stacked them, or shaped slabs of clay by hand. Firing of pottery was done in open fires rather than in kilns. The Maya language is unique and bears no resemblance to any other language in Central America. Their religion also contains concepts that are distinct and unlike those of other cultures. For instance, they were the only ones who believed in metempsychosis, the cyclical transmigration of souls. For the Maya, there was no past, present, or future. They conceived time in cycles of 52 years. At the end of each cycle, the world returned to the same day and began anew. Furthermore, they lacked devices for measuring time. Their complex calendrical system appears abstract, theoretical, and unrelated to practical needs. The Maya knew that a previous world had existed before them and had been destroyed by the gods. The fear that their world could be destroyed at any moment became a central element of their civilization and the driving force behind their human sacrifice rituals. The purpose of these sacrifices was to ensure the continual renewal of the world. By offering human life, they sought to appease the divine tragic destiny on which the continuation of the human world depended. Among all the ancient indigenous peoples, the Maya architects were undoubtedly the most talented, not only because of their monumental structures, but also due to their craftsmanship in all areas of art. Their sculptures are renowned for their luxurious detail and exquisite engraving style. The most vibrant mural works have been preserved in Bonampak, Chiapas State. Memorial stelae, slabs inscribed with important dates, are true works of art. Maya pottery is very original, despite the fact that their culture did not use the potter's wheel. Examples of their majestic architecture can be found in the cities of Uxmal, Tikal, Copan, and Palenque. The Maya were also builders of long roads. Some of these roads, such as the one connecting the city of Coba with the city of Yaxuna near Chichen Itza, stretch up to 100 kilometers. Archaeologists are puzzled by the motives behind their construction, since the Maya had neither wheels nor draft animals for transporting goods, and building these roads through impenetrable jungles was an enormous task. Alan Alford illustrates this perplexity with the following argument. Primitive peoples did indeed worship imagined gods to secure abundant harvests, much as Aboriginal tribes in various countries do today. But would the Maya, for example, have moved 5 million tons of stone to construct the Acropolis in Copan for this purpose? Devoting thousands of man-years to such tasks requires a degree of leisure time characteristic only of advanced societies, and advanced societies did not worship gods of wind and rain. We should place more trust in the intellect of the Maya, as well as the Egyptians and Sumerians. Yet there is another oddity that contrasts starkly with their lack of industrial advancements. The Maya excelled in mathematics and astronomy. Brilliant mathematicians, they were approximately 1,000 years ahead of Europeans. They used a vigesimal, base 20 number system. Why they chose 20 is difficult, perhaps even impossible, to determine today. But one could speculate that they modeled it after the human body, 10 fingers and 10 toes, creating a logical analogy. Another fascinating aspect is their numerical notation system. Today, most countries use the Arabic numeral system, which originated in India in the 5th century CE. In this system, numbers are arranged in sequential order by place value, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, and so forth. The Romans, on the other hand, used an additive system that was cumbersome and unwieldy. The Maya also developed a positional system, but they did so much earlier, and their numbers were recorded vertically in columns rather than horizontally. The result resembled a column of numbers in a modern computer. Their numeration system was based on just 3 symbols: a dot, representing 1, a line, representing 5, and a shell-like glyph, representing either 0 or 20. For instance, 1 to 4 were dots, 5 was a line, 6 was a line with a dot, and so forth. What remains unclear is why agriculturalists, even successful ones, needed such advanced mathematics. What could they possibly have calculated? While one might argue that arithmetic was necessary for trade, the astonishing precision of their calculations also formed the basis for their astronomical studies and the famous Maya calendar. Observatories used by the Maya for observing the cosmos existed in many cities, including Tikal, Copan, Palenque, and Chichen Itza. The Maya had an extraordinary way of measuring time, dividing it into epochs using mind-bogglingly large numbers. Kain equals 1 day. 18 Winel equals 360 days, approximately 1 year. 20 Tun equals 7,200 days, approximately 20 years. 20 Katun equals 144,000 days, approximately 400 years. 20 Baktun equals 2,880,000 days, approximately 8,000 years. 20 Picton equals 57,600,000 days, approximately 160,000 years. 20 Kalabtun equals 1,152,000,000 days, approximately 3,200,000 years. 20 Kinchiltun equals 23,040,000,000 days, approximately 64 million years. The final number in this series seems intended for the future, as the Maya dated the beginning of all beginnings, the advent of humankind, to 5,041,738 BCE. The earliest and likely historical date discovered in Maya cities is engraved on the Leiden plate. Later, the Maya largely abandoned their long count. The dating system reflected on the Leiden plate and switched to the simplified short count based on cartoon cycles. This shift introduced a significant drawback: the loss of the absolute precision that earlier dating methods had. One of the great mysteries is why this change occurred. Perhaps someone needed to deprive the Maya of their accuracy once they had exhausted their potential, and eventually to remove them from the historical stage entirely. Orthodox science leans toward the theory that one reason for the decline of the Maya civilization was the depletion of the land they farmed. The Maya practiced slash-and-burn agriculture, but also employed other methods to obtain food. This can be traced in their calendar. The Maya used an approximate 365-day solar year for their chronology, but they were aware of a principle similar to our leap years for solar calendar correction. It has been established that they accurately calculated the length of the solar year at 365.2420 days. According to modern astronomy, the year is 365.2422 days long. This means that the Maya calendar was more accurate than the Gregorian calendar, which remains in use today and is based on a year length of 365.2425 days. If we imagine the two main calendars, the solar calendar, 365 days, and the Tzolk'in, 260 days, as two gears of differing sizes moving in opposite directions, their same teeth would align every 52 years. The main time cycle of the Maya is determined by the perpetual motion of these two calendrical gears. After a period of economic prosperity between 900 and 1000 CE, the great Maya civilization began to decline. There is no definitive information about the reasons for this decline. However, based on traditional research, scholars have proposed several theories. The first is the class-based theory, suggesting that the population grew to such an extent that the theocratic system of the Maya could no longer manage it. Losing faith in the ruling priests, the people rebelled and overthrew their authority, but were then unable to govern the state themselves, leading to a rapid decline. The second theory is economic. The Maya agricultural system required constant clearing of the jungle. Tropical vegetation was cut down and burned, and corn was planted on land fertilized with ash. However, the top layer of soil, very thin on the Yucatan Peninsula, although initially enriched by ash, quickly lost the nutrients necessary for crops. After several seasons of burning the same plots of land, crop yields diminished. It is suggested that as a result, farmers moved farther and farther from the cities, abandoning unproductive land, which eventually led to the city's abandonment. However, this method of farming is still successfully used today. Finally, there is the theory of the Maya's military and cultural assimilation by the Toltecs, a warrior people from central Mexico. Toltec expansion did occur, but its scale, causes, and consequences are still difficult to determine and properly interpret. It can be said, however, that while some Maya cities declined, others on the Yucatan Peninsula flourished, seemingly due to a fusion of Toltec and Maya cultures. The year 3113 BCE is a notable starting point for the Maya calendar. Alan Alford discovered a connection here with the beginning of the reign of the first pharaoh, Menes, in Egypt. This information about events in another part of the world and at another time could not have become available to the Maya without external influence. It is unclear whether the gods used the Maya people for utilitarian purposes or whether their knowledge came to them indirectly. However, evidence of advanced ancient technology has been found in Palenque, Mexico. In a royal tomb, an intricately carved sarcophagus lid was discovered, depicting a Maya king using a complex mechanical device for some operation. Some suggest the lid shows an astronaut in a spacecraft, but the device more closely resembles a pneumatic drill, similar to those used by modern miners. Alan Alford suggests that the emergence of the Maya is connected to migration initiated by the gods after the fall of the Mycenaean Cretan civilization. The timing of these events approximately coincides. However, conclusions in this case should be drawn cautiously. The cultures of these peoples appear too dissimilar despite several connecting elements. On the other hand, his interpretation of the Maya's decline seems quite logical. According to Alford's calculations, the god Quetzalcoatl, known as Kukulkan among the Maya, left the Maya people in 550 BCE, promising to return. They awaited his return for about 1,300 years, but he has not appeared to this day. In 763 CE, a meeting of Maya priest astronomers was held, apparently to discuss the situation. How long could the people continue to believe in a god who had disappeared long ago and was known only to their distant ancestors? 100 years later or more, ritual centers of the Maya began to gradually fall into disuse, and a few centuries after that, their civilization completely dissolved. It seems they simply grew tired of waiting for their god. Apparently, they made the right decision, as 1,000 years later, Quetzalcoatl still had not reappeared. In 1519, the Spaniard Hernán Cortés arrived in Central America with his guns and horses. By that time, the Maya, as a state or even as a theocratic society, no longer existed. They had abandoned their cities and were living in the jungle nearby, seemingly not regretting their choice. The Aztec Empire, however, was less fortunate. Montezuma II, the ruler of this state, mistook Cortés and his men for returning gods. Following tradition, the natives spared no gold and silver for the gods, remembering that these metals were important to the Anunnaki. However, these were not gods, and the Aztec state fell, unable to muster the will to resist beings so godlike in their power. A similar situation occurred with the Inca and another conquistador, Francisco Pizarro. The Incas also tried to placate him as a god. They maintained some continuity from the ancient era of Tiwanaku. Their powerful state also fell. Armed resistance against the invaders began only when it became clear that the newcomers had nothing to do with the expected gods. As one modern author, who has dedicated his life to studying the Maya, writes, not more than 100 miles from Palenque, high in the Sierra, in the Chiapas Mountains, near the Guatemalan border, lies the town of San Cristobal. Once a rather large colonial center, it now appears abandoned and isolated. Yet on the town streets, one can occasionally encounter the Lacandons, direct descendants of the Maya. Dressed in simple white tunics with long black hair falling below their knees, the Lacandons have managed to preserve their traditions and remain an independent people. They still lead a sedentary and humble lifestyle deep in the jungle, continuing their ancient calendar and rich spiritual life. Without ever revealing their secrets, they come to San Cristobal for necessary goods and then return to their hidden settlements. Another people, the Aztecs, provide us with an opportunity to lift the veil of mystery over the American episode of the power struggle between the clans of Enki and Enlil. On the large sunstone found in the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, 4 major epochs, sons of Aztec history, are depicted. Each epoch was destroyed by a specific phenomenon, the first by water, the second by strong winds, the third by earthquakes and storms, and the fourth, strangely, by jaguars. According to Aztec beliefs, they lived in the fifth epoch, at the beginning of which they, under the leadership of the god Huitzilopochtli, arrived at the place where they settled. Alan Alford suggests that the end of the first sun coincided with the Great Flood in 10,983 BCE, the end of the second with the nuclear conflict on the Sinai Peninsula in 783 CE, 2224 BCE. The third epoch, he believes, reflects a strange cosmic phenomenon in 1390 BCE that caused a brief halt in Earth's rotation, accompanied by a meteor or comet bombardment. This moment is also described in the biblical book of Joshua, 10:9-14, during the Israelite conquest of Palestine.
Joshua came upon them suddenly, marching all night from Gilgal. The Lord threw them into confusion before Israel, so Joshua and the Israelites defeated them completely at Gibeon. Israel pursued them along the road going up to Beth Horon and struck them down all the way to Azekah and Makkedah. As they fled before Israel on the road down from Beth Horon to Azekah, the Lord hurled large hailstones down on them, and more of them died from the hail than were killed by the swords of the Israelites. On the day the Lord gave the Amorites over to Israel, Joshua said to the Lord in the presence of Israel, "Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and you, moon, over the valley of Aijalon." So the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, till the nation avenged itself on its enemies, as it is written in the book of Jashar. The sun stopped in the middle of the sky, and delayed going down about a full day. There has never been a day like it before or since, a day when the Lord listened to a human being. Surely the Lord was fighting for Israel.
The biblical author inadvertently but conveniently reveals his source. The Book of Jashar could very well refer to one of the documents left by the Anunnaki or their trusted agents. According to Aztec legend, the feathered serpent god Quetzalcoatl arrived at the beginning of the fourth sun, around 1390 BCE. At this time, according to Alford, the Middle East and Mesopotamia were experiencing climatic cataclysms, prompting the gods and their helpers to seek new places to inhabit. However, peace did not reign in their new location. The stronger Enlilite clan continued to repress the Enki clan. The serpent, an eternal symbol of Enki, and his feathered nature, the ability to move through the air using artificial devices, allow us to confidently assert that the figure of Quetzalcoatl was indeed Enki. At the same time, the name of his opponent may be suggested by Aztec legends. The Aztec god of war, known as Huitzilopochtli, is often depicted holding a weapon unlike any indigenous tomahawk. According to legend, he once defeated 400 lesser gods or demigods. Another legend, describing the same events, claims that the god Smoking Mirror fought against the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl in Tollan, north of Teotihuacan. Enki was defeated, and his opponent destroyed his kingdom. Alford believes that this opponent was Ishkur, Enlil's son, whose traces we have already found in Tiwanaku. Judging by the material legacy of the ancient indigenous peoples, they were drawn into the war between the gods. In both Americas, memories of the victory of Enlil's clan over Enki's clan have been preserved. Even today, we find traces of this victory. The national emblem of modern Mexico depicts an eagle clutching and tearing apart a serpent with its beak and claws. Ishkur, judging by preserved images of bird-like people and jaguars, either set wild animals upon the followers of his enemies or used some kind of zoomorphic mechanisms for genocide. Whatever the case, these events remained in the memory of the survivors for a long time. Another legend recounts that when the war between the gods broke out, Quetzalcoatl left Central America with a group of his followers and headed from Tollan, the Toltec capital, to the Maya in Yucatan. From there, he departed eastward on a serpent raft, a strange floating device, likely heading to the Old World. Apparently, he promised to return on a specific date, but failed to fulfill that promise. Perhaps the number of years between his departure and the supposed return was converted into a cycle and became the basis for the Maya calendar. The earliest sacred date in Mexico is 500 BCE. This means Quetzalcoatl left Central America in 552 BCE. Alan Alford claims to have found traces of Enki's presence in the Near East during that period. We briefly explored the civilizations of the Americas, which arose suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere on a previously untouched continent. Relocating major mission infrastructure to another continent is a significant decision, driven by compelling circumstances. Indeed, as we will see later, several fateful events occurred in Asia in a relatively short historical period after the flood, events with far-reaching consequences for both the Anunnaki gods and humanity. We already know that Baalbek, which later became one of the most sacred sites in the world, served as a temporary spaceport for the Anunnaki around 10,000 years ago, or perhaps even earlier, before the flood. The history of other awe-inspiring ancient structures begins with direct ties to the Anunnaki's space program. First, let us mention Jerusalem, which has been and remains remarkably captivating for many peoples and cultures, both in ancient times and today, despite the apparent lack of reasons for such fascination. To begin, let us familiarize ourselves with other sites within the system for which it served as the center. In the first section, we introduced readers to an important question. For what purpose was the ancient city of Jericho, dated to 8,500 BCE and excavated by archaeologists, so well fortified? Experts acknowledge that it was built by an unknown culture, one that is quite mysterious, judging by the archaeological findings. Excavations revealed that the houses were built on stone foundations, with wooden framed doors and plastered walls. The walls were painted in various colors and adorned with frescoes. Chemical analysis of the paint revealed that it was not made from natural components, but consisted of a complex mixture of 12 to 18 inorganic substances. Silos were discovered, used for storing grain, with continuous supplies of wheat and barley replenished within them. Someone had settled here very methodically. Considering the climatic inconveniences, this choice seems peculiar to us today. James Mellart, in the earliest civilizations of the Near East, writes, "This was a sharp leap in development, an enormous leap forward, the reasons for which are still unknown to us." A nearby settlement, dated to approximately the same period, was discovered on the opposite bank of the Jordan River. This settlement utilized brick masonry, and artifacts of material culture were found along with an advanced irrigation system, suggesting that the city's builders were closely related to the ancient Sumerians of Mesopotamia. Archaeologists were struck by the fact that in all the cultural layers of the settlement, known as Tel Gassel after its excavation site, signs of civilization remained consistent over thousands of years. Data from the excavations indicate that 2 hills in the settlement were used for habitation, while a third served mysterious production purposes. It was divided into rectangular sections with pairs of round pits dug into them. These pits were not used as hearths. Some were cylindrical and quite deep. Layers of ash, interspersed with an unknown substance, were found there. The surface was covered with gravel and blackened fragments of stones shattered by an unknown force. The settlement's destruction around 4,000 years ago remains enigmatic. The walls of rectangular houses collapsed inward, as if under a sudden force from above. In the 1930s, during excavations, researchers concluded from fresco depictions that the settlement might have engaged in some kind of religious cults. However, no other signs of religious worship, such as cult objects or statues of gods, were found. Zechariah Sitchin believes that this city was not inhabited by humans worshipping gods, but by those who were themselves objects of worship, the gods of antiquity, the Anunnaki. Alan Alford suggests that Jericho, like the Great Pyramid, was a result of divine activity thousands of years before the Sumerian civilization. It served as a fortified defensive outpost, occupying a strategically advantageous position 15 miles east of Jerusalem. Any army advancing toward Jerusalem or the Space Center on the Sinai Peninsula would have to pass this way. Another ancient fortified site was located 8 kilometers north of Jerusalem, the ancient Bethel, which translates to House of God, built where the biblical Jacob encountered Anunnaki activity.
Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night, because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. Jacob awoke from his sleep and thought, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it." He was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven."
Genesis 28. This location was perfectly chosen for the northern defense of Jerusalem. Ancient Jerusalem now lies buried beneath modern city structures. Only part of the second Jewish temple, known as the Western Wall, remains above ground, and even this is partially below the current surface. Legends claim that this site is connected to many episodes from the life of the legendary patriarch Abraham. The significance of Jerusalem is difficult to determine using traditional methods. It lacked the advantages of geographical location and was not an important trading hub, being situated on the edge of the desert and far from major trade routes. Water was also scarce, forcing the city's founders to laboriously construct enormous underground water reservoirs. 37 have been discovered, with a total capacity of 37 million litres, vastly exceeding the needs of a typical urban population. From the Anunnaki's perspective, this location was perfectly suited for establishing a space mission control center. For a well-supplied small service crew, the inconveniences were less significant compared to the topographical advantages. A small plateau surrounded on three sides by deep valleys, convenient for defense and functional needs. It appears that this new infrastructure began forming as soon as the gods recovered, and the scale of their industrial and, consequently, transport activities reached pre-flood levels. The temporary spaceport at Baalbek no longer met their needs, and proponents of the paleo-contact theory tend to place the new space base on the Sinai Peninsula. Jerusalem likely served as its control center. However, why haven't traces of the gods been discovered on Sinai? We'll return to this question shortly. For now, let's move to Egypt, where we've overlooked a remarkable ancient artifact, the Sphinx. Reconstructing history from ancient Sumerian, Egyptian, and biblical accounts, around 8700 BCE, the first true war among the gods erupted, involving humans as well. After the flood, a certain agreement was reached between the followers, or perhaps relatives, of Enlil and Enki. First, they delineated their spheres of influence. As a result of these agreements, Enki was allocated the African lands, including Egypt. However, Enki, who also claimed overall supremacy, was dissatisfied with his domain. Second, it was agreed that each of the younger gods would formally rule during one phase of the precessional cycle. For instance, one during the age of Capricorn, the next during the age of Sagittarius, and so on. This created additional tension. Although a certain parity had been established between Anu's direct heirs, and they acknowledged Enlil's leadership as the status quo, each of their children and grandchildren, especially within the mysterious Council of 12, now aspired to autocracy and didn't always manage to control their ambitions. Sitchin and Alford identify Egyptian gods with Sumerian names of the Anunnaki. For instance, Enki as Ptah and Marduk as Ra. Maximum information about the events of that era can be gleaned from the so-called myths about Ika and some others. In particular, it is clear that the struggle for leadership flared up among Enki's descendants themselves. Seth and Osiris fought against each other. Numerous myths recount how Seth killed Osiris, but Osiris's wife, Isis, managed to conceive a child, Horus, from her deceased husband. Horus successfully avenged his father. Seth's followers were driven to Lower Egypt, closer to the Delta, and in the process seized neutral territories, Palestine and the Sinai Peninsula, which the Council of Gods had evidently not intended for allocation due to their strategic importance to the Earth mission. Enlil's son, Ninurta, a war god who, according to other myths, never shied away from brandishing weapons, was appointed commander-in-chief. Military actions on the ruling clan's side also involved Ishkur, mentioned in the chapter on American civilizations, and his niece Inanna. It seems that, although Seth was in the wrong, Enki stood up for his relative, and the localized conflict escalated into a full-scale war. This is evident from Ninurta's attack on the opposing forces, led by the Great Serpent, a clear reference to Enki's association with the serpent symbol. Despite the intensity of the conflict, the main casualties were humans. Entire armies were annihilated in Africa, and even today in Sudan, there exists a mountain whose condition can only be described as having endured a massive missile strike. None of the great gods suffered until the moment they barricaded themselves inside Kur, the Great Pyramid. It is unclear how long the siege lasted. During that era, the pyramid was somehow well protected. However, there was no hope of escaping from it, especially as Ninurta's supporters gradually cut off its communications. Eventually, the neutral Ninhursag, if you recall she was the sister of Anu's feuding sons, intervened and persuaded the warring sides to accept the besieged party's surrender. Ninurta spared nothing in the Great Pyramid. The Stone of Destiny in the Queen's chamber was dismantled and destroyed. Other devices and equipment met the same fate: the directional stone, the terrifying stone, the stubborn or defensive stone, the capstone of the pyramid, and all communications. The pyramid was then sealed and remained so until a Muslim ruler in later centuries decided to explore its contents. Its functions were replaced by other beacons, now located in Heliopolis, Egypt. As a result of the truce, Enki's supporters lost their right to rule for 3 processional or zodiacal ages. The first zodiacal sphere, after its discovery by the Anunnaki, was symbolized by the lion. Since Enki was the discoverer, the Sphinx was carved in his honor as a commemoration of the event. According to Ulford, this occurred after the war, around 8700 BCE. Thus, the French soldiers who fired at the Sphinx's face during Napoleon's Egyptian expedition deprived us of the chance to examine the face, figuratively speaking, of the genetic father of humanity, Enki, the firstborn son of the Anunnaki ruler, those who descended from the heavens to the earth. This is not the only testimony to the quarrelsomeness and contentiousness of the Anunnaki. Sumerian and Hittite myths contain numerous detailed accounts of dynastic wars for power. Even Anu, possibly having a legitimate claim to the throne of Nibiru, had to seize it by force. He usurped power, and his predecessor Alalu fled to Earth before Enki's expedition even arrived. Later, Alalu's grandson, Kumarbi, also fought against Anu, disrupted negotiations with Enki, and nearly succeeded in victory at one point. Kumarbi's son, Ulikumi, also waged war against Anu's descendants, almost killing Ishkur. Additionally, there was the rebellion of Zu, who paralyzed the entire navigation and space communication system of the Anunnaki by stealing vital instruments or information from Enlil in Nippur. Once again, the mission was saved by Ninurta, who personally executed the captured rebel by slitting his throat. Thus, the Anunnaki's lives were eventful and marked by constant strife. However, the lawlessness that arose after the institution of processional democracy was unprecedented in Earth's ancient history. Alford believes that Ninurta ruled during the Age of Cancer, perhaps due to his distinguished role in the Civil War. During the Age of Gemini, the speaker's post was shared by the twins Ishtar, Inanna, and Utu, Shamash, born on Earth to Enlil's firstborn son, Nanna. Following them, Ishkur took the reins of power. His symbol was the bull, Taurus, as it is known in modern horoscopes. While Enlil's descendants ruled, there was relative peace, but it was the calm before the storm. The gods resided in their respective principalities, seething with ambition, harboring grievances, and preparing to seize power. Contacts with humans were likely limited to practical aspects. Those, fortunate enough, worked for Anunnaki enterprises or in the service sector. The rest, while undoubtedly aware of their existence, generally lived in isolation, focusing on their survival and often degenerating and losing contact with the Anunnaki. Perhaps some tribes troubled the Anunnaki with their behavior, prompting retaliatory actions. Most Anunnaki likely resided either directly in industrial and space centers or in fortified locations near these sites, concentrating in Palestine, Sinai, and Egypt. Ishkur, along with some colleagues, began industrial mining operations in the New World, in the Andes. One of his epithets even directly links him to the distant mountainous land. Approximately 4,000 years ago, Earth and Nibiru once again approached their closest proximity. This coincided with another ceremonial visit by Anu, surveying his domains. By this time, the climate had made Mesopotamia habitable, and during an expanded council of the gods, the Anunnaki decided to restore their cities, whatever that entailed, in Mesopotamia. This restoration was to follow their eternal plan, which evidently had some significant importance beyond nostalgia. Moreover, they decided to establish a new type of relationship with humanity. While the gods were too preoccupied to interact directly with humans, the necessity to implement their policies and utilize people when needed remained. Therefore, it was decided to recognize humanity's autonomy while bestowing upon it the institution of kingship. Rulers of humans were tasked not only with governance, but also with serving as intermediaries between the people and the gods, ensuring that the party line was properly maintained. In return, loyal kings were promised assistance in resolving territorial issues and displays of divine power against enemies. Additionally, by regulating cult-related matters such as offerings of gold, meat, and wine, the gods were free to focus on more important matters, like quarreling among themselves. Thus, around 3800 BCE, the cities of the gods in Mesopotamia were rebuilt from scratch, first Eridu and Nippur, followed by others. The question of how an advanced urban civilization arose among the Sumerians is essentially a question of who helped them and why. According to Sumerian texts, it was the gods who aided them, as always pursuing their practical goals. The texts agree that the first king was appointed in the city of Kish, followed by other cities. Correspondingly, the gods of Enki's faction were not idle. 600 years later, the institution of kingship was also established in Egypt. The neutral god Thoth ruled this region after the War of the Gods and occasionally during times of unrest. The first pharaoh to receive power over Upper and Lower Egypt was Menes. During this time, another crisis erupted among these eternal agitators. Dumuzi, the son of Enki, whose symbol was the ram, Aries, was expected to become the formal leader of the gods during the next zodiacal age. However, tragedy struck. Dumuzi and Inanna from Enlil's faction fell in love with each other, reminiscent of Romeo and Juliet from the Montague and Capulet clans. They married, but Dumuzi also sought a legitimate heir and committed incest by raping his sister. For this, he was arrested by his brother Marduk, who also wanted to take on the leadership role. Although Marduk was later exonerated, the death of his brother was undoubtedly connected to him. Initially, Marduk was imprisoned in solitary confinement within the Great Pyramid and later exiled. Enki and Thoth had to manage the chaos that ensued in Egypt. Interestingly, when Marduk was pardoned and his release was arranged, the chamber's wall had to be blown open, a site that modern archaeologists have identified. All of this is described on Sumerian tablets. It's astonishing how meticulous their scribes were. Evidently, tales of the deeds of gods and the exploits of heroes and kings were of great interest even at that time. Inanna had her own ambitions. According to Alford, civilization was granted under her aegis to the Indus Valley, forming the Harappan and Mohenjo-Daro cultures, which emerged around 2800 BCE. Excavations of these cities revealed that their areas spanned up to 5 kilometers in circumference. The cities were surrounded by massive walls made of clay bricks, and at the center of both cities, an acropolis with citadels and temples was built on an elevated site. Massive granaries and silos were located near the river, where a port was situated. Evidently, this region soon became the granary of the Anunnaki. The connections and even similarities between this civilization and the Sumerians are undeniable. In Mesopotamia, Ishtar Inanna, this hyperactive goddess, was equally restless. One city, Uruk, Erech, was not enough for her. Her protégé, Sargon the Great, conducted a series of conquests that established the vast Akkadian Empire. The renowned Sumerologist Samuel Kramer translated the myth Inanna and Enki, which tells how she visited the aging creator of humans, got him drunk, and extracted mystical artifacts, that allowed her to dramatically elevate her status and even gain entry into the Council of 12 Gods. She also introduced the institution of one-night marriages, wherein priests were expected to engage with her. Gilgamesh, the hero of the frequently cited epic, refused her, incurring her displeasure. Nevertheless, during Gilgamesh's reign, Sumerian society likely reached its peak in all areas. Their cultural expansion influenced Asia Minor, the Iranian plateau, and the eastern Mediterranean. The Sumerian capital alternated among cities, with Ur becoming the capital 3 times. Marduk, however, was not content to remain in exile. He awaited the end of the processional era and his rise to power. Alford's research suggests that the widespread obsession of world cultures with calendars stemmed from his desire to pinpoint the exact beginning of the new processional age. The most famous processional calendar etched in stone is Stonehenge in England, built for Marduk by the god Thoth. The new era was to begin around 2280 BCE. Other calendars are known to exist in Machu Picchu and various other locations. Evidently, humans were taught how and why to construct such calendars by the gods. It is possible that the tradition of tracking precession arose because these cycles were still unstable, with the speed of precession and the length of the year fluctuating. Evidence of these changes can be found in the Egyptian calendar. Thoth tracked these variations using the lunar calendar. What appeared as a fashion was likely a necessity at the time. The principles of observing precessional cycles were shared among all peoples. Thus, when cultures and peoples in the northern Black Sea region began erecting mysterious burial mounds one after another, their purpose had likely become significantly distorted. This knowledge had been diluted and altered over generations. By the time of the Scythians, these mounds, which initially had an entirely different meaning, degenerated into mere burial sites. Originally, their construction in this region had an astronomical rather than a sacred purpose. Therefore, the mystery of the proliferation of burial mound cultures, degenerating by the time of the Scythians and Sarmatians, traces back to the same spark that ignited the flame, the games of those who came down from the heavens. Inanna continued her escapades. Her protégé, King Naram-Sin, seized the center of worship for Anu in Uruk, and later desecrated Enlil's domain in Nippur. However, the other gods would not tolerate such antics and curtailed the goddess's activities, destroying Akkad and banning its reconstruction. Meanwhile, Thoth, Nergal, and Ninurta calculated on their widely proliferated stone calendars that the age of Aries, belonging to the deceased Dumuzi and assigned to Marduk, had still not arrived. Marduk grew increasingly frustrated. While in exile, he wandered the earth, spending 24 years among the Hittites. His fiery temper combined with noble intentions proved to be a dangerous mix. The myth of Erra, Nergal, recounts that his patience ran out. He sent his son, Nabu, to raise an army. Apparently they garnered significant support, including among the Canaanite peoples of Palestine, where Set's former allies, who served as the strike force for Enki's faction and were never deported, had settled. The abominations committed by these peoples are referred to as measures of lawlessness in the book of Genesis. Evidently, their behavior was deemed lawless only by their political opponents among the gods. Here we tread upon familiar territory from biblical accounts. Sitchin, and especially Alford, suggest that Abraham's calling and mission involved providing his God, who had contacted him, with intelligence on the activities of the Philistines. At that time, this god could have been either Enlil himself, Ninurta, or even Ishkur, who may have disguised himself before Moses as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. However, judging by the fact that the event took place in Ur, this Lord became the ruler of the city, Nana, Sin. Here's what happened.
And Terah took Abram his son and Lot, the son of Haran his grandson, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went out with them from Ur of the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. And the Lord said unto Abram, Get thee out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house, unto a land that I will show thee.
So Abram, disguised as a wandering sheikh, gathered intelligence first in Egypt, and then he made his way to the territory of modern Israel. At that time, the climate there seemed to be quite favorable. At least that's what Lot thought.
Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt.
It is quite obvious that he reported to the God who recruited him that the population of these cities had broken away from submission. This led to a punitive campaign by the Sumerian and Elamite rulers against the rebellious cities.
12 years they served Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Raphims in Ashtaroth-Karnaim, and the Zuzims in Ham, and the Emims in Shaveh-Kiriathaim, and the Horites in their Mount Seir, unto El-Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En-Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites, that dwelt in Hazezon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same is Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the vale of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer the king of Elam, and with Tidal king of nations, and Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar, 4 kings with 5. And the vale of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way.
Here a misunderstanding occurred. Apparently Lot, living in Sodom, got caught in the crossfire, and Abram had to chase the victors to rescue his nephew, along with the spoils, which were also returned. Thus Abram gained the trust of the king of Sodom by returning his property. This interpretation of the events seems more logical to us, since according to Sitchin's version, Abram was protecting the approaches to the Sinai spaceport with his squad. If he belonged to the enemies of Marduk, why did they fall out with Abram? In general, the story is quite convoluted. In 2024 BCE, Marduk's son Nabu invaded Mesopotamia. It seems that around this time, Marduk's supporters in Sodom and Gomorrah were ready to embark on a southern campaign and seize the spaceport. In Egypt, Marduk's Ra supporters from upper southern Egypt seized power at approximately the same time. Abram was present at a decision that was truly fateful for all of human civilization. The true sin of the Sodomites is unknown. However, this is how the story goes.
And the Lord said, Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abram stood yet before the Lord. And Abram drew near, and said, Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? And the Lord said, If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
It is possible that in this case Abram was primarily concerned for Lot's fate, as he was registered in Sodom. Nevertheless, there were no righteous left in the city, only Lot and his family.
And the 2 angels came to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground, and he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your way. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, Where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, now I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof.
Usually, it is believed that the men of the city were exceedingly wicked and intended to commit an unspeakable act with the guests. However, it seems to us that the word "no" in this context should be understood literally. Imagine a city under martial law. Suddenly, it becomes known that foreigners, arriving with an unclear mission, have found shelter with a non-native resident. Naturally, the first thing the authorities would decide is to interrogate the suspicious guests, to know who they are and why they have come. Lot's refusal to comply only intensified the suspicions of the gathered crowd.
And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door.
It seems that a grenade with tear gas gave them time to win. After this, they advised him to abandon everything and flee the city. The fate of Sodom was sealed.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hands of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that one said, Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
The rest is known even to people who are little interested in history and religion. God rained down fire and brimstone from heaven on the sinful cities. Archaeologists like W.F. Albright and P. Garland have found that settlements near the supposed location of Sodom were abandoned around 2000 BCE for no apparent reason. Only several hundred years later did people begin to settle there again. These authors note that the underground water sources near the Dead Sea have elevated levels of radiation, which may even cause certain diseases if consumed regularly. Now to the question of why there are no traces of the Anunnaki on the Sinai Peninsula. According to Sumerian texts, Ninurta and Nergal, by the decision of the Anunnaki Council, carried out pinpoint nuclear strikes not only on the cities where Nabu or Marduk might have been hiding, this is what the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah was about, but also on the space complex on the Sinai Peninsula. Missiles or bombings wiped these targets off the face of the earth. However, both Nabu and Marduk survived. As for their enemies, they fared badly. There is an entire series of Sumerian texts called Laments, which describe how and why the magnificent cities of southern Mesopotamia were abandoned, and why the brilliant Sumerian civilization perished. Clouds of radioactive dust brought invisible death upon the cities. People died in agony. The gods hastily abandoned all their possessions and fled their residence, scattering mostly to Africa. Ninurta's wife, the goddess Bau, perished before she could leave the city of Lagash. The rulers of Uruk spent the night in a bomb shelter beneath the ziggurat, but realizing that the city was beyond saving, they too retreated. Most likely a large portion of the people survived, migrating to adjacent regions, either displacing the indigenous populations or passing through these lands in search of unclaimed territories. Thus, in general terms, the Golden Age on Earth came to an end. The city of Babylon survived by the will of fate. The cloud passed over it. The gods, not only the great ones, but also the ordinary Anunnaki, gathered for a council and finally recognized Marduk's claim to rule as legitimate. His inauguration was carried out according to all the canons of the Nibiru rulers. Enlil handed over the symbols of power to him, including, according to some specialists in Mesopotamian writing, some truly extraordinary abilities, such as the power to resurrect dead gods. The events that occurred only intensified the chaos. Marduk founded the dynasty of Babylonian kings and reformed the calendar. The gods, recovering from the catastrophe, hurriedly began to establish their own kingdoms and amass military and economic power. Ishkur founded the Hittite state to the northwest of Mesopotamia. Ninurta strengthened the Elamite kingdom in Susa. Inanna quickly founded the kingdom of Mari, west of Babylon, and established the city of Ashur, where she also became the chief deity in the pantheon. Inanna, as always a multitasker, apparently also founded the Mycenaean culture. Soon the Assyrian state appeared, where Enlil and Anu were worshipped. Marduk managed to hold power over Egypt for some time. When he was worshipped under the name Amun, the 12th dynasty of pharaohs ruled, with names like Amenhotep and Ramses. Under them, the descendants of Abraham went into the Babylonian captivity, possibly for past services in the intelligence community of Enlil's clan. Under Thutmose III, relations with the Jews became genocidal. Someone among the gods, Elford claims it was Ishkur, apparently reminded Moses, around 1433 BCE, that he was a descendant of Abraham, who had a covenant with God. They say people in the organs never leave, and this even applies to their descendants. Moses asked God, "What is your name?" And he replied, Ehye Asher Ehye. This can be translated roughly as, "I am who I am," or, as Karen Armstrong puts it, "I am whoever I need to be." Surely there were solid reasons for God to hide his name. Firstly, there were plenty of Marduk's spies around, and secondly, he wanted to keep his experiment secret. In general, this "whoever I need to be" led the Jews out of Egypt and guided them long enough for them to forget polytheism. In other words, he began to build monotheism. And since he, as we remember, was in Latin America at the time, he limited his communication, usually speaking through burning bushes, saying, "Moses, Moses, can you hear me? Over," through the ark and the tabernacle, which many authors see as devices for radio communication. In the 14th–13th century BCE, under Moses' strict leadership, the Israelites behaved very aggressively in Canaan, not only conquering the lands, but also conducting a real cleanup, sometimes destroying not only the children of the conquered enemies, but also their livestock. Some believe that Yahweh Ishkur was trying to preserve monotheism. The ongoing struggle with these attempts by the chosen people is described over the course of a millennium. At the same time, Inanna initiated military aggression, using not nuclear but obviously powerful enough weaponry against the citadel of Enki's supporters, the island of Crete. The palace of Knossos and the entire civilization, including the mysterious Minotaur, were destroyed around 1450 BCE. Apparently, Marduk's supporters launched a nuclear revenge strike against the civilization in the Indus Valley, which was under Inanna's jurisdiction. Alford cites the data from Davenport and Vincenti, who, while studying the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, discovered remnants of clay pots that had melted and fused at temperatures of around 1400 to 1600 degrees Celsius. They were able to establish that the city was destroyed by 3 shockwaves that spread up to 1.5 kilometers from the epicenter of the explosion. Only 17 skeletons were found in Mohenjo-Daro. According to the researchers, the others simply evaporated, as they were too close to the epicenter. Apparently, this was the ancestral homeland abandoned by one branch of the Indo-Europeans. The ancient Aryans, fleeing from radiation and possibly persecution, moved to India, north to Iran, giving rise to nomadic and agricultural peoples with similar mythology and language. At the same time, their close relatives, the Pelasgians, Philistines, fled from Crete to Palestine and Phoenicia. New waves of migrants, likely accompanied by their gods, headed to America, which is widely confirmed in Native American epics. King Hammurabi conducted several successful conquests, defeating the kingdoms of Mari and Elam. However, Babylon itself soon fell during the invasion of the Hittites. The Hittites expelled the Kassites. The Elamites, who had risen again, fought the Kassites. Ishkur secretly conducted experiments on monotheism. Suddenly, in Egypt, Amenhotep IV appeared and named himself Akhenaten, forgetting about Amun, Ra-Marduk. The heretic was quickly removed. They resumed worshipping Thoth as the main deity. Soon, with the apparent help of Ishkur, the wandering Jewish tribes around Sinai had the opportunity to seize Jerusalem, and they took advantage of it. King David began the construction of the Jerusalem Temple, and Solomon completed it in 953 BCE. However, the temple did not stand for long. In Egypt, the dynasty of pharaohs who bore the name of Ra-Marduk reappeared. Ramses II looted Jerusalem and the temple. Apparently, this place contained some secrets of power, which we still do not know today. And possession of it exclusively by the gods was not welcomed. Then the rise and fall of states occurred at an ever-accelerating pace: Egypt, the Hittites, Babylon, Assyria. The Jewish statehood was ended by the Assyrian king Sargon II in 720 BCE. Assyria, apparently, was devoured by Marduk's son Nabu, who raised a rebellion in Babylon. 200 years later, the Babylonian kingdom itself fell. Power changed once again in 555 BCE, when King Nabonidus, tired of waiting for help from Nabu, made a deal with the god Nannar, Sin. He helped him become the king of Assyria, Babylon, and other territories, and Nabonidus restored his temple in Haran. However, when Cyrus, the king of the young and strong Persian Empire, attacked him in 539 BCE, the gods did not come to his aid. Subsequently, the Persians absorbed the territories of Assyria, Israel, Judah, Egypt, the Hittites, Elam, Mari, and even the regions once belonging to Inanna in the Indus Valley. As Elford notes, this empire was founded by the descendants of Japheth, the third son of Noah. The next world empire was also led by an Indo-European, Alexander the Great. Semitic-Hamitic empires no longer arose, except for the Arab Caliphate more than 1,000 years later. Jaspers speaks of the Axial Age, when all the major religions and philosophical movements appeared on Earth in forms similar to those of today. Indeed, new religions emerged, including Buddhism, which turned all the questions of religion upside down. As Elford expressed the essence of Buddhism, Prince Gautama considered gods to be simply corporeal beings with the same problems as humans, so worshipping them was pointless, and spiritual perfection should be found in an entirely different realm. As we remember, at the same time, in America, there was also a war between the gods. New centers of civilization appeared in India and China. There is an opinion that the appearance of new religions was influenced by the old, well-known Enki, whose permanent war led him to realize the shortcomings of the Anunnaki social structure. Around 200 BCE, the next period of Earth and Nibiru's closest approach was expected. It coincided with the decline of the last remnants of the gods' presence on Earth. The cultures of Chavin and Teotihuacan, where production was halted, and the cities were abandoned. Many peoples, both in the New and Old worlds, felt orphaned without their gods. Those who were presumably at the feeding trough, the priests, seemed to suffer the most. After that, no particular signs of the gods' presence on Earth were recorded. At the end of our narrative, which attempted a coherent and consistent reconstruction of humanity's past, based on the works of modern researchers, we are left with only more questions. What was the reason that forced the gods to leave Earth? Perhaps it was climate change. Maybe the need for fossil fuels disappeared due to the use of new technologies. Perhaps they simply exhausted each other in constant wars, and those who survived lost contact with the metropolis and the ability to maintain their longevity and power. Or maybe they were forced to return due to disasters on their home planet. Or did they experience a change in power or social structure? Perhaps they practiced applied magic, which was constantly forbidden for humans and eventually moved to other dimensions inaccessible to us to disturb our souls from there. And where did the more serious evidence of their presence go? Was it the result of wars? Or did they take everything with them so that nothing was left for humanity? Or perhaps their legacy still rests somewhere at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or inside the pyramid, or buried in the sands of Sinai? Could their equipment be preserved at the bottom of the ocean? Or is the absence for 2,000 years just a brief moment in their time, and they are simply watching our struggles with a smile? Or maybe they were afraid of humanity's growing power and didn't want to take risks. Maybe they have reformed and no longer consider themselves entitled to interfere in our affairs. Or did they simply get bored? Or did they learn that our planet is soon to face a catastrophe and decided to stay far away from it? Who even said they left? Aren't the UFOs that are constantly seen their new technology? Or are they enemies of the Anunnaki who ousted these primitive anthropomorphic gods, now observing us with the interest of a zoologist? Who knows? They were a strange race of beings, almost immortal but lacking in ethics, who created humans but left them to die during the flood. Using only stone, astonishingly, there is no evidence that they used polymers or plastic. They met almost all their industrial needs. They gave us a kingdom but ruthlessly manipulated the kings for their selfish interests. Aggressiveness, belligerence, selfishness, vanity, greed for land, wealth, power, and honors, are these not qualities inherent in humans from the start? The institution of official religion, power, politics, inequality, inheritance, wars, perhaps without them, everything would have been different for us in a couple of million years. Should we blame them for their contemptuous treatment of us, or thank them for creating us and giving us knowledge? Were they our only guests? How can we explain the claims of the Dogon tribe that the gods came from Sirius? Why do researchers still remain silent about the Chinese pyramids, where the scale of production was clearly higher than even in Teotihuacan and Tiahuanaco? Could it be that they intentionally left us false, mystified information about themselves that confuses us and leads us down the wrong path? What hopes does our genealogy from the gods give us? Perhaps we will find the blueprints for their spacecraft and powerful engines running on plain water, or treatises on cosmogony and natural sciences. Can we uncover their secrets of health and longevity to apply them to our own species? And did they believe in God, the creator of the universe, or any other? What did they never share with humans? What else will we learn about them when our own successes grow? When humanity realizes this stunning truth, will it eliminate the ground for racism, anti-Semitism, Zionism, and all forms of intolerance or aggression? Are submissiveness and slavery genes embedded in some of us from the start? Or on the contrary, do we have the blood of gods running through us, the soul and mind of creators, the spirit of wisdom? Perhaps they assimilated and live among us, busy with their incomprehensible tasks. Or is it all at once? Maybe it's so hard for us because we're left alone. We fear death and see no meaning in life because we've been deprived of longevity and communication with our creators. Isn't it from them that the persistent search for a father god and immortality comes? No one knows yet, but if humanity properly reflects on what their existence means, we will be able to find answers to many questions.